Can go.
Okay.
Okay.
Bakal sir,
Yeah,
with your
I
kind permission, I start.
Yeah, yeah. Please.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, Dr. J.W. Bakal, President, IETE, Dr. K.T.V. Reddy, Immediate Past President, IETE, Dr. A.P. Thackeray, Chairman, TPCC, Dr. Nilesh N. Kasat, West Zone Center, IETE Headquarter, Governing Council members, chairpersons, executive committee members, IET corporate and student members. I, Dr. Manasi Subhedar, Honorary Secretary, IET Navi Mumbai, welcome you for the inaugural function of online IET West Zone Seminar on Outcome-Based Education and IET West Zone ISF Congress, organized by Navi Mumbai Center on 19th and 20th June 2020. This event is supported by IETE Headquarters, New Delhi. The Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers is India's leading recognized professional society and was founded in 1953. The IETE is the national apex professional body of electronics and telecommunication, computer science, and IT professionals. It serves more than 125,000 members through various 64 centers spread all over India and abroad. For the smooth functioning and mentoring, IET centers and sub-centers are grouped under 4 different zones. Out of these East, West, South and North zone, IET West zone is second biggest zone covering 19 centers from 4 different states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Goa. To create the vibrant technology environment for exploring all possible avenues towards increasing IET visibility in an academic world, every year West Zone conducts a West Zone Seminar and ISF Congress. In this pandemic due to COVID-19, IET Navi Mumbai Center has taken initiative to organize this seminar using a digital platform. This is the first time that this seminar is held online, and due to this, it will reach to community at large. Now, I request Dr. Baban Urinde, Chairman, IET Navi Mumbai Center, to give opening remarks. Over to you, Baban Rinde, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mansi madam. Good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Baban Urinde,
Sir,
in the
unmute
capacity.
yourself.
Hello, hello, 1 minute. Hello.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Baban.
Hello.
Welcome to ATM Music World. AX mode.
Unmute.
परत म्यूट केलाय. अनम्यूट.
हाँ, unmute.
रिंदे सर परत अनम्यूट करा.
Nice, sir. Hello, 1 minute.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
आता ठीक. आता इट्स ओके.
Hello.
आणि
Yes,
थोडंसं
yes.
व्हॉल्यूम वाढवा सर तुमच्या
एक
डिव्हाइसचा
yes.
व्हॉल्यूम.
Already 100.
It's
Okay.
okay. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning to one and all. Sorry. I, Dr. Baban Urinde, in the capacity of Chairman, IET Navi Mumbai Center and Professor, Head of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering and Exam in charge at KC College of Engineering and Management Studies and Research, Thane. One welcome you all to this today's IET West Zone as a zonal online seminar supported by IET Headquarters, New Delhi, on the topic outcome-based education. First of all, a hearty welcome to the esteemed personalities such as a chief guest for today's inaugural function as Dr. K.K. Agrawal sir, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, Dr. Jagdish W. Bakal sir, President, IET Headquarters, New Delhi, Part Chairman, Dr. K.T.V. Reddy sir, Dr. A.P. Thackeray, Chairman, TPCC, IET Headquarters, Dr. Nilesh N. Kasat sir, West Zone Mentor, IET Headquarters, Governing Council of West Zone, and all the chairmen of West Zone of IET. Eminent speaker for today's and tomorrow is Dr. Milind Pandey, Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Dr. Abhay Wayar, as a Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, VJTI, Mumbai, Dr. Farooq Kaji, Dean R&D and Consultancy and Head of Electrical Department, VJTI, Mumbai, and also the Chairman, Board of Studies in EXTC, University of Mumbai. Dr. MS Ali Sir, Principal Professor Ram Meghe, College of Engineering and Management, Badnera, Amravati. Dr. PD Gawande, Associate Professor, Department of EXTC, Engineering, Sipna, College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati. The Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, that is IETE, is India's leading recognized professional society devoted to the advancement of science, technology, electronics, telecommunication, and information technology, development, and economy. IETE was founded in 1953, and now it is one of the leading professional society in India. It has IETE Student Forum, that is ISF, which function with the objective of improving the standard of engineering education and motivating the outside classroom studies, workshop, projects, seminar, conferences. Outcome-based education is the buzzword now, and it is the need of the hour also. The result of education should be reflecting in students when they become graduate and hold various official responsibilities. By the end of the educational experience, each student should have achieved the goal. There is no single specified style of teaching or assessment in outcome-based education. Instead, classes, opportunities, and assessments should all help students achieve the specified outcomes. The role of the faculty adopts into instructor, trainer, facilitator, and or mentor based on the outcomes targeted. It focuses on developing various skills to curricula and outcomes. Hope that all the participants will gain more knowledge attending this two-day session, which can be utilized to create a new generation of engineers by adopting various methods of education along with classroom teaching. Thank you very much. Over to Mansi Madam.
Mute, Mansi ma'am, you are mute.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our guest, Dr. Nilesh N. Kasat, West Zone Mentor. Professor Dr. Nilesh Kasat is an alumna of Government College of Engineering, Amravati. He has completed BE, ME, and PhD in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. He is working as a professor in ENTC department at Sipna College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati. He has also visited 3 countries to publish research papers. He is having 21 years of teaching experience. He is a member of Board of Studies at Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. He is a governing body member at Sipna College of Engineering and Technology also. He has presented more than 50 papers at international journals and conferences of repute. He has also filed 3 patents on his research work. He is an approved PhD supervisor in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering at Amravati University. He served as Honorary Secretary and Vice Chairman of IETE Amravati Center and has grabbed many awards for Amravati. He was co-opted member of IETE headquarters for 4 years. He proved not only his identity at the national level, but also paid recognition to Amravati Center as the most vibrant center in West Zone by hosting numerous activities like zonal seminar, midterm symposium, IETE convention, etc. He is quite instrumental in membership growth and activities of IETE. Currently, he is a governing council member of IETE, West Zone Mentor, and also a co-chairman of the Center Chairpersons Committee at IETE Headquarters, New Delhi. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. I request you to present a welcome address. Over to you, Nilesh Kasat, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Please unmute.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mansi madam. I am audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I welcome chief guest of today's function, Honorable Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, sir, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation. Professor Dr. J.W. Buckle, sir, President, IETE. Professor Dr. K.T.V. Reddy, Past President, IETE. Dr. S.K. Khedkar, sir, Vice President, IETE. My colleague, Dr. A.P. Thakre, sir, Chairman, TPPC. All the governing council members of various zones, especially from West Zone. Other governing council members joined from various other zones. Conveners of this event, Chairman IET Navi Mumbai Center, Dr. Baban Rinde. Co-convener of this event and Secretary of IET Navi Mumbai, Dr. Mansi Subedar Madam. The center chairperson of 19 centers across West Zone. EC member of various centers. The IET corporate members, colleagues and students. I heartily welcome you all for the first ever hosted by IET Navi Mumbai Center as an online West Zone seminar. I must appreciate the efforts taken by organizing team in this pandemic situation, Chairman Dr. P.V. Rende sir, and especially Dr. Mansi Subedar Madam, Honorary Secretary of IET Navi Mumbai Center, with very active coordination. I am glad to share with you that we got an overwhelming response with more than 1,000 registrations for this event. I am especially thankful to Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, sir, for accepting our invitation on very short notice. We are really honored, sir, and I am sure your zestful presence will definitely make this event more memorable for all of us. This prestigious institution, IET, provides leadership in scientific and technical areas of direct importance to the national development and economy. Government of India has recognized IET as a special and industrial research organization and also notified it as an educational institution of national eminence. IET also publishes technical journals of repute providing continuing education as well as career development opportunities to its members. The IET West Zone has actively conducted conferences, symposia, convention, exhibition, and many such seminars till date. This 2 days schedule of online West Zone seminar is packed with very informative session on OBE, which will be conducted by eminent speakers in an era of OBE outcome-based education. I hope this will be an excellent learning treat for all of us. As a West Zone mentor, my best wishes for the event, and I am sure that this will be a great learning experience for all of us. I would end by quoting few lines as "Na thak kar baith, himmat se badhta chala ja. Na thak kar baith, himmat se badhta chala ja. किनारा उनको मिलता है जो टकराते हैं तूफान से. जो सफर की शुरुआत करते हैं वो मंजिल तो पा ही लेते हैं. जो सफर की शुरुआत करते हैं वो मंजिल तो पा ही लेते हैं, क्योंकि अच्छे मुसाफिर का तो रास्ते भी इंतजार करते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational words. We also have with us Dr. A.P. Thakre, Chairman, TPCC, IET. Dr. Ajay Thakre has completed BE in Electronics and Telecommunication from Government College of Engineering, Pune in 1990, post-graduation in Electronics Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Amravati in 1997, and PhD in Electronics Engineering from Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University in 2016. He has total teaching experience of 30 years. He has also worked in foreign university as a secretary academic council. Presently, he is working as a professor and dean at Sipna College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati. He is also a member of Board of Studies in EXTC at Sant Gadge Baba in Amravati University. He is a recognized PhD supervisor and chairman, Technical Programs and Publicity Committee, IETE, New Delhi. He has 82 publications, 3 copyrights, and also 1 patent registered on his name. He has won several awards. To name a few, he has won the National IET Award, Brigadier ML Award in September 2016, He has also visited 10 countries to present his research work and also attended conferences as a session chair and as a co-chair. We welcome you, sir, for the event. I now request to Dr. Ajay Thackeray to share his views on the occasion. Over to you, Ajay Thackeray, sir.
Yeah. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With a great joy and immense happiness, I extend very warm welcome to the chief guest of today's program, Dr. K.K. Agarwal, sir, Chairman, NBA, New Delhi, and who also happens to be the past president, IETE. Sir, we all feel so much honored for your esteemed presence first time in the virtual mode here. Dr. Jagdish Bakal, sir, President IETE, at the outset, on behalf of all of us present here, I extend hearty congratulations to him for being elected to this office consecutively for the second term. Due to his positive perspective plans, we look greater heights to be achieved by the IETE in the coming years. Perhaps it was because of his inspiration and great support that as chairman of TPPC, could successfully conduct two big programs at IETE, that is the World Telecommunication Day and the Midterm Symposium on 17th of May. It is indeed a pleasure and see past President Dr. KTV Reddy sir, Vice President Dr. Khedkar sir, West Zone Mentor Dr. Nilesh Kasat, my colleagues at the Governing Council, New Mumbai Chairman, the Center Chairman and convener of this program, Dr. Baban Rinde sir, all other center chairmen of the West Zone, office bearers, galaxy of the corporate members, students, and the very dynamic secretary of Mumbai Center and co-convener of this program, Dr. Mansi Subedar, and also the esteemed speakers available for these 2 days. Even God is very happy today to shower the rain flowers here in Amravati. Had this seminar been a physical type, it would have been little tough to manage it. Thanks to these digital platforms that are making us sit distantly at home and enjoy more than physically adding flavor of such technical programs. Friends, till 24th of March, none of us was aware that Zoom, WebEx or Google Meet, etc. would have such a substantial change by bringing in a face-to-face learning on the online mode. It is this pandemic COVID that has forced us to be acquainted with this changing scenario and accept it rigorously. So friends, nothing in this world is constant but change, and we have to accept and live with it. In early years, it was the SSC, that is the simple standard education, to be taught within a scope and sequential mode. But over the period, it became OBE, that is outcome based, wherein the students had a control of their own learning skills and preferences, and more, it became a learner centric kind. Gradually, this outcome based is now expanding to our online based education with an added flavor of flipped learning. Talking about the industry connect education link, the IoT, that is the Internet of Things, what was 5 years down the line is now, from the education point of view, coming with an idea of IFT rather, that is Internet for Teaching, and therefore a new teaching learning process. Of course, Industry Connect, the magnetic mission of Maharashtra is also on its way. While I was working with the foreign university, I always wondered why there are an extensive emphasis on the computer usage and learning rather than restricted to four-wall learning. Accordingly, I suppose there would be a reformation in the draft of the NEP, that is the National Education Policy, that has been submitted to the government. Weavingly, the NBA evaluation perspectives would also expectedly get reformed. Of course, Dr. K.K. Agarwal, sir, would also throw some more lights on this issue. My dear friends, this COVID has struck us and affected all sectors of life. There's a share by Bashir Bak. कोई हाथ भी ना मिलाएगा जो गले से मिलोगे तपाक से, ये नए मिजाज का शहर है, जरा फासले से मिला करो. It has this COVID. It has no barriers, requires no passports and no visa to enter any country or anybody. Education sector is worstly affected, and as the South African saying says, that to slow down the progress of any nation, you need to involve that country, but you need not invade that country. attack its education policy. We, being the academicians, becomes our prime duty to take utmost care of the future of our students' fraternity. Our contribution, therefore, as a faculty should be looked in as crossing all the borders and reach the unreached through such seminars as IET's mission. Doing this, we need to focus on significant areas like agriculture sector, women empowerment, and harnessing the societal needs. I hope the deliberations in these coming 2 days would bring about the details of the seminar topic. I, as chairman of TPPC, to the young ISF students who would be presenting their tomorrow. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. We welcome you again for the event. I feel honored to introduce President IETE New Delhi, Dr. J.W. Bakal, sir. Professor Dr. J.W. Bakal is presently working as a principal, Shivajirao Zonal College of Engineering, Dombivli. He is also appointed as a director in charge of School of Engineering and Applied Sciences by University of Mumbai, Kalyan. He has MTech and PhD in computer engineering and has got 32 years of industry and academia experience. He has published more than 100 papers in international journals and international conferences and several papers at national conferences. He has 7 patents on his credit and more in process. He was Chairman Board of Studies of Information Technology and Computer Engineering and also the member Board of Studies in MCA for University of Mumbai. He is also a PG and PhD guide in University of Mumbai and he has guided 8 PhD research students and more than 50 master students. He was a member of Academic Council, Research and Recognition Committee of University of Mumbai. This year, Vice Chancellor appointed him as a Chairman, Board of Studies, Computer Science and member RRC. He is very much actively involved in the development of IETE Mumbai Center. He has served IETE Mumbai Center as a Chairman, Vice Chairman and Honorary Secretary for more than 8 years. During his tenure as an Honorary Secretary of IETE Mumbai Center, the center has got its own premises at the heart of the city in Chembur, Mumbai. He has also received prestigious B.R. Batra Award of IETE New Delhi and National Award for Achievement in Education Excellence by NEHRDO, New Delhi. He is a member in many technical professional bodies such as a Fellow of IETE, member IE Kolkata, member International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology Singapore, member IEEE USA and many more. He was a member, co-chair and chairman of different boards and committees of Governing Council IETE. He was also the Vice President of IETE for the term 18-19 and now he is President of IETE. We thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and joining us for the event. Now, I request you to please address the gathering. Over to you, Bakal, sir.
Thank you, Mansi.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman, Honorable Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, sir, Chairman, NBA, Dr. K.T. Reddy, IPP, IET India, Professor S.K. Khedkar, Vice President IET, Dr. Ajay Thakre, Chairman TPPC IET, Dr. Nilesh Kasak, IET Zonal Mentor, West Zone, Dr. Baban Rinde, Chairman IET Navi Mumbai, Dr. Mansi Subedar, Honorary Secretary IET Navi Mumbai, Honorable Dr. Milind Pandey, Professor Pro Vice Chancellor MIT WPU Pune, Dr. M.S. Ali, Principal, Professor Ram Meghe, College of Engineering and Management, Badne Ramrauti, Dr. Farooq Kazi, Dean Research, Development and Consultancy and HOD Electrical, VJTI Mumbai, Chairman Board of Studies, Electronics and Telecommunication, University of Mumbai, Dr. Abhay Kumar S. Wayal, Associate Professor, Civil Engineering, VJTI Mumbai, Dr. P.D. Gawande, Associate Professor, Sipna Engineering College and Technology, Amravati, members of the Governing Council, chairpersons and EC members of all IT centers of West Zone, corporate members, and my dear students. It is indeed a matter of immense pleasure to address you all today as a President IETE on this very significant occasion of IETE's West Zone Seminar and ISF Congress on the theme Outcome-Based Education, OBE. Every year, IETE organizes at its headquarters and 63 centers across the country a series of technical seminars, conferences, symposiums, and lectures for the benefit of its corporate and student members. However, this year, the persisting pandemic has made us alter our trend, and we have started holding all events electronically. It is rightly said that every crisis paves a way for opportunity. The present crisis also presents opportunity for more sophisticated and flexible use of technology and less polarization. In the era of globalization, traditional education system is losing its relevance. In today's world, everything changes very rapidly and continuously. More skills are required to work with very fast developing technology. The educational institution should produce graduates to cope up with the technological development. Thus, to overcome the requirement, it is mandatory to shift from traditional education system to outcome-based education. Success at education institute level is of limited benefit unless learners are equipped to transfer academic success to life in a complex, challenging, high technology future. However, it may not be feasible, neither advisable, to throw away the traditional approaches all of a sudden, but this should be used as a means towards implementing outcome-based education. Educators should change or improve their way of instructing and assessing the learner's work. Affiliating universities should frame the curriculum, student assessing system, and teaching methodologies in such a way that students should realize the importance of OBE system. I congratulate IETE Navi Mumbai Center for picking up such a relevant theme and also appreciate the endeavors of Dr. Baban Rinde, Convener and Chairman IETE Navi Mumbai, Dr. Mansi Subedar, Honorary Secretary Navi Mumbai, and EC members of Navi Mumbai Center for their untiring efforts for making this seminar a grand success. As the President, IETE and Chief Patron of the seminar, I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers and participants of today's event. With such an exclusive panel of keynote speakers, I am confident that deliberation today will bring out an extensive variety of innovative and best practices through which the institution can transform the education system towards quality improvement. I hope that all the participants and the academicians shall be benefited by this seminar in their field of higher education and will work positively for the vibrant functioning of the OBE and the process of assessment and accreditation at large. Thank you very much. Word to Mansi.
Thank you, sir. Without your support and guidance, it would have not been possible for us to host this seminar online in these circumstances. I really thank you and IETE headquarters on behalf of IETE Navi Mumbai Center for supporting us, for guiding us, and for motivating us to host this seminar on digital platform. Moving forward, we are extremely privileged to have Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, as our chief guest. And he has been very kind in honoring us by accepting our invitation. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal, sir. We welcome you, sir, for the event and thank you for accepting our invitation. Let me take a minute to introduce our chief guest, Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal. He has obtained his Bachelor of Engineering degree from Punjab University and Master's degree from NIT Kurukshetra. Later, he did his PhD also from NIT Kurukshetra. After a distinguished service of 27 years at NIT Kurukshetra, Professor Agrawal served as a Pro Vice Chancellor GJU HISA for a period of 3 years, and then as a founder Vice Chancellor of GGS Indraprastha University, Delhi for a period of 10 years. He has been President of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers for the period 2002 to 2004. Also, President, Computer Society of India from 2007 to 2009 and President of Southeast Asia Regional Computer Confederation from 2008 to 2010. Professor Agrawal has also published 400 papers in reputed journals, and about 50% of these are in international journals. He has been widely consulted by the industry, most notable being his contribution towards the reliability analysis of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. Professor Agrawal was conferred the Honorary Fellowship by Broadcast Society of India. He was decorated with Lifetime Achievement Award by IETE and also by Computer Society of India. Professor Agrawal has been associated with NBA in various capacities since its inception and was chairman EAC before taking over as a chairman NBA on 14th January 2019. We are really glad to have you here, sir. Once again, I thank you for honoring us by accepting our invitation. I request Professor Dr. K.K. Agrawal to please address the gathering. Over to you, Agrawal, sir. Please unmute, sir. Yeah, thank you.
President of IETE, Professor Bakal, the chairman of the Navi Mumbai Center, Dr. Baban Rinde, immediate past chairman, Dr. Sudhakar Mande, West Zone mentor, Dr. Nilesh Kasset, chairman TPCC, Dr. Ajay Thakre, all the members of the governing body and the governing body of the Navi Mumbai Center and the honorary secretary, Dr. Mansi Sudura, for organizing this very important seminar for the first time in the history of IETE online. IETE has been conducting zonal seminars almost since inception, but for the first time, we have been pushed to conduct it virtually. And not only IETE seminar, I think almost the whole world has been pushed to move to virtual platforms. When it comes to education, more than 1.5 billion children all over the world, 1.57 billion children are outside their schools, colleges, universities to get educated at their respective homes. In India alone, 33 crore children are out of their schools, colleges, and universities to get educated. And I think it's an opportunity for all of us in telecom engineering to pat ourselves that it is the telecommunication revolution which has made it possible that the work is still going on. If the telecom infrastructure would not have been to that extent, it would have been a very difficult situation to handle. So it's a proud day for IETE, and as Dr. Bakal said, to convert challenges into opportunities. I think this is a very right time for IETE to cover whatever we lost in the past for whatever reasons and bring ourselves to the national relevance and convince everybody in the country that here is an institution which comprises of such a large number of committed, dedicated telecommunication engineers who are prepared to do anything for the country without a single penny. I think this signal has to go very strongly, and let us get an opportunity to help the country in the process. First of all, I will like to congratulate Dr. Bakal on my own behalf for getting the second term as president, because I, of course, individually have always believed there must be a 2-year term, but irrespective of that, I think Dr. Bakal, rest 1.5 year, you must be in a position to encash the situation in the favor of telecom engineers in the country. I am sure you told me that you're trying to set up a virtual university for IETE. My best wishes for that. And I think again that this may be the rightest opportunity for us to be able to sell the concept of the university. All along, the bodies in this country have been against distance education, against online education, as not a replacement of face-to-face education. I agree to a good extent that this is not a replacement of face-to-face education, but it's a good method of alternative education. This is now proved. Earlier we were saying it, now it stands proven on the ground. And therefore, a university run and managed by IET professionals could be a proposal which could find some merit to the decision takers in the country. And I think all of you in the Exicom should proceed very strongly on this. I'm happy to see Dr. Nilesh Kasat and Dr. Ajay Thakre. These two young colleagues could, by their respectful affections, even pull me away from Delhi to Amravati in their college, and convince me how Amravati, which I started as a sub-center when I was the president, has come out to be a most vibrating center in the country. So I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you all in the Amravati Center for making it happen in association with Navi Mumbai Center. Friends,
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, when Dr. Bakal told me that I should be a part of this seminar, I obviously cannot say no, because once a president of IET, you are a past president forever. So therefore, your affiliation cannot go away, and you have to say. But more than that is the feasibility of having done this because of the telecommunication infrastructure that we are able to do it virtually. I mean, I'm a chief guest in Navi Mumbai at 10 o'clock. Then I'm chief guest in Bikaner at 3 o'clock. Then I'm chief guest in New Delhi at 4 o'clock. Now, this would not have been possible had there been no virtual platforms. I could have been only at one place. But then this virtual platform, although I again repeat, not a match to face-to-face platform perfectly, but has given us opportunity that you can participate, you can interact with a lot, and so on and so forth. So I think it's the best opportunity for us. Second thing which I thought I must participate here is, first of all, you are able to get, as I hear, 1,000+ registrations. In any face-to-face seminar in IETE, gone are the days when we could think of thousands. Face-to-face, we sometimes find it even difficult to have 200, 300, 400. Yes, there was a golden era when we could have a very large number, but 1,000+ registrations is possible only because we are online, and the team could work very cohesively and to attract people towards this. So that's a multiplication of benefit, multiplication of advantage, which goes to a large number of people. And my congratulations to all of you in the executive committee at the center as well as at the Navi Mumbai Center. Having said that, another reason for me to be here was that the topic is my current job. When you say outcome-based education, as Chairman National Board of Accreditation, this is the area which I talk about, which I dream about, which I sleep with, which I drink with all the time. Because, well, it is a fact that outcome-based education was almost thrust upon India when we wanted to become a member of the Washington Accord. When we wanted to become a member of the Washington Accord, they said that you have to go to outcome-based education. This was about 8 years ago. But we had an option that we could have gone to outcome-based education only in tier 1 engineering colleges. But then we decided consciously we will go to outcome-based education all across the board. In our entire engineering education, pharmacy education, management education, architecture education, tier 1 colleges, tier 2 colleges, because we were convinced that outcome-based education is the education of the future. Because the focus is shifted, your mindset is shifted. Your entire thrust is what you are producing. Your thrust is not what you are teaching. That is the whole philosophy. It has to be seen as a mindset change, not as a different manual. You don't really believe that if I teach these 40 courses, I am guaranteed to get a good electronics engineer, or I am guaranteed to get a computer science engineer. No. Our process is completely reversed. To produce a good electronics and telecom engineer, or to produce a good computer science engineer, engineer must have these 12 graduate attributes plus some program specific attributes. And it is for us teachers to work backwards to make sure that it is possible to be achieved. I have always said, I mean, if I buy a piece of cloth and go to a good tailor and send him my measurements by WhatsApp, I'm not guaranteed to get a good suit. I'm able to get a good suit only and only if he keeps outcome in mind. If he really looks at me, takes measurement from his perspective and then stitches it. Recipe is there in every book, but everybody does not use the same recipe to give us the same dish. It tastes different. So that is outcome-based education. It's not the recipe which is important, it's the dish which is important. So that's how very crudely I put it, outcome-based education. What we produce at the end of the 4-year degree is important. What we teach, what is there in our labs, how many teachers we have. Please pardon me, in Board of Accreditation, we still count teachers and books and everything. But ultimately, at the end of the day, all this will have to go. Our philosophy would be, if I am able to produce really desirable engineers, that's the end of the day. How do we do it? Is not very important. So that transition is still going on. We are still maybe halfway through, but it has to come. So we believe that outcome-based education will be very important. I firstly thought I'll take few minutes to talk about outcome-based education, but when I found 5 excellent speakers who have to follow me today and tomorrow, and I must congratulate the organizers to give them 1.5 hours each. Because, in seminars, what we say, please talk in 10 minutes and go away. Now, that is not a lecture. But these 5 full good length talks on the same topic I'm sure, will leave the audience much better aware of outcome-based education. And I've heard of most of these in some form or the other dealing with the NBA. That I compliment the organizers with the choice, and I thank the 5 speakers on my own behalf of also as chairman NBA to spread the cause of outcome-based education in a very meaningful way and take it forward. So I'm sure at the end of the day, you all registered people will be much better off. Please remember, house is made up of bricks and stones. That's a fact. But a heap of stones and bricks does not make a house. Education and process-based education. You say, well, this house required 20,000 bricks. Here are 20,000 bricks. So why it is not a house? Well, it's not a house. You will have to make it a house which requires much more than bricks or stones or mortar or whatever. You can make out a temple from the same bricks. You can make out an educational institution from the same bricks, a house from the same bricks, maybe a nonsense dwelling from the same bricks. So outcome is important, not the processes alone. So I thought I'll just convey this one signal that I believe out of these 1,000 registrations, most of it or larger number of it will be the faculty of the engineering institutions. So my request would be, whether you are teaching science or humanities or other engineering subject or a core subject of your branch or departmental elective or open elective, whether you are taking a lecture or a tutorial or a project or a seminar or whatever, please keep in mind that whenever you're taking an hour with the students, you have to ask yourself a question at the end of this hour: why did I teach this today? If you are able to answer this question, finally leading to the answer, well, this lecture of mine will prove him or her to be a better engineer at the end of the 4 years, then only your answer, then your lecture is justified. I have one very simple test for this. For example, I was just, because I normally address all sorts of engineers, but today because I was talking to telecom engineers, I thought for example, when you start teaching diodes, it's a very elementary subject which all of us do in first course on electronics. You must be able to configure in your mind at least, when I teach them diodes, he'll be able to make rectifiers. From rectifiers, he'll be able to make power supplies. From digital power supplies, he'll be able to make study microprocessors and microcontrollers, and that will take him to digital instrumentation, which is the need of electronics engineering. If I teach him, say, differential calculus, I'm teaching him differential calculus because that will help him to learn integral calculus. From integral calculus, he will be able to solve differential equations. If he learns to solve differential equations, then only he will be able to really analyze RLC circuits. And if he's able to analyze RLC circuits, then only he will be able to design samplers, hold circuits, ADC, and all that, and lead to all communication system design. So outcome-based education, according to me, is not coming. You may not repeat this flow chart to the student every day, but yes, tell him once a while. Basic problem of engineering colleges is that most of the first year or so, a student doesn't understand that he is becoming an engineer. He all the time feels, why is he being taught chemistry? Why is he being taught physics? Why is he being taught mathematics? Have I come to an engineering college? Many of them even lose interest there, and that is single reason why all of you find that the results of first year in engineering are poorest in the country all over. Because the student is completely demotivated. I came to study engineering, and what the hell they are teaching me. So we have to connect, and this connection is very, very important. That's a foolproof test according to me. Then when it comes to outcome-based assessment, you must remember, if I am asking the student to answer this question, which graduate attribute I am asking him to attack? If you are not able to draw that flow chart, examination system loses meaning in outcome-based assessment. If I am asking him to prove something, I must be able to connect to which graduate attribute I am able to do that. So once you are able to keep these two in mind, I am very sure outcome-based education will be very effective. Our teachers, by and large, have always responded to the situation. Online education is one such scenario. Overnight, almost overnight, everybody started teaching online, which I think no country in the world can even believe. So we can rise to the occasion. We have to prepare ourselves a little bit, and I'm sure we should be able to do that. Friends, before I close, because you plan to have a very short organization inaugural session, but before I close, let me tell you one thing. Country in the new policy of education is going to have several accreditation agencies. NBA and NAC will not be the only two agencies. There may be several agencies coming up. What will be the modalities? When will it happen? I really do not know at the moment. At this platform, Dr. Bakal is here, other executive members are here. I will request and advise to keep in mind, whenever the need arises, can IET pitch itself for one of the accrediting agencies?
Yes.
In due course of time. But do not be caught unawares, sleeping, because private people will submit proposals in one and we will be lacking. So please, whether it works out or not is immaterial, but please keep it in mind, because we are really capable of doing it. Our professional engineers, selfless workers, highest level of integrity would be an ideal accreditation body. Let's try to work in that direction, and keep in mind, if the country ever requires us to go in for accreditation, we will serve the country. I think that will be a service to nation, to all engineering society, and maybe you can even think of joining hands with other professional bodies to make a complete set, not only electronics and computers, and that could be a great. So I thought I'll convey to you. With this, I once again thank you very much for permitting me to be a part of this great function, and compliment you all, in particular the Navi Mumbai Center, who is the sort of a nodal agency for doing it, and Dr. Bakal for leading their efforts. Thank you very much and wish you all the best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sir. Your presence and gentle words are really a source of encouragement for all of us. We really will work hard to reach the expectation to keep our students as an active learner. I really feel really this, due to this pandemic, since we are organizing the event online, we could have we are able to get so many participations, and this will be a good opportunity for all of us to learn and have a good experience over the next 2 days. Thank you once again, sir, for accepting our invitation and blessing us with your presence. I, Dr. Manasi Subedar, thank you on behalf of entire Navi Mumbai Center. Now, I request Dr. Sudhakar Mande, immediate past chairman, IETE Navi Mumbai Center, present vote of thanks. Over to you, Mande, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mansi ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Good morning to one and all. Sudhakar Mande, immediate past chairman, IIT Navi Mumbai, and professor and IQAC coordinator at Don Bosco Institute of Technology, Mumbai.
He is also a PhD supervisor at University of Pune, TMB Pune, DPU Pune, RTMNU Nagpur. He has authored a world-class textbook on mobile communication with a core focus on Indian telecom ecosystem. The title of the book is Next Generation Mobile Communication, Mobile Infra Technology, Management and Data. It's a publication by McGraw-Hill Education. He has published more than 50 research papers in international conferences and journals, including IEEE. He has been awarded with accredited management teacher in the area of management of technology and innovation by All India Management Association, New Delhi. He has received the Best Business School Leadership Award for the prestigious 19th Devang Mehta Business School Awards 2011, Mumbai. He has been awarded for recognizing excellence in education in Concern 2012 by ASSOs and Balabharti Academy, New Delhi. He has got numerous awards on his name. The list go on. He has also delivered more than 20 talks on business management, mobile technology, etc. across the globe. He has visited 15 foreign countries for technology transfer and university collaborations. He is also a brand ambassador for Digital India campaign. He is a core team member for Smart Hackathon 2017, MIT Group of Institutions, Pune. He is also a joint secretary, organizing committee, World Parliament 2018. Currently, he is working as a Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT World Peace University, Pune. We welcome you, sir, for the session. I request you to start the session. Over to you, Milind sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk to the IETE. I will take this opportunity to thank you, the IETE West Zone ISF Congress, the IETE Navi Mumbai chapter. I was listening to the inaugural function, and I delighted to hear all the speakers, particularly what Dr. Agrawal has said. Let me start with, I would like to thank Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Bakal, Dr. Thakre, Dr. Kasat, and my very good friend, Dr. Rinde sir, the chairman of IETE Mumbai chapter. And because of him, I am at your screen to share my views. Of course, to Dr. Mansi, Dr. Sudhakar Mande, and every one of you. I would like to start with this presentation on OBE. Let me share my screen first. Am I audible and whether my screen is visible?
You are audible, sir. The screen is not visible.
Just hold for a second. I will just do it.
Sure, sir.
It's his screen only. Whatever is visible is his screen only.
Just pin the presentation window. Mandar sir, can you please help?
Mandar sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Milind sir.
Yes, I am doing. Just hold for a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible, sir. Visible.
Visible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
F5.
Full screen, sir. Full screen.
No, sir. We want presentation screen. Milind sir.
Yeah.
Switch to your presentation. Switch to your presentation. You need not to open this window. Minimize this.
Minimize, sir.
तुमचं प्रेझेंटेशनच ऑन करा सर. मिलिंद सर. हां, येस. तुमची प्रेझेंटेशन विंडोज ओपन राहू दे. तुम्ही ही विंडोजला काही करू नका.
Yes, is it open now?
येस
Yes,
सर.
sir.
फक्त F5 करून प्रेझेंटेशन मोड मध्ये त्याला हे करा. स्लाइड शो.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Perfect, sir.
Okay.
Thank
So
you, sir.
my video is also, I'm visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So welcome you again for this OBE, nurturing the Indian talent. Let me start with what our Prime Minister has said. He said IT plus IT is equal to IT. And it's a very surprising why he is saying like this. But then we categorically said information technology plus Indian talent is equal to India tomorrow. And is how to nurture this Indian talent with the help of outcome-based education. That is the talk, or that is what I would like to share my views. My friends, let me tell you, this is not the informative session. This is the transformative session. At the end of this session, you'll find what are those things we must follow for getting into the accreditation process. Let me quote Dr. Agrawal. After many webinars, I heard a very good insight. He also shared that IET University, it's a very good concept. Very good concept. The Washington Accord, he spoke about the Tier 1, Tier 2. The education of the future is OBE, and what I like most important is the OBE is the product defines process. The product, how your student is performing into the market, that decides how you processed him through the 4 year of his engineering degree. So product defines process. It's not the other way around. The process defines the product. He made a very good example of tailor and dish is important and not recipe. And I heard a very good insight from the none other than the chairman of National Board of Accreditation. In the inaugural session itself, I heard quite a good share in Hindi and I liked it and I attempted to say. So very important is तू अपनी जमी अपना आकाश पैदा कर, तू अपनी जमी अपना आकाश पैदा कर, तू अपने लिए नया इतिहास पैदा कर. मांगने से खुशी किसी को नहीं मिलती, मांगने से खुशी किसी को नहीं मिलती, तो अपने हर कदम पर विश्वास पैदा कर. And my friends, this is creating a faith is very, very important, very, very important. So this is the outcome-based education nurturing the Indian talent. I welcome all the participants for this transformative discussion on the OBE. So Peter Drucker has rightly said the best way to predict the future is to create it. And we all professors and we all faculties, teachers, we are here to predict the future of the next generation. This is my short profile. Thank you, Dr. Mansi. To my credit, 2 PhDs and 2 postdocs. And got the opportunity to work with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab on his concept called PURA, the providing urban opportunities to rural area. Whatever the best is urban, how we can transform it to the rural. It may be the best practices in education, the best practices in health, the best practices in agriculture, whatever is the best in urban, how we can transform it to the rural. And then he worked on it. He wrote one book called Targeted 3 Billions. And today's what we call the digital India is nothing but the advanced version of what Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab mentioned in his book called Targeted 3 Billion. I got the opportunity to work with him. And he said the 3 types of connectivities are required for empowerment of the Indian population, Indian education. There's a physical connectivity, electronic connectivity, and knowledge connectivity. And this was his vision for 2020. And let me tell you, with the help of this digital India, we are realizing his vision. Through the National Knowledge Network, more than 993 institutions got connected. More than 7 lakh villages got connected. National Optic Fiber Network, and we are about to realize this vision. So another, the concept in OBE called the skill-based education. The skill-based education, my friends, there are sector councils, there the separate government, separate ministry called NSDC, National Development Corporation. There are more than 52 sectors councils. There is a sector skill council called Telecom Sector Skill Council, which is majorly focusing on to the telecom engineers, telecom jobs, and the future of telecommunication. I visited various universities, but let me start. The education is for very human being on earth, and if they change, we educators need to change. And this statement is very, very true in this horrible corona situation, this pandemic. We educators need to change. And how we are changing? My friends, we are moving from e-learning to B-learning. That is the e-learning to blended learning. The blended learning we started using, but as Dr. Agrawal rightly said, we forced, and we maybe amongst the few countries who adopted this learning, e-learning so fast. Let me tell you, the technology cannot replace the teacher, but the teacher who don't get hands-on this technology may be replaced by those who got that hands-on. So my appeal to every one of you, all my participants, all my beloved participants, please get hands-on these new technologies, new skills. I'm mentioning the IT plus IT is equal to IT, the Indian talent and information technology is equal to India tomorrow. OBE, the Washington Accord he mentioned, the India the agreement signed by India into the Washington Accord, and we have started following the accreditation process. The tier 1 accreditation process is equal to the international accreditation process, the ABET. There are so many accreditation bodies. He rightly said there will be in the future, there will be too many accrediting bodies, not only NBA, NAC. The government is about to change. They also started speaking about what are those new bodies, what are those new dimensions given to the accreditation agency. Already that has been mentioned in the National Education Policy. The Higher Education Promotion Commission, the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, that will be the one, National Accreditation Council, Higher Education Grants Council, General Education Council, and they will define the academic standards. My friend, the future of the education and education of the future. What is that education of the future? That will be depending upon this 8 technology called A, B, C, D, A, R, A, I. If you integrate, we are talking of Industry 4.0, we are talking of Education 4.0 also. What do you mean by Education 4.0? If you make an integration of this technology in your day-to-day teaching learning process, called ABCD, artificial intelligence, all the bots, social bots, artificial intelligence, blockchain, cyber, cloud. People started talking of cloud on campus. People started talking of digital twin for the better understanding, better teaching learning process. When I said ABCD is the AI, blockchain, cyber, cloud, the data sciences. I said AR, AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, extended reality. And this is going to be the future of the education. R, that is robotics, A, analytics, and I is IoT, Internet of Things, Internet of all things, Internet of everything. And people started talking of GIoT, that is the green IoT, the impact of various machines, how we can reduce that, and that is called green IoT. And when we say the OBE, outcome-based education, what are those students? They are getting admitted to each and every institutions. My friends, they are of the type of C, D, E, F. You said, Professor Pandey, ये क्या लगा दिया आपने सबरे सबरे बस आप वो बस तो गिनती करा रहे हैं A, B, C, D. But that is the way you can remember. It's a C, D, E, F. C, the students who are getting admitted into your institution is they are campus oriented. C stands for campus. The which companies with the highest package, whether Microsoft is coming to your campus or not, they are campus oriented students. With that mind only they are taking admission to your institutions. The D are a degree bundling. I want to go for MTech, MS, MPharm, MBA. They thought of degree bundling, appearing for the various conditions. E, that is the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs. The student entering into the class with the entrepreneurial mind, and my friends, these are only 0.1% of the total population. And A for freelancer, wherever you want, whatever, if company comes, they will opt for a company. If the good opportunity comes, they start for higher education or whatever they want. The entire focus now or Atmanirbhar Bharat is moving around this called E, entrepreneurial. And the outcome-based education, I mean, we need to see how many incubators you have, how many accelerators program you are doing, how to measure the outcome-based education, how many students have started their own. We want to produce job dene wala chahiye, job lene wala nahi chahiye. So that is what the e-learning to be learning. And my friends, again, I was talking of the NSDC and skill, and our APJ Abdul Kalam also mentioned, and PM Narendra Modi Sahab also mentioned that 3S that is required for the skilling India, for the OBE, outcome-based education. We need to imbibe them with the skills. And skills, the scale, speed, and skill. These are the 3S. What is scale? Scale means that skill. I was mentioning the TSSC, Telecom Sector Skill Council, all the jobs related to the 4G, 3G, the telecom engineers, the network engineers. Those, they should not be only 60 of the class. They should be the 6 lakhs, 6 crores at the rate of speed, not into the 4 years. They can be in the limited hours of 60 hours, 120 hours, 240 hours, 360 hours. They should be well trained on the different skills. And here is the concept, education 4.0. education 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and I'm relating this with the OBE. When we say the education 1.0, that will goes to the back in the Indian education system, the old Prachin Bharatiya Shikshan Paddhati. The Guru Shishya Parampara called one Guru and limited Shishyas. And Guru is giving a knowledge, one-to-one learning, personalized learning, focused learning, and the outcome of that learning. See the examples of OBE in the ancient era, the Panini, the legacy of Indian civilization. The Sanskrit grammarian gave a comprehensive and scientific theory of phonetics, phonology, and morphology. This is nothing but the outcome-based education, the kind of education delivered. I said the product defines the process. The charaka, the charak, the understanding of biological change, cause-effect relationship, the Sushruta, the pioneer of surgical tradition, the Kautilya, the Artha Shastra, the Aryabhatta, who gave the concept of zero to the entire world. He was an Indian, and they were all from the Takshashila, Nalanda, these all the universities of those days. Varaha Mihir, the Pancha Siddhanta, the moon and the planets are lustrous, not because of their own light, but due to sunlight, the first in the 587 AD. Nagarjuna, then Bhaskaracharya, the arithmetic and astronomy. My friends, the ancient knowledge and scholarship can help us to rediscover our own roots by tracing the history and philosophy of Indian medicine. So this is just a glimpse indicating the intellectual legacy of Indian civilization. So we should not to हमको उसको गर्व नहीं करना चाहिए. What is the best from the past and what the best we can do as far as the OBE is concerned. The outcome of system of the value-based education, the national education policy is focusing on value-based system, and that is very, very important. The value-based universal education system at universities and colleges and its methods are threefold. What this OBE stands for, we want, with the help of this OBE, our students, they will be professionally sound, socially responsible, and spiritually aware. In this pandemic, we want our students, they should practice the meditation, yoga, prayers. In this horrifying situation, the balance, the role of a teacher. Nowadays, in this, how the teacher will play an important role in OBE. Again, I will go back to the roots of the Indian education system. What was now we are talking of the lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, reader, and professor. That's all. Lecturer to professor, that is the journey. और जो भी नया ज्वाइन हो जाता है हम उसको तुरंत प्रोफेसर कह देते हैं. How much it is correct? But then the one category we are describe the each and everyone, that is called professor, and the distinction further, as I said, the assistant, associate, or full professor. But the ancient Indian tradition system, they're remarkable, given this define the role of teachers with the help of unique titles, and you will be surprised. If somebody want, please note it down. The teacher who merely gives information is designated as Adhyapak. The one who imparts knowledge combined with information is Upadhyay. And one who also imparts skills in addition to the knowledge and information called Acharya. And the one who is able to give deep insights in specialized subject is known as Pandit. And the one who brings visionary views, promotes critical thinking, is known as Drashta. कई बार हम बोलते हैं कि ये बहुत द्रष्टा आदमी है. The highest level of teacher, my friend, is the Guru, who is able to awaken wisdom and liberate peoples from darkness to light. And that is that person called Guru. As I said, when education 1.0, it all was the Gurukul system. And today what we are calling as the Kula Guru system. See the beauty of the words. Gurukul system and Kula Guru system. Every system has its own advantages, disadvantages. The education was about educing the latent capacities and potentialities of the people concerned, and that was the Gurukul. My friends, let us quickly see what is that Gurukul and Kulaguru. In Gurukul, it is all the master-disciple relationship, the ethical growth, the compassion, the contentment, and the most important in Gurukula was the curiosity and creativity. And in Kulguru system, it is all the teacher-student requisite, the technical expertise, and the imitation. Instead of curiosity and creativity, it is just the imitation in the Kulguru system. My friends, as I was mentioning, the A, B, C, D, AR, AI, the future of education is the blended pedagogy, the e-learning to B-learning. The current silos, the campus-based correspondence, this will slowly disappear. The fertileness to offer education of this mode will be intensely realized. The future of education and pedagogies can be best built on the 4 stages. Again, I am talking of education 4.0, very nicely developed, and that focuses the OBE, that is outcome-based education. See how nicely developed. We call the future of education the blended pedagogy. In the roots of our Indian education system, that's called ADIDI, the information and theory. This is about gathering information and learning theory. And in current, when I said blended, that has been exclusively with MOOCs, Swayam Prabha, the EDX, Open to Learn, Coursera, and this may require teacher as a facilitator. The second step they call both, the understanding and analysis. This is about gaining knowledge, deeper awareness, understanding principles, theory, and analysis. Again, this can be attempted by the students through assisted learning with MOOCs, and this requires social robots and teacher as mentors, and that is the role of a teacher in future as a facilitator. Social robots, making extensive use of AI in teaching learning process, facilitating the students to arrive at the method, at the process, acharan, the performance and practice. This is how using acquired knowledge, testing principles, experiencing and practicing. And this involve the intensive interaction between student and teacher. Performance and practice, the various Smart India hackathons, the various competitions, the robotics competitions, the Robocon, and so many things. Whatever we learned, how we can do the acharan of it, acharan, and pracharan, that is propagation and preaching. Community-based learning. See, the old ancient system spoke that time about the community-based learning. The internship, apprenticeship, seminars, and presentations. My friends, the time has come where we need to adopt this augmented reality, 3D printing, IoT, robots, virtual reality, blockchain. Are we prepared for this? This is the future of education, and these are the top 6 digital trends in education when we are talking about the OBE. The extensive use of AR, VR. How will be the classroom set of devices of the future? What are those classrooms will be well equipped with? Can we ask again the 60 students sitting together in this pandemic situation, the redesigning of the learning spaces, the using artificial intelligence, the personalized learning. Let me tell you, education 1.0, the education 2.0 is when printing press got invented, when the ink got invented, the new era started called education 2.0. When I say education 3.0, this era, printing press got ended in 1990 and new era started, education 3.0, when WWW came into the existence, World Wide Web, and that gave a different dimension to the education. As we are speaking only about the education. WWW, the online teaching, the PPTs, distance learning, online learning. And when I say the education, this era again got ended, education 3.0 in 2018, and new era started. And that is called the personalized learning, learning through machines and intelligent learning. As I was mentioning the example in a classroom, the capacities and capabilities of each student is very different. one teacher cannot understand what is the understanding capacity of the other students. Assume that one person is very good into the 4x4, but other is struggling into 16x16. These machines, the learning through machines, the brain to machine interface, all the wearable technologies, the belt, the professor will come to know on the screen that this boy is struggling in 16x16. He will go to him, hold his hand and explaining him how the 16x16, the process, how to do that process. And this is called the personalized learning, learning through machines and intelligent learning. And my friends, the gamification, that is the learning through games, the gamification, that is also, and this is what the future. The OBE strives to develop student with innovation in head, compassion in the heart, and passion in the belly. And this is what the purpose of outcome-based education. I was listening to Dr. Agrawal, and he said, why did I teach this? The diode, the rectifier, the microprocessor, microcontroller, and leading to the instrumentation. And this, why did I teach this? This is calculate what is the PEO, what is the PO, what is the PSO, and what is the CO, what is the course outcome, program specific outcome. My friends, the flow chart for this OBE is very, very important, but the ultimate aim, how we can develop the students with the innovation in head. We want all that complete education, the compassion in the heart and passion in the belly. The next generation has to be like this. The days gone. In 90s, again, I'm referring to the CDEF, the boy or the girl, they are taking admission to your institution. On earlier days, it was on the percentage basis. If I score 99%, I will get admission into the XYZ engineering college. Then it went on to the number of placements and highest packages. What the best package offered by which institutions, the student will run after that institution. And in this, and again directly related with the OBE, that number of startup initiated by the students, product development or innovation by the student, the incubation support to the students under research projects, program funded, consultancy by incubator. My friends, these are the topics which measures the outcome, direct outcome, the direct impact. Again, let me tell you, this OBE is the development of the student's character. When I said the value-based education, the national education policy largely speaking on this, introducing the holistic development of the student, the development of students' character, and transforming of their hearts, and not just the training to the mind. And that is what the national education policy is focusing, the transforming their hearts. And that's why this OBE is very, very. Let me quickly take you through the various institutions. Why I'm telling this, I will tell you. Higher education data. Again, this all statistics is concerned with the outcome-based education. The institution, 53,620. The total teachers in higher education, 14+ lakhs. Students, 3.50 crores. Total universities as of now 993, colleges 41,901, that is close to 42,000, and standalone institution 10,000. The teachers in universities 1.5 lakhs, the colleges close to 11 lakhs, the standalones 1.47 lakhs, and the students, the university students 69.46, colleges 2.60, and standalone 20.23. If you see the graph, in 2016-17, the colleges, they rose to the peak and again fall down. Student enrollment, the maximum students 79.70, that is the undergraduate, and the rest we can calculate as a diploma, then postgraduate, integrated, and these are the various streams where there are students taking admission. This is the bird eye view of the Indian education system, the art, commerce, agriculture, engineering, education. And you will be surprised, my friends, 35.9% students of the total populations, they are opting for the arts, humanities, social science. 16.5% opting for the science, 14.1% for the commerce, and 13.5% for engineering and technology. And today we are talking of the outcome-based education of those students of the engineering and technology. Similar case for the teachers also. The lecturer and assistant professors, 69.2%. The professors, temporary teacher, reader and associate professors, and the tutors, 5.2%. There are various universities, and how many institutions accredited by NBA and NAC? The universities, the colleges. So very few colleges where the NAC has gone for. Lot of colleges left for the NBA also. Was mentioning the man making and character building is the basic motto of education, and expansion of mind and expansion of heart is the purpose of education. I said Dr. Agrawal rightly mentioned about the National Education Policy 2019. In addition to all other parameters, they are highly focusing on value-based education, high quality research and innovation, and vocational and skill development education. How to get this high quality research and innovation? So, outcome-based accreditation. What is the outcome-based accreditation? Accreditation done by the agency on the basis of output of higher education institute. Outcome-based accreditation will focus on evaluation of outcomes of the courses or program offered by HEI through input and output criteria. The OBA is following the concept CASH, K-A-S-H, that is knowledge, attitude, skill, and good habit among the students. And this outcome-based accreditation will drive the quality of higher education institutions with students' achievement. My friend, this outcome-based accreditation has trifurcated into student-based outcome, institution-based outcome, and teacher-based outcome. Student-based outcome, the number of students going for higher studies, who started their own businesses, startup, doing farming, how they are supporting them, their agriculture, bringing all those technologies into the agriculture, doing social service, qualifying for the various national, international examination, for the competitive examinations, and it's a holistic approach for the yoga, meditation, how the students, number of students receiving recognition and rewards for their performance in sports, in government organization, non-government organization, and nowadays started with the online student satisfaction survey and the career development of the students because of alumni assistance and contribution that's emphasizing the alumni sale at your institution. The institution-based outcome is again organizing various collaborative projects, outreach programs, the number of awards, medals, the number of award recognition, the number of sports activities, the output from linkages, MOUs with the industry, with the international bodies, with the international universities, the MOUs with the national, international importance, and most important, the incubation center, entrepreneurship development cell, the technology business incubator, and industry academia collaboration output. That is how many companies they have set up their excellence centers, their center of excellence, their labs on your campus. So, and this is what the most important, the smart campus, the lighting and power requirements through LED bulbs, the percentage, how you are saving the electricity, the renewable energy, what are those practices you are following on your campus, the rainwater harvesting in your campus, the green initiatives, waste management, canteen waste management, the number of specific initiatives to address local advantages, the local industries nearby you, the small scale industries, maybe the various camps for the society, including cyber hygiene, cyber threat, even in this corona online, the number of initiatives taken to engage to local community, they are solving their issues and problems. And the faculty and teacher based outcome, that is nothing but the feedback from participants for paper presented in international seminars, in the reputed seminars, the book chapter, the research project output, the research paper impact factor, what our community, the teaching community is publishing, the PhDs produce the output of the research work. So these are the three types of outcome, student outcome, institution outcome, and faculty outcome. So OBE objective is to achieve a balance between the head, heart, and hand, along with the ideal blend of ability and mobility. And this is very, very important, my friends. To achieve a balance between the head, heart, and hand, that is nothing but the outcome based. A quick guide to build a framework. But before that, what is that comparison? What are those various accreditation bodies and how this OBE is playing the important role in all the accreditation process, whether it may be a NAC, NBA, ABET, NIRF, the ATAL ranking of the institutions on innovation, and so many other accreditation bodies. So if you compare between the NAC and NBA accreditation, the self-assessment, the total points for both the accreditation is 1000. The criteria for evaluation in NBA is 10 and sub-criteria they are 81. The evaluation scale. The IQAC is must as far as NAC is concerned, but that is optional in NBA. The accreditation for NAC is at the institute level and for NBA at the program level. The vision, mission, and PO, this is evaluated in NBA and that is for 60 marks. Supporting records are the most important, and all other things, the accreditation for entire college, institute, university, and this is for the program certification. That is the difference. As he was mentioning about the Washington Accord and the ABET, ABET is the international accreditation body. But then if you compare ABET and NBA, you will follow the most of the things remain same. Whether it is the institutional mission, vision, and program, that is criteria 1 is available in both NBA and ABET. Program outcome, program curriculum, students performance, faculty contributions, facilities and technical support, governance, and continuous improvement in attainment of outcomes, that is available, and that is the NBA. So what is criteria 1, criteria 2, and let us see how the NBA process goes, the outcome based education in NBA process. Let me tell you, my friends, the aspiration is transformed into the vision. What is that aspiration? But let me tell you, the NBA, that is the engineering and technical institutions, the broad objective is regularly evaluate the institution on programs. The vision is to become a world-class accrediting agency. There are 4 agencies who are giving a world accreditation. That is called THES, the Time Higher Education Ranking, the QS ranking, the Shanghai ranking. There are 3-4 rankings which rank the world-class universities, including MIT, Boston, Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and so many. Oxford. The mission is the quality of teaching, to stimulate the quality of teaching, self-evaluation and accountability in higher education. My friends, I was giving you the comparison between the various programs. I will also give you the ABET and NRF and ARI. But then NBA accreditation is for program quality. This is not for the college. The NBA is made mandate by 2022 by the National Education Policy, and every institution has to go for NBA before 2022. It is not an award system. It is not an investigation of a complaint, not a regulatory process. It is not even a ranking system. So these are the 6 processes, 6 steps in NBA accreditation. Checking for NBA readiness, self-assessment report, that is SAR. Those who have gone before for this, they might be aware of everything. But those who are very new, the first time listening to this, for them, for their benefits, I am giving the 6 steps. That is the checking for NBA readiness, self-assessment report, NBA application and SAR submission, then followed by the invitation to the team and their visit and evaluation of report submission and recommendation, and finally the accreditation decision by academic advisory committee. So NBA accredited, assess the diploma, undergraduate and postgraduate program. This also covers hospitality and tourism, computer applications, architecture, applied art, crafts, pharmacy, engineering, technology, and management. It was the ambit of NBA accredited. These are the general policies. You have to have 2 batches pass out. Campus should be ready for on-site visits. For the PG engineering programs corresponding, the UG program should also be accredited. The admissions in UG program is maintained to be more or equal to 50%. faculty student ratio is better than or equal to 1:25, and this defines whether the 6-year accreditation or 2-year or 3-year accreditation. And placement of final year should be more than 50% of the individual program. This is general policies, and as rightly mentioned by Dr. Agrawal, the Tier 1 and Tier 2, this includes, Tier 1 includes technical program, mostly, that is also validated internationally and given more weightage to the outcome-based education, outcome parameters. Tier 2 includes engineering colleges, polytechnics affiliated to the universities or departments. Tier 2 valid only in India, focuses more on, again, output-based criteria, and Tier 2 is mandatory to obtain autonomous status. Both Tier 1 and Tier 2 use the same set of criteria. However, the process of assessment are different and marks are different. He is the father of this, who gave this taxonomy, the Bloom's taxonomy, called the focus on mastery of subject and the promotion of higher forms. Every one of you are aware of it, but just for the better understanding, the recognizing and recalling facts, understanding what facts means, then applying the facts, breaking down information, that is the analysis, judging the value of information, that is evaluating, and combining the parts to make a new whole, that is the creating. The create. This is the Blue taxonomy. My friends, these are the 10 accreditation criteria and weightage that includes, as I said, criteria 1, that is vision, mission, and program, for 50 marks in Tier 1, program curriculum and teaching learning process 100 marks, courses outcomes and program outcomes, and so on. The institute level criteria are 3 and program level criteria are 7, and putting all together, it is the scale of 1000. Now, what is important? The change does not happen when circumstances improve, but change happens when we decide to improve the circumstances, and this holds true in this pandemic situation, the shifting of our online learning. So, I was mentioning the national education policy. By the 2022, all programs should be accredited, and outcome-based education hence become a foci of higher education in India since 2015. The Washington Accord, the NBA body, till before this, the AICTE and NBA, they were there in 2010. NBA became autonomous in January 2010. The MOU between NBA amended in April 2013, and it became a permanent member of the Washington Accord in 2014. And what is Washington Accord? That Dr. Agrawal also mentioned about it. Purpose of accreditation, I said, the benefits of accreditation, the most important is priority in getting the financial assistance, and that is underlined. What is, and the students' perception, the society perception, and fellow, our colleagues' perception. If it institution is NBA accredited, that is more important to promote the intra and inter-institutional interactions. Now, what is outcomes? The OBE, the first time the scientist William Spady spoke about these outcomes. The outcome on education is what students should be able to do at the end of a program, at the end of a course, at the end of an instructional unit. He said the outcome-based education is an approach to education in its decision about the curriculum are driven by the exit learning outcomes. He gave a fantastic example of the tailor. Dr. Agrawal, he also spoke about the recipe, and what is important is dish. So that is the exit learning outcomes. The outcome provides the basis for an effective interaction among stakeholders. Coming down to the very, very important points of the level of outcomes. First is the PEO, that is program educational objectives, program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes. My friends, what do you mean by PEO? It is a broad statement that describes the career and professional accomplishment in 4 to 5 years after graduation that the program is preparing graduates to achieve. In our past discussion, we spoke about the various aspects. The program output, they are the statement that describe what the students graduating from engineering program should be able to do at the time of graduation. And program specific outcomes, the statements that describe what the graduates of a specific engineering program should be able to do at the time of graduation. There's a very smart difference between all this. The COs are statements that describe what students should be able to do at the end of a course. I was mentioning the full accreditation for 6 years. At my university, MIT World Peace University, the pharmacy, they got the 6-year accreditation, and I will be using that example as a case study for describing these PEOs and POs and COs. The provisional accreditation for 3 years and no accreditation. The less than 40% marks in faculty information and contribution, or non-availability of at least one professor or one associate professor as per AICTE qualification. So again, I am repeating, the outcome-based education is product defines process. It is not the opposite of input-based education where the emphasis is on the teaching and the system is happy to accept whatever is the result. No. So it's an approach to education in which decisions about the curriculum, instruction, assessment, and it's all the feedback loop. What is the demand of the industry? How we need to prepare our graduates so that he can serve the industry better, he can serve the society better, he can serve the nation better, and that are driven, that assessment are driven by the exit learning outcomes. That is what the outcome-based education. My friends, the Bloom's taxonomy, just we saw the remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. The PO1, that is knowledge. Let me tell you, when it is aspiration, what is the vision and what is the mission? When some aspiration is there, that has to be converted into the vision. And action to fulfill vision is mission. But I said action to fulfill the vision is mission, and vision and mission should be changed after every 10 years. That is what he said. And filtration of vision is the program outcome. Filtration of vision is the program outcome, and the filtering of the PEO is the PO, and so on. That is what I would like to say. So vision, mission, and program education objectives, 60 marks. State the vision and mission of the department and institution. Set the program educational objectives. Indicate where and how the vision, mission, and POs are published and disseminated among stakeholders, and this is very, very important, 10 marks. Set the process of defining the vision and mission of the department and POs of the program, 25 marks. And establishing the consistency of POs with the mission of the department, this user 15 marks. So how it is? The emerge as a leading, I said one of our constituent, the MIP, the Maharashtra Institute of Pharmacy, they got the 6-year accreditation, and I'm taking an example just for the better understanding. I would have gone for the electronics engineering, but let me say what is the best. I'm trying to explain it to you. So Center of Excellence in the field of pharmaceutical education and research to evolve world-class professional to serve healthcare needs of an ever-changing global society. This is the vision. The mission is to impart excellent and quality education through value-based system to produce not just global professionals, but ingenious thinkers in the field of pharmacy and health. I said the availability of statements 2, the appropriateness and relevance of the statements, that is 3. So that was mentioning how you are making it publicize, the PEOs publish. Now program educational objectives, the knowledge, professional ethics, innovation and entrepreneurship, lifelong learning, leadership and teamwork. So state the program educational objectives. These are the program educational objectives. And how we would like to publish it? You can publish it on your website, on your laboratory journals, the daily diary, which the faculties are maintaining, your attendance sheet, college calendar, and mousepad. Most important in all our labs. If you use that mousepad, all these POs, the mission, vision, everything has been printed on it. So the student faculties should be well acquainted with it. On the computer screen, the flex on the walls, the magazines, this is what the publishing. And this is what that mousepad look like. The vision and mission published, the flex on the walls magazine. They said indicate where and how the vision, mission, and POs are published and disseminated among the stakeholders, 10 marks. What is that? The knowledge, professional ethics, innovation and entrepreneurship, lifelong learning, and leadership and teamwork. Process for vision and mission, how to define it. State the process for defining the vision and mission and POs of the program, 25 marks. It's a top authority, maybe the executive director or maybe the highest top authority in your management. The meeting with the HODs and senior staff, and with the input taken from the current students, alumni, faculty, parents, industry, in case of pharmacy, it is hospital or the TBI, the management and university. So based on all the inputs, we can define the vision process and mission process, and we can calculate. For that, we need to set up the academic advisory committee. Academic advisory committee what is the function of this? So one be the chairman from the other university, the different members from the industry, the combination of what we said from the feedback, that academic advisory committee, and then these are the functions to identify the competencies required, to identify the gaps, then industrial trends imparting the program, and all the value-added certificate courses. Now we can talk of the online courses through the various MOOCs platform, to provide input in the curriculum and find out curriculum gap. And the academic monitoring committee, the student representative, making a critical analysis of teaching methodology, the extensive use of the technology into the teaching learning process, to integrate theory with the practice, to prepare a teaching plan for the department and individual, and the monitoring of the academic schedule, which is very, very important. And this is for process for establishing PEOs, where I said it is a 25 marks. It is the two bodies which we discuss: academic monitoring committee, academic advisory committee. The inputs given to the academic monitoring committee from the training and placement officer, from the faculties, employer, whatever the college vision and mission defined, alumni, parents, that all inputs goes to the academic advisory committee. And is college mission and vision fulfilled? Yes, the finalization of PUs. Our graduate attributes are fulfilled. There are 12 graduate attributes which we will discuss, what Dr. Agrawal sir also mentioned. So this is the complete process of establishing PUs. And then the 15 marks establish consistency of PUs with the mission of the department. So we defined the 3 PUs: knowledge, professional ethics, innovation and entrepreneurship. Then the mission: excellent and quality education through value based. So we need to put the numbers. Produce global professionals in the field, engineers, thinkers in the field, and that is what the consistency of POs with the mission of the department. Various tools: the course performance, placement record, higher study record, alumni survey, employer survey, and the attainment. Nowadays this part is not there, attainment of POs, but for the better understanding, we need to define the program educational objectives and expected level of attainment. What are the institution's expected level of attainment? The knowledge, professional ethics, innovation and entrepreneurship, lifelong learning, and leadership and teamwork. And at the end of the day, how much the attainment happened, and that the survey will come into the picture. So mapping through alumni survey, the first attainment of PEO1, that is knowledge, mapping through employer, mapping through placement, and mapping through the course result. And this is the scale: excellent, very much, very good. This is the normal scale, and this is that questionnaire pertaining to the PEOs. Do you feel that knowledge gathered by you, and then this is all you are about? The mapping through alumni survey. So for last 3 years, the survey has been done on these parameters, and the average overall attainment of knowledge from employer survey is 4.58. Mapping through the employer survey, again for 3 years, it's come 4.54. Mapping through placement and higher studies data, that come 3.46. Mapping through the course result, how many students as per their scores in the examination, and that comes out. The average overall attainment of the result is 4.02. And if you map it, the overall attainment, and that comes, the PEO1 knowledge is 4.17, that is 83.40%. What we defined earlier, what was the institution expected of the overall attainment of PEO1. Similarly, PE2 and all those. Program curriculum and teaching learning, 120 marks, and how it is. I was mentioning the graduate attributes. There are 12 graduate attributes. This has been well defined, and all the NBA accreditation and NAC and everybody, they are following this. Graduate attributes are a set of generic knowledge, skills, and attitudes considered essential for all graduate engineers. All graduate engineers are expected to demonstrate these attributes on completion of their degrees. Institution who can ensure these attributes in their fresh graduates may be accredited, and it provides the mean for establishing the substantial equivalence. What are those 12 graduate attributes? Academic education, completion of the accredited program, the 4 years, knowledge for engineering sciences, the mathematics, the science, the fundamentals, and of course the engineering specialization to the conceptualization, then design development of solutions, the very important, the process that meets specified needs, the appropriate consideration for the public, health, safety, cultural, societal, and environmental consideration, investigation, the synthesis of the information to provide the valued conclusions, the modern tool usage, the appropriate techniques, the modern engineering tools, including prediction and modeling, and with the understanding of limitations. Individual and teamwork, the member or a leader in diverse teams or multidisciplinary settings. Seventh attribute is communication. To communicate effectively on complex engineering, such as being able to comprehend and write effective reports and design documentation. The engineer and society, the understanding of societal, health, safety, legal, cultural issues. Ethics, understand to commit to professional ethics and responsibilities and norms of engineering practice, the most important ethics. Environment and sustainability, the engineering solutions to the societal context and demonstrate knowledge. Project management and finance, and my friends, at the last graduate attributes is lifelong learning. To have the ability to engage in independent and lifelong learning, these are the attributes. And now this program curriculum, the delivery of the syllabus contents and compliance of the curriculum for attainment of POs and PSOs. So this is how we'll go. Content beyond the syllabus, I will go a little fast because this is all quite a routine. The program outcomes, the engineering knowledge, problem analysis, and you have to always map the subject, the second year, the syllabus content, and the relevance of POs for the 12 attributes, and you have to put the weightage there. The identification of curriculum gap through the various alumni, the industry employee feedback, academic advisory committee, and this is how it is generated. The program outcomes, the correlation of curriculum, listing curriculum gap. This is all we discuss meeting with the academic advisory committee, stakeholder, and finally is execution. So this is what the SPPU, that is Savitribai Phule University, the institute inputs for curriculum revision, revised once in a 5 year. And this is what the same with the Mumbai University and all other universities. How is the development of curriculum? The execution or fulfillment of the curriculum gap, that is topic beyond syllabus. Demos for few experiments. Nowadays, with this all the new dimensions to the online education, the lab experiments, they called O labs, online labs. If you download it, the student can do. I said the education is, they started talking about the digital twin, the virtual atmosphere on your laptop, on your device to do the practicals. I knew the EDX is a platform which will allow you, the EDX, the Coursera, Open to Learn. So EDX, Education Next, is a platform which will help the students to do the practicals, to design the network, to design the telecom networks, to design the optical fiber network system, and that is the power. The industrial training, the review of research projects, this is how to find subsidize the gap. The teaching learning process, I said the 100 marks, the initiatives and teaching learning process, the quality of internal semester question papers. The question papers, my friends, I don't know that has not been included in NBA, but then with this situation, Corona and post-pandemic, the use of technologies in assessment, proctoring examination, on-screen evaluation, so many things will be added into it. The quality of internal semester question papers, assignments, and their evaluation, their assessment. Quality of student projects, 25 marks. Initiative related to industry interaction, and the industry internship or summer training. The industry internship. Even the sabbaticals for the faculties, every 3 months, whether the faculty is going and working in the industry, understanding the recent technologies, the concept, whether he is working on the problem statement. So this is what the initiatives in teaching learning process need to find a mentoring system for the students to identify the slow learner and fast learner, and this is the one of the most important outcome of this OBE, to identify the slow learner, fast learner, give them a proper teaching learning methodologies, capabilities using the ICT. Now it is very invariant, and quality of research work, collaborative learning. This is the academic calendar. I hope everyone of us, we are doing it. The maintaining the course file, the monthly course plan, the daily diary. This is very, very important. What faculty is doing in the 8 hours. What he is doing, how much he is exposing himself, what is the footfall in the library, what is the footfall in the laboratories, what is the footfall in visiting different industries, understanding the projects, so many things. Maintaining the daily diary, the mentoring system, very, very important from the student perspective, and then informing to the parents about the monthly attendance. Now it is happening electronically, system feedback, and teaching monitoring committee, the group of 2 or 3 visiting the each and every classroom, understanding what is the level of teaching, what is the level of engagement of the students, and that is what the teaching monitoring committee and the feedback, quality to improve the test and assignments. I will not get into the quality of experiments, quality of students' projects and report writing, and the process of project execution. My friends, this is what very, very important, industry interaction and industry internship and training. Training not only for the students, for the faculties also. How many faculties they are conducting the webinars outside the campus? How many they are delivering the lectures? How much they are writing into the newspapers? How much they are writing the blogs? This is all the industry interaction and industry internship training, and vice versa. How many faculties are going to the industry and delivering them, conducting their management development program, conducting the faculty development program for the other faculties, doing the consultancy, and the industry supported laboratories for the PhD student, for the postdoctoral students at our institutions. How many industry supported labs available onto the campus? So the industry course in designing and so many things, the mentoring from the industry and all those. This is the criteria 1, criteria 2. My friends, Abdul Kalam Sahab said the learning gives creativity, creativity leads to the thinking, and thinking provides knowledge and makes you great. I was mentioning this industry interaction. I said the TBI and so many things I said, but this is what the government of India also came out with. So they also said the building innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem for new and self-reliant India. So this is very, very important. What is the outcome? What is the outcome? The government came out with the Atal Tinkering Lab, the Atal Innovation Mission, the Atal Community Innovation Center, Arise, the Atal New India Challenge, and various things they came out. Idea is to ideate, deploy, and transform the empowering education. My friend, it is react to react. It is react, R-E-A-C-T, react to react, R-E-A-C-T, react. That is the phase we need to transform. This the outcome based, the student outcome based. How we can run the more startups, more business incubators. How we can get into the accelerators. How we can transform them to become entrepreneur, and how we can develop that ecosystem onto the campus. So that is what creativity leads to the thinking. Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. So I was telling the NAC, NBA, and what is all for this? The Martin Luther King says the intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. I was mentioning the ABET. We saw the difference between ABET and NBA. So they are going hand in hand. Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, that is called ABET. This is mostly used for the accreditation of the international university in the US. So this is how we can do the outcome-based education in higher education world through the ABET. Here is the process. The ABET accreditation students, employers, and the society, they serve. The program meets the quality standards and that produce graduates prepared to enter a global workforce. That is also what our other accreditation bodies. ABET give a time, their members' time, and effort supporting quality assurance activities around the world by serving as program evaluators, commissioners, board members, and advisors. And this is what, again, the ABET offer accreditation to programs only, not to the degrees. And ABET, again, is not a ranking system. It is a form of quality assurance for programs in the areas of applied and natural science, computing, engineering, and engineering technology. Again, like NBA and NAC, they have the criterias, again, the most parallel: students, PEOs, student outcomes, continuous improvement, curriculum, faculty, and international support. NAC, every one of us, we know those who are universities, the NAC follows the OBE style, outcome-based education style. The vision is, again, to make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality education. These are the mission statements. The most important, the NAG is promoting the establishment of IQAC, that is internal quality assurance cells, and the best practices. More than 7,000 HAIs have established IQACs across India, and this is also again a practice of OBE. These are the core values contributing to the national development. That is what NAG is said: inculcating a value system, promoting the use of technology, and the quest for excellence. And again, these are the criteria like ABET, NBA. These are the curriculum aspects: research, innovation, extension, student support and progression, and institutional values and best practices. I'm not reading all, but this is what. And this is the newly introduced, the key indicators: the alumni engagement and institutional distinctiveness. One author said, education should equip young people to shape an uncertain future so they can live more successful lives on their own terms and together. The NRF recently published, some 8 days back, there's a ranking framework, methodology to rank the institution across country, and that is the initiative by the core committee set up by MHRD, and the parameters broadly cover teaching, learning, research and professional practice, graduation outcomes, outreach, and inclusivity. These are the 2020 NIF ranking, my friends. The Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and Kerala, these are the 3 states, they are dominating this NRF ranking 2020. The KPMG came out with a fantastic report some 2-3 days back about the analysis of NRF ranking 2020. What are those new institutions made a debut into the NRF ranking? And you see, amongst the top 50, if you say the Maharashtra, only 4 institutions are there. But if you go with the university wise, the deemed university, private, and the state public university, they are dominating. I mean, they are contributing a lot, whereas the state public university dominating this NIRF, and the affiliated colleges, where we are talking 71 colleges, they appeared into the top 200 in the, and followed by the institutes of national importance in the engineering category ranking. This is what the quick weightage of this NIRF, which is going to be very, very important in days to come. The teaching, learning 100 marks, research and professional practice, graduation outcomes, outreach, and perception. This is what, how they, the student strength, including doctoral students, 20 marks. Very, very important. The permanent faculty, the faculty to student ratio with the emphasis on permanent faculty, 30 marks. And the combined metric for faculty with PhD. Why I said this? Because this contributes a OBE. In wherever you see, my friends, whatever the ranking, if your institution want to be into the top ranking, the research innovation index has to be very high. Many times we said after the establishment of the institutions, after the 4 or 5 batches came out, the institution should focus more onto the inverted triangle. You should start with the, of course, this is mostly for the autonomous institutions and universities. They should start with the PhD, not PhD, the postdoc first, then PhD, then postgraduate. Then and only then the stipend for the postdoc students and PhD students, then only then we can produce the patents, we can get into the new innovations, inventions, and that is the need, and that is what called the building the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem for new and self-reliant India. And this is nothing but the outcome-based education. So many parameters, the perception, and Another ranking, and this ranking will beat all ranking in future as far as engineering institutions are concerned. That is the ARA, the Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements. I am sure many of the colleges, many of my friends, those who are attending this online webinar has gone for this ranking, but this will dominate it in future. As I was mentioning, the students and the society will take admission to your institution if you have the proper ecosystem of the incubations, innovations, and entrepreneurship. It's not on. It should not be on the paper only. It should be in actual. And this ranking will certainly inspire Indian institutions. The India tomorrow. When I said IT plus IT is equal to IT, if I say India tomorrow, this is the. And very sure the hackathon, not only the national hackathon, but the international hackathon between Singapore and India, between Europe and India, so many hackathons and platforming the Indian talent at the international level. So this is the research, innovation, entrepreneurship. These are the parameters, my friend, the budget, the facilities, the awareness and promotion of idea generation and innovation, entrepreneurship, commercialization of the product, technology transfer, learning methods, the innovative learning methods, and governance. These are the, and this is the marking system for it. The 20 marks for the revenue generated, then 20 marks for the promotion and supporting the entrepreneurship development in your own institution. The IP, the awareness of the IP, the appointment of the patent attorney general, the lawyer, how we can support the students to file the patent, how we can support the faculties, the management, how to have a great wheel for this, how they can support, and innovation in governance of institution. My friends, this is why we are talking of all this accreditation, because the India will become a Vishwa Guru in the future. How all those old Indian education system, Takshashila, Nalanda, Vikramshila, they were the universities where entire world used to come to these universities. Idea is transforming research university to the world-class university. This is a comparison between the world-class university, national class university, and local class university. The research, the research at the global level, research at the national level, the research at the local level, the teaching, the service, these are the, and this is what the character is to become a world-class university, the alignment of the key factors and the research output, outcome-based education. Again, the ranking is majorly depending on the 30% goes to teaching and learning environment, the 30% goes to research, volume, income, and reputation. Reputation survey research, the citations, the research influence, the citation impact. These are all the ranking methodology. As I said, there are 3-4 organizations, they are doing the ranking, the world ranking. One is THES, the Times Higher Education Supplement, QS ranking, Shanghai ranking, and 1 or 2 more. And these are the indicators, the employer reputation, the research paper publication, proportion of international faculty, knowledge transfer. So my friends, when I say the institutional level outcome, I said the energy and the air quality, the water environment, these are all has added into the outcome based proportions. I will quickly touch upon those. What are those practices? The institution based outcome. So real time based case studies, this is a very, very unique concept called smart campus cloud network. Being smart by learning to be sustainable. So your campus has to be smart. The integration of all smart campuses will be smart city, the smart city to the smart nation, and the India tomorrow. So this smart campus cloud network, SCCN, is very, very important from our OBE perspective. He is the thought leader, Dr. Rajendra Shinde, the IIT Mumbai alumnus of 1972, then worked with. He came out with this concept, and the very good friend of our Honorable Minister Prakash Javadekar, and Prakash Javadekar made an announcement that each and every campus has to be a green and smart campus. And they, again, like the NBA, NAC, and other parameters, MHRD came out with these parameters of the smart campus. Campuses are where talent is incubated, minds are molded, actions and forged, and targets are prioritized. The college campuses are the places to begin mainstreaming, and these are depending upon the IoT, big data, and cloud computing. how it is and how we are practicing. I was mentioning the smart cities of the future, which will be using the big data, the smart energy, the end user driven innovation, and the smart building also. So this is basically focusing on 4 pillars of sustainability objectives: the energy, water, mobility, and waste. See, and this is linkages with the United Nations Development Goals and Millennium Development Goals, SDGs and MDGs. The 7th goal, that is ensure access to affordable and sustainable modern energy, sustainable management and efficient use of natural resources. They came out with this smart sense, and this is what the big data and IoT cloud platform, where you can the net metering, the electricity and the solar energy panels, how you are reducing your electricity bill onto the campus. What are this technology? The software will come to know with the help of IoTs. If a classroom में light जल रही है, and we can monitor through your mobile, we can put on and off the AC, the lights, and everything. So that is what the projects given to the various colleges. That is the forefront of the digital India. They came out with the campus time application, the digital technology in day to day. This is what that on 5th June 2017, on the World Environment Day, he launched this concept, vision of monitoring and energy consumptions of the campus in the real-time basis. And again, the first ever, we came out with the report of the smart and sustainable campus, which was submitted to the MHRD. So my friends, these are the various initiatives. This is a live case study of the energy conservation, e-waste, environment friendly behavior, and use of Internet of Things. So this is the air quality monitoring station recently set up on the campus. The air quality monitoring station at our university with the SAFAR, that is the System of Air Quality and Weather Forecasting. This system measures air quality, PM 2.5 and PM 10, and the students, they developed outcome-based education. They developed this mobile app and this technology, transform the server data into the transmittable form through mobile app, and that reaches to the entire city of Pune. So the installation of air quality monitoring section as a part of SCCM. This is what that dashboard, the various levels of pollutant, SO2, NO2, and the machines, the live training of the students on these, the new batches coming in, they understand, they will do some value addition into it, the sensors installed onto it, the gases, pollutants, the weather and meteorology, the wind speed, wind direction, temperature, humidity, rain gauge, that has all been measured with this, and the carbon emission across campus, a system to track carbon emission. So this is the website and app, and this is what the campus carbon footprint app, how to measure the carbon emissions, LPG and diesel emissions, and scope and explanation. The carbon emission monitoring system, the energy conservation, the students, they are monitoring now, as there was the net metering of the campus, and these points added into the quality framework, and marks has been assigned to it. When you go for the accreditation, they will ask, there is the marks given to all these activities. The electricity consumption and solar generation, the smoke-free campus from the last 35 years, there is not a single incidence of the smoking of the students on the campus. That is what the policy we took. We did a comparison of 4 campuses, the environmental improvement and pollution, the cleaning of the river of Indrayani in Pune. That is what the project taken by the students and staff, called as the Swachhata Samiti, the Indrayani river at Alandi and at Pandharpur. And MIT group ensures that the rivers remains clean, and sewage management is done in a scientific way. The sewage management is done by our faculty and staff. And you can see we came out with the multimedia coliseum to that is the transforming of the pilgrimage centers into the divine knowledge centers. We can educate the 3 lakhs devotees, Varkaris at a time. It's a multimedia coliseum, 84 feet. Sustainable management, that is the biogas at the canteen, which we are using, and this is the statistics for it. What is that? Food waste, the solid waste, the waste from workshop, agriculture waste, and e-waste. And that is how we are managing the solid waste management. That includes metal, paper, wood, cotton, and these things. These are the various charts, the water conservation, the water saving nozzles to the basin taps, and to reduce the water consumption from taps, which has pressure knobs, rainwater harvesting, and use of watertight lining to reduce the slippage losses. This is what the source of water and all our institutions, how they are acting onto the water environment, water purification plant onto the campus. And this is what the green campus, the water conservation program. This is what our institution look like in Pune, called MIT World Peace University, the water conservation program, the green education program, and all the statistics submitted to the Minister of HRD. And one of our campus get award of the best campus in last year. Pollution-free campus. And lastly, I would like to conclude. Time was given to me up to 12:30. My friends, the teaching is not a service, profession, or a job. It is a pillar of the society. And all my colleagues, all my friends, all my teachers, all those who are participating in this online webinar, we are the pillar of this society. We are here for transforming the personalities of the student into the winning personalities of the student, so that the outcome-based education can be measured. When I said the winning personality, our founder says how the student should be. She should be physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated. That is called the winning personality. What is the ultimate of education? As Swami Vivekananda said. He said the man making character building is the motto of education, and the purpose of education is expansion of the heart and expansion of the mind. That is what the purpose of education. We are the pillars, and we have this great responsibility in transforming this next generation into the big personality. With these words, I would like to thank my friend Dr. Baban Urinde, the chairman of IETE Mumbai, and all my colleagues who listen patiently and carefully. I hope I have not bored you, but I tried to add something. And as I said in the beginning, this is not the informative, but this is a transformative interaction with you. With this, thank you very much. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I request audience, if you have got any questions to ask, please post it in the chat box so that I'll read those questions for you, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Pandey sir, will answer it. Got any questions? Please post it in the chat box. Yes, sir.
Anyone wants to directly ask, then they can
ask. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello,
let me come out of this presentation and let me put just hold for a second.
Okay. Hello, Mansi madam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir. You can ask.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Presentation was very good, and it was really outcome-based education. As you mentioned, that it was transformative. Really, it was transformative. Just I would like to ask one question, or I want to know your views basically, because since as Agrawal sir also mentioned that many accreditation bodies will come now, agencies will come.
Yes.
Right now, existing we have NBA, we have NAC, as well as we have ranking systems. NIRF is there, Apple ranking is there. So, what do you feel that all these accreditation bodies are required, or we can have only one to evaluate the performance of all the institutions?
Sir, you ask a very relevant and very valid question, sir. Recently, I was a part of the NAC committee when Dr. Kasturi Rangan came out with this National Education Policy 2019, and we had a long deliberation and discussion. And it was decided they should come up with a single institution called HERA, Higher Education Regulatory Authorities. But again, a lot of discussions happened, and then finally they said there has to be a National Higher Education Regulatory Council 1, National Accreditation Council 2, Higher Education Grant Council 3, and General Education Council 4. So now that HERA is divided into these 4.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Has asked a question, sir. How to set up the Smart Campus Cloud Network?
Very good question, sir. I appeal to every one of you to visit this SCCN, the website. And as I said, the 4 quality parameters that covers your air quality, water quality, the energy conservation, the biogas, the wastages. So that is available. You need to apply onto the website. You will become a member, and the team will support you. How the net metering will happen, how the sensors will come and build on your campus. So there is a process. First, you need to become a member of it. Until the date, more than 200 institutions, they become a member. The SCCN started from this campus, and I am one of the member associated right from the foundation of this SCCN.
Okay. So we have got one more question through our
Hello.
YouTube chat. Shall I go ahead, sir?
Please, please, please.
Yeah. So Mr. Milind Wangikar, he is asking, can we make updations in PEOs, and if yes, how frequently?
Yes, we can do. We can do the changes in PEOs. Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Can
Yes.
I ask a question?
Yes, sir. You can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I want to know, will this OBE system ensure that all the students, they will have certain minimum level?
Yeah.
That will be ensured. So the problem is in industry particularly.
Yes.
The students come. Some students are good, some are medium level, and some are very poor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when I want to take them further, what I need to have is a minimum level which is ensured. So all the students coming out of this system will at least have this much of level. Can this OBE ensure that?
Yes, sir. That is the purpose of this OBE. As I said, as I rightly said, and because of this new technologies and new pandemic, when I said the education 4.0, the maximum usage of technology into the personalized learning, into the learning through machines or intelligent learning, that is possible. As you rightly said, the one teacher and 60 students, and the capacity and capability of the every student, should not be the same. And that is the biggest challenge, how we can bridge this gap, how we can bring all the students at one particular level so that the industry can select that boy or girl. So that is possible, and that is the basis why this OBE has introduced into it. It's a mentor-mentee system. Sir, how it is realized? It's a mentor-mentee system. The mentor will be monitoring the progress of the student at every level, and giving the relevant inputs to the student. That is what this accreditation body says, that we need to follow this mentor-mentee system.
So, but my question: how the system is going to ensure that? See, you have set the guidelines that this should be done, that should be done, but whether really it is done and the results are.
That is through the assessment of that particular student onto the various levels, sir. We discuss about the various levels of the assessment. and through that assessment we'll come to know whether the student is here at the point C or B or A. So through the effective assessment, and that assessment has already included into the teaching learning curriculum.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Got a last question for you through again the YouTube. We find that the COs are not getting mapped to the POs. So, okay, I hope. Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you,
for
sir.
sharing
Thank
this.
for your wonderful session and the way you have. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It last में what I would like to end this session. In all these practices, whether it is OBE or lot of difficulties, lot of problems. एक कवि बहुत अच्छा कहता है कि मुश्किलों में धैर्य साहस यही जीने की कला है। मुश्किलों में धैर्य साहस यही जीने की कला है। शिखर तक पहुंचा वही जो आखिरी दम तक चला है। आगे बोलता है कि हो अगर हिम्मत हृदय में गर्व से उन्नत हो मस्तक, आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रण से बने भारत युग प्रवर्तक। गर्भ में संभावना के कहीं दृढ़ निश्चय पला है, गर्भ में संभावना के कहीं दृढ़ निश्चय पला है। शिखर तक पहुंचा वही जो आखिरी दम तक चला है। So this is what all these things. You may be the alumni, you may be the student, you may be the industrialist, but you have to go till the last. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful session and the way you have shared your findings and opinions today with us will definitely help all of us to have the additional perspective while education processes. I express my sincere thanks to you on behalf of IETE Navi Mumbai Center team for accepting our invitation and for giving an excellent coverage to the entire process of accreditation. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Mansi ma'am, hello.
Yes, sir.
Just a second, ma'am. We have a slight technical issue. Just a second.
Okay.
Can we have one minute? Can we have a 1 minute?
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
होते का गो? Streamingच होते. रिफ्रेश करो. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it okay? Shall we proceed?
थोड़ा सा network issue है.
Okay, network issue. Okay, fine. We have completed the session 1.
You are like the cup. You are full of opinions, beliefs, prejudices, and attitudes. How can I possibly show you Zen unless you are willing to empty your cup? The point being made was one needs to be willing to unlearn in order to learn. Otherwise, many professors like maybe like we have that we know everything. Who are you to tell me? Being I am a graduate, so I know everything. So this attitude makes so the thing is that you should unlearn first to learn, because the person who is talking definitely has some point of view. If we listen to him, definitely we are going to gain something. Many people say, oh, we know OBE, we know this and that, we have done this and we have done that, and what new you are talking. But there is always point in listening you will definitely get some new things, some new perspectives, some new era to know the things. So that is what is learn to unlearn is that was the thing where which was very much associated with mainly with the professors. That is what I feel. Second, this was about the attitude. Then second, I talk about approach in this small second story. Simple quote ad in two friends, you can name any Karun and Tarun, were in the court ad praying during an outdoor religious ceremony. Karun wondered whether smoking was allowed. Then his friend said, "Why don't you go and ask the pujari for permission?" Suggested Tarun. So Karun went to the priest and asked, "Panditji, may I smoke while I pray?" But the priest turned down the idea. "No, beta, you cannot do that. It would be tantamount to disrespecting God." Karun returned to Tarun and repeated the priest's word. Tarun laughed and said, "It was as expected. You asked the wrong question. Let me try." Tarun walked up to the priest with light cigarette in hand and asked, "Panditji, would it be fine if I prayed while I had my smoke?" The priest smiled and replied, "By all means, beta. Any opportunity for prayer should always be availed of." The difference between Tarun and Karun was the way they handled the task, their approach. And approach is about action, the way that we do the things. And I will come to the third and the last story, which will bring us to the accreditation. Three fishes lived in a pond. Their names were like plan ahead, think fast, and wait and see. One day, they heard a fisherman say he would be casting his net in their pond the next day. Plan ahead said, "I am swimming down the river tonight." Think fast said, "I am sure I will come up with a plan." And wait and see said, "I just can't think about it now. I am tired." When the fisherman cast his net the next day, plan ahead was already further down the river and thus remained free. Unfortunately, think fast and wait and see were caught by the fisherman. Think fast quickly rolled belly up and pretended to be dead. Fisherman said, "Oh, this fish is no good," said the fisherman, and throw it safely back into the water. Unfortunately, wait and see ended up in the fish market. This is why people say in the time of danger, when the net is cast, plan ahead or plan to think fast. And that is what I wanted to say here, that in this age of mushrooming institutions, net is casted, and that is means danger is already there, and that's why we need to go for quality education, and one of the tool or one of the benchmark for that is accreditation, and that's why I say accreditation is need of the day to survive. So with this, I open today's discussion. The stories I had been brought in between to just make the ground little more people to bring with this discussion, so that they will. Am I properly audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So to start with, as I have to deal with the course outcomes and program outcomes, everything starts with the GS. Already, Professor Dr. Milind Pandey sir has discussed this. GS, engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design and development of solution, and all these GS makes the POs. If these words of GS finally makes the POs in description later on. So program outcomes are there where we were discussing about how PO should be, PO should align with GA, PO should reflect the GA, PO should not be too broad, and so on. But now program outcomes are given by NBA, but they are in generic in nature, as you can see that POs are same for all the programs. So they have no flavor of the program as such. If it is electronics engineering or if it is electronics and telecommunication engineering or civil engineering, there is no flavor of the program in the POs. So they are generic. That's why we need to frame the PSOs, program specific outcomes. They are framed program wise. So POs, as I was discussing, they are just aligned with the GS, engineering knowledge. So how to apply knowledge of mathematics and science, engineering fundamentals and an engineering specializations, the solution of complex engineering problems, then problem analysis, how to identify or formulate or research literature and analyze complex design and development of solutions, conduct investigations of complex problems using research-based knowledge and research methods, modern tool uses, select and apply appropriate techniques, resources, and modern engineering and IT tools, including prediction and modeling to complex engineering. Engineer and society apply reasoning informed by contextual knowledge to assess societal health, safety. So these are all everybody knows they are given in the NBA document. I'm just missing the ground to go ahead with mapping and CO and all these things. Environment and sustainability, ethics, individual and teamwork, and communication. And the last two, lifelong learning, recognize the need for and have the preparation and ability to engage in independent and lifelong learning in the broadest context of technological change, project management, and finance. To demonstrate a knowledge of understanding engineering and management principles and apply these to one's own work as a member and leader in a team to manage projects in multidisciplinary environment. So these are all the POs which are aligned to the GS and which are given by NBA for all the programs. What we need to frame is PSOs, which will be program wise. So I will just talk about the PSOs also. And as I had told you, PSOs will give the flavor of the program. So they are in parallel to the POs. They are not in the ladder up and down of the POs. They are very much in parallel to the POs. So 12 POs and 2 to 4 PSOs, which will be in parallel when we prepare the metrics and of COs and POs, etc. Here I will just being a civil engineer, I will just give you the flavor of how the PSOs are giving the flavor of the program. In civil engineering, we have framed these 4 PSOs able to analyze various civil engineering structures and systems by using basic and advanced technologies. Then second, able to design civil engineering facilities and their elements and also use of modern software tools for the same. Able to plan, monitor and supervise construction activities to complete civil engineering facilities satisfactorily. Able to practice as construction professional through ethical practice while focusing on sustainability and economy. So here, although they are also taking care of the GS, graduate attributes or related POs, but there is a flavor of the program that what exactly the program is expected to do. What students are expected to learn during their graduation and till completion of their graduation. So that's what the PSOs are giving the flavor of the program, and that is what make it clear. Then this ladder starts from the COs, and this is the most important and fundamental to outcome-based education, the course outcomes. So, although I have been given the criteria 3 and 4, although criteria 3 includes course outcomes and program outcomes, so rather directly going to the self-assessment report format, although I will be completing that also in after this, I was interested, or I would like to uh, have more focus on how CO should be. And there were also questions in the first when I was listening to Professor Milind Pandey, how to frame the COs and how to map the CO to POs, whether CO should be mapped to all POs and so on. So we will like to have all more deliberation in continuation with this particular, because this is the question when we were assessing the programs in various institutions, we come across this mapping, poor mapping and moderate mapping, and why poor, why moderate. So whether we should map all the COs to all the POs and so on. But before that, I will like to make clear how the CO should be, because many times when we go and assess a program and when we read the self-assessment report, we find that the basic of OBE, fundamental of OBE, that is course outcomes from where it starts, mapping, attainment, everything, are not measurable, are not accessible, etc. So what it means, what is meant by measurable, what is meant by accessible, and what is meant by whether they are up to the higher level of thinking, higher level of learning, and so on. That is what everybody talks about. So course outcomes should be student focused, not professor focused. So learning, not coverage oriented, because initially we used to have the in the syllabus, what is the coverage? That is what we were giving initially in the content of syllabus and then syllabus. But now it is we have to give the course outcome. So learning, not coverage oriented. Course outcome need to reflect both the objectives and outcomes that the academic program represents, as well as the broader mission of the institution as a whole. So you are taking with all these course outcomes, which are mapped to program outcomes and which are also taking care of your PEOs. So finally, what is the mission of the institution? So that has also to be reflected in the course outcome. Focus on abilities central to the discipline. So course outcome should help prepare students for what is important to the discipline of which the course is a part. Otherwise, it is always talked about multidisciplinary and so on. But when we are preparing civil engineer or mechanical engineer or electronics engineer, we have to see that most of the part of the content curriculum is and the course outcomes are preparing for that particular discipline. Although the multidisciplinary few courses will be there, but the focus is on ability central to the discipline. That is what we have to see when we are framing the course outcome. Focus on aspects of learning, what will endure. So teaching students new modes of thinking is likely to have an impact on their future. Having them memorize facts tends to be much more short-lived. So new mode of thinking. So then that's higher order thinking, what we talk about, and then we talk about Bloom's taxonomy, that we should go to the at least start from the third level, fourth level, fifth level of learning, rather than the just on the basic understanding level and etc. So that is what focus on aspect of learning and not just to memorize the things. Then are limited to manageable number. Learning outcomes should focus, of course, on very few, maybe learning outcomes 4 to 6, which we say nowadays. So key purpose is that has a realistic chance of being accomplished within a semester. So we should not have much more learning outcomes like 8, 10 or 12. I have seen many world-class universities have this number in tune of 10, 12, 14 also. But still what we talk here is about learning outcomes in the tune of 4 to 6. Why? These questions, when it comes to my mind, and then I go through all this logistics to attain the course outcomes in our institution, when we talk about student faculty ratio of 1:20, 1:25, and so on. And in the foreign universities, when it is 1:8 or 1:4, and that's why they are going to the micro level where, and that's why they are in top 100 or top 200 universities in the world. And because if you try with more number of course outcomes in a course and you just see what are the issues you will face when you generate the data, when you see the outcomes are accomplished or not, and so on. That's why it is manageable in number, might be the case in our scenario, 4 to 6. Otherwise, more should not have any issue for the quality of education. And specific enough to be measurable. This is very important. That is what I was talking about. That the COs which you have framed, you have to see whether it is measurable, or very loosely we frame the COs and the verb which you are using, and we are not aware that this particular verb is not measurable, and that we should not use. Also, the verb will help in giving the aspect of learning also, like which verb you are using will also decide what is the level of learning and what is the level of thinking you are expecting from the student. So in that scenario also, so we will go ahead with all this. Although the term expected learning outcome may be new, the process of identifying the key concepts or skills that students are expected to learn during specific courses is not. So this course objective or course competency, sometimes we talk, or it is the course outcome, what we say in this document. They are both similar concepts. So course objective or competencies are also very close to having expected learning outcomes or course outcomes, what we talk about now. So what is, how to define the course outcomes, what clarity we should have, what we should know. One of the first steps in identifying the expected learning outcome for a course is identifying the purpose of teaching the course. Why this course? Why I am teaching this course? Many times first year student ask when they had a common common course like civil, mechanical, electrical, elements of civil, mechanical, electrical engineering. They ask civil engineering student, other students ask that why this is taught to us? Why these other aspects when we have opted for a specific branch? Why these are taught to us? So there should be a specific answer to that. Why? What is the purpose of teaching that course? That faculty has to make it very clear when he is teaching the course that why this course is important to everybody. So by clarifying the purpose of the course, faculty can help discover the main objectives or themes related to the student learning. And these themes helps to outline the expected learning outcomes for the course. Otherwise, many times we have seen that the title of the in a course there are different titles of the different topics. Suppose the course has a 5-6 topics, and just the title is being converted into the course outcomes by the faculty. They will say the student will be able to know this particular title. Student will be able to understand that particular title, and so on. That is what is seen done for making the course outcome, but it is not. This is not expected. What is expected is what are the themes, what are the main topic. Although the title you are making for the, but what is the purpose of teaching that course? What students will take from that particular course? So that is important. I will come to the verbs also, how we can use the better and proper verb. So the course purpose involves what role does this course play within the major? What is the course unique or different from other courses? Why should the student take this course? What essential knowledge or skills should they gain from this experience? What knowledge or skills from this course will student need to have mastered to perform well in future classes or jobs? Why is this course important for students to take? So we have to ask all these questions too. Then when we talk about the expected learning outcomes, is a formal statement of what students are expected to learn in a course. That is what we talk about the course outcome, that what students are expected to learn in a course. Expected learning outcome statements refer to specific knowledge, practical skills, areas of professional development, attitudes, higher order thinking skills, etc. that faculty members expect students to develop or learn or master during the course. The expected learning outcomes are often referred to learning outcomes or student learning outcomes or learning outcome statements or course outcome. That is what we say here is a course outcome. And they should have these 3 major characteristics. They specify an action by the student or learner that is observable. They specify an action by the student or learner that is measurable. They specify an action that is done by the student and learner rather than the faculty member. Very specific. Action by the student, which is observable, which is measurable, and which is done by the student. Let us see, let us go ahead and understand what is observable and measurable and so on. Effectively developed expected learning outcome statement should possess all three of these characteristics. When this is done, the expected learning outcomes for a course are designed so that they can be assessed. So for writing effective learning outcome statements, it is very important to use verbs that describe exactly what the learners will be able to do upon completion of the course. Very good examples of good action verbs to be included in expected learning outcome statements are like compile or identify or create or plan or demonstrate or compare, evaluate, compute, prepare, etc. And as there are very good verbs, there are some verbs which we should not at all use, which we must avoid. These are some verbs that are unclear in the context of an expected learning outcome statement. To know, student will be able to know, student will be aware of, student will appreciate, students will understand, student will comprehend, student will become familiar with. These words are often vague, have multiple interpretations, or very simply difficult to observe or measure. As such, it is best to avoid using these terms when creating expected learning outcome statements. So many times, if you just go and revisit your COs and see whether student will be able to know or student will be able to understand, student will be able to be aware of whether we have used somewhere. So we have to go and find alternative word to all this because they are not measurable. How they are not measurable, I will come to that with example also. Yeah, just a simple example. When I ask a student, do you know what I told you? Student says, yes, sir, I know what you told. Then can you explain? Can you write or can you tell me? No, sir, I can't do that. It means how you will assess, he will measure unless and until he write it, he explain it or he tell you. So means writing or explaining is a measurable, you can say, but just to know, just to be aware of. Yes, sir, I understood what you told, but I cannot explain you. Then how you will assess or how you will measure whether he really attained and how to go ahead with the attainment of such particular case. That's why it is said they are vague in nature and simply difficult to observe or measure it. It's one general example of learning outcome. The student will understand basic human development theory. For an example, this is a learning outcome statement. Student will understand basic human development theory. The student will appreciate music from other cultures. This is just a general example for understanding. Both of these learning outcomes are stated in a manner that will make them difficult to assess. How do you observe someone understanding a theory or appreciating other cultures? How easy will it be to measure understanding or appreciation? So these expected learning outcomes are more effectively stated the following way. The student will be able to identify and describe the major theories of human development. The student will be able to identify the characteristics of museums from other cultures. Now they are more very specific and measurable and observable. Also, when we talk about learning outcomes or course outcomes, it is also incorporating critical thinking skills into expected learning outcome statements. Always learning outcomes cannot be at the level of the describe or explain or list or state or something like that. We have to go ahead with different levels of thinking skills. So as in every presentation of OB cannot go without Bloom to be discussed at least for the cognitive skills or other higher order thinking skills and so on. So in this taxonomy, that people Bloom argued that people use different levels of thinking skills to process different types of information and situations. Some of these are basic cognitive skills such as memorization, while others are complex skills such as creating new ways to apply information. And these skills are often referred to as critical thinking skills or higher order thinking skills. And as already Sir also had discussed the Bloom's steps, this Bloom taxonomy, when we talk about the different levels of thinking, first start from the remember, which is the start from the one remember, then we go ahead with understand, then apply, then analyze, evaluate, and create. So while writing the course outcome also, we have to choose a verb in such a way that we should see that student learning outcomes related to the critical thinking skills in a course, and different levels of higher order thinking skills are being taken care or not when we are writing or drafting the course outcome. So this is one which is given in the in documents when we talk about different levels of learning and different levels of thinking, and the verbs which we should use. Some of the verbs you will find at second level as well as fourth level also. That will depend on what you write after that verb, whether you are really at the understand level or whether you are really at analyze level. It will be defined by what you write in the course outcome. So that will also you will have some misinterpretation that some of the verbs are seen at different levels. So these are the you can say just guidelines to the faculties when they are preparing course outcomes, or even when they are preparing the question paper, that what words they should use to go ahead so that the higher order thinking and learning skill will endure in the teaching learning process. But of course, great things never come from comfort zone. When you are thinking of higher order learning, higher order thinking, and all these things, and then you have started making the question paper. Then few people say that I have made my question paper in just 1 hour. My paper is ready. Somebody says, no, I have only just 2 questions of 5 marks, 10 marks questions are ready within 1 hour, because you have a lot of thinking behind that and all these things. So if you have to do proper you can say the quality in the paper, and you are thinking of the levels of learning, and you are thinking of the words which you are using, better words you are using, and so on, then it is definitely going to take a little more time. That's the great things never come from comfort zone. And now with this background of course outcomes and GAs and POs and PSOs, I will come to the criteria 3 of self-assessment report. I have taken tier 2 as a basis to go ahead with what is expected to be written, and what is the evaluator's perspective, what he expects from the department, and so on. This 3.1 establish the correlation between the courses and the POs and PSOs, and in that 3.1.1 where you have to just write the course outcomes which you have prepared. So here the statement of course outcomes is expected to be written here, which you are already having in the so one course from one semester, starting from the third semester ahead. So the C202.1 is the first CO of C202 course code of the second year course code. C202.2 is the second CO statement. So these CO statements which you are writing here in the SAR. And only 6 semesters, one course CO statements you are writing here, whereas you are having all with you. Although you have all of them with you, but here in the SAR, you are only writing one course from each of this year of the study for the SAR. And this SAR, when you have submitted the SAR and the SAR soft copy comes to the evaluator, he will be very much interested to go through the COs. What COs you have written, and he will try to find out whether COs are measurable or whether some words like know or understand are used, or whether the COs, the verbs which we have used, are mapping to the higher order thinking or higher order learning, etc. So that will be the analysis done by the evaluator before visiting the institution, because he will get the soft copy of the SAR and he will go through this. So here evidence of COs being defined for every course. So appropriateness of the statement, not only you will say that we have COs for all the courses, so we will get 5 marks, but appropriateness of the statement shall be seen. So the evaluator will see whether the statements are appropriate, as we just discussed about the appropriateness of COs. How should be the CO? So that will be the thing here, which will give you 5 marks, and then COPO matrices of courses selected here. And as there was a question, Madam was asking, somebody was asking about COs not mapping to POs. What can be done? Yes, if CO is poorly drafted, it may map.
I request participants to please mute their video.
Sangeeta madam, please switch off your video. Chokole madam.
Okay, yeah. There is some network issue with the speaker. I will get back to you. Please be patient and wait for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I am calling. I am calling. I am calling to the sir.
Okay, I have called Vayal, sir. I'll ask him. Give me a minute.
Hello. Are you getting? ओमकार सर आवाज येतो?
हो सर आवाज येतोय तुमचा.
बरं सरांचं प्रेझेंटेशन स्टार्ट करा.
1 minute, sir. Wait.
सर व्हॉल्यूम वाढवा सर तुमचा, म्हणजे आवाज कमी आहे.
माझा का?
हा आवाज थोडा व्हॉल्यूम वाढवा.
आला. Yes, sir. It's okay.
थोडासा व्हॉल्यूम वाढवा.
One minute, sir. 1 minute.
I have discussed with Vayal, sir. There was some network issue on his side. He is joining back in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. It's okay. 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 Unmute, sir.
Hello.
Why sir?
Others,
Unmute.
sir. Why, sir? Unmute.
Yes, yes.
Unmute.
Perfect.
I think there was some problem in the network, I think.
Yes,
Sir.
sir.
Yes.
Please
Yes.
share your screen and you can
Yes.
start from that point. No problem.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have muted my mobile also. That's why I could not hear you.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all.
It's okay, sir. Please continue.
So, I think I was discussing about the COs, appropriateness of COs,
Yes, sir.
where
Yes,
I
sir.
left
Yes.
this, and then COPO matrices, where I was telling that all COs cannot be mapped to all POs. It will depend on whether it is satisfying the particular GA which is associated with the POs and so on. As I was telling the experience that when we see these matrices in some of the institutions, they map it loosely. Some of the institutions they map it to all the POs, like what we were discussing on. In this, it is some noise is there. Hello, madam, mute करा सगळ्यांना.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Manda sir, please mute all participants.
Yes, ma'am. Doing, ma'am.
I
Yes.
request everyone to please switch off their videos.
So correlation is very important here, that whether substantial mapping is there with the CO. As I told you, substantial mapping will come with the verb which you have used in the CO, which is very much related to the particular PO. Okay. As well as the statement which you are making for the CO, and how it goes to the requirement of the particular PO or requirement of the particular GA. Okay. Accordingly, we map these COs to each POs. So the mapping can be sometimes one CO is mapping to 6 POs at 3 to 1 or something like that. Some CO is mapping to 8 POs and so on. It doesn't matter. So but it is not necessary that each COs should map with all the POs. That is very clear. So explanation of the table to be ascertained that why you are mapped like this, the assessor like me will ask. So at few places, I will ask them to explain why this matrices, why you have mapped this as 3, 2, or 1, or why not you map this particular PO. So you have to explain. You should have justification of the mapping, and accordingly the mapping will be verified at least for 2 matrices by the evaluator. Then program level course PO matrices of all courses. It was course level and then program level. So the basic is the course level, where the matrices for course level will make the ground for the program level, because you have already mapped for a particular C202. You have already mapped the PO. So here the mapping cannot be to map a new PO. It will be very much on the basis of whatever information you have already filled in 3.1.2, where you have mapped the COs with POs, and all the 5-6 COs are forming one program, one course. So this should be very much consistent with the table which you have just written for the CO matrices. So this will be completely dependent on that. This table which I have shown here is up to PO1 to PO12, but similar table we have to prepare for PSO, program specific outcomes, because as I told you, they are in parallel. So the same table with all these COs and these courses, we need to prepare similar table for PSOs, which is in very much parallel. Or here or in the same table, you can have after PO12, PSO1, PSO2, PSO3, and PSO4 also it will do, and you can map it. There was sometimes there is an issue. Few institutions asked. We have seen their mapping, and we have seen that there are PSOs, but few PSOs are not mapped to any course. They said, "Sir, this PSO was not mapped, or this course was not mapped to a single PSO." Then I said, program specific outcomes are the essence of the program, and how it is possible that not a single, the course is not mapping to a single PSO. So it cannot happen. Otherwise, you need to refine your PSOs at a first stage, that if some particular course which you are teaching and you are not in position to map it with the PSO, it means you need to refine your PSOs at the first stage so that it will map with the PSO. So it cannot happen that all your courses which you are teaching will definitely map with one or other PSO. It may not map with all, but one or other PSOs they have to definitely map. So that is what you have to see. So here also the explanation of tables to be ascertained, and mapping will be verified for at least one course per year of study. For POs and PSOs getting mapped with the core courses are also be verified by the evaluator. So what exhibit or contest to be observed or assessed by the evaluator here? That is what I am discussing. That the evaluator will see the appropriateness of the mapping for some core courses of the particular program. Then, when the next point, when you talk about the attainment of course outcomes, what are the assessment processes, what is the quality or relevance of assessment processes and tools used, and how you will collect the data for the attainment of course outcomes, and so on. So, as we know, the collection or data collection is through the exams, tutorial questions, assignments, lab tests, project evaluation, student portfolio. Student portfolio is also a collection of artifacts that demonstrate skills, personal characteristics, and accomplishments created by the student during study period. So that is also one thing. Then here, list of assessment processes. What are the assessment processes which you have used? They will be, and the appropriateness of that, the quality and relevance of assessment processes and tools used. So 2 and 8 marks to total 10. This evaluator will go through the evidence of appropriate assessment processes, including how you collect the data, verification of data, analysis, decision making. So he will go through the course file of the faculties to see what type of assessment processes are used, how the data is collected for the direct assessment or for the indirect assessment, whether direct and indirect both assessment are done, what type of tools are used for that, whether test exams, so test question paper and their marks, and well the university exams and so on. So, and then this is only process. 3.2.1 was about only the processes. What process? And 3.2.2 is about the record the attainment of course outcomes of all courses with respect to set attainment level. So here attainments you have to record. Now while you are talking about attainment, there are many issues regarding attainment. What level, what performance level we should keep when we are keeping the what target has to be kept, and so on. So there are so many institutions I have seen that they have kept target at 40, that somebody who has passed the course is attained, somebody is keeping 50, somebody is keeping 60, somebody is keeping somewhere 57, 58, and so on. So there are n number of variation in considering the attainment of attainment level that which the student has to perform. But in general, the attainment levels shall be set considering the average performance levels in the university exams or any higher value set as target for the assessment year. So attainment level is to be measured in terms of student performance in internal assessment with respect to the course outcomes of a course, in addition to the performance in the university examination. So internal and university examinations, what is the performance of the student, and the set level, and sometimes random levels are also considered by some of the institutions. Like they consider that across the department we have considered as 55% is any student who is gaining above 55%, we will count that student in the total student to see the attainment. All these, although this is also a guideline, so for the considering the average performance level, what we expect here, as if we have considered 50 as a datum for the average performance, of the students and for the attainment. And you have calculated the attainment, course outcomes, mapped the program outcomes and PSOs, and you have calculated the attainment and so on. In second year, you have done the same. In third year, you have done the same. What is expected is whatever datum you have taken, but whether in the coming year, whether you find the loopholes, whether you find the places where attainment was low in the first instance, whether some measures are taken and in the second year there is a improvement. So this process, the attainment, the whatever level you have considered for the attainment and so on, what is seen is the process, what is seen is the improvement, whether there is any improvement in the coming year. This accreditation and all, this is nothing but to see whether our graph is improving, whether we are taking measures to see that the places where attainment was low, whether in the second year we had some measures to see that the attainment is improving. The target may be stated in terms of percentage of students getting more than the university average marks or more as selected by the program in the final exam. For cases where the university does not provide useful indicators like average or median marks, etc., the program may choose an attainment level on its own with justification. That is what I was telling, that you have on your own you have decided as 50%, then you should have its justification that what you have done in the particular current academic year, what was current academic year -1, what was the issue before that, what was the issue, and what are the improvements. So that is what is there in the attainment of course outcomes and program outcomes. Then when and once you have decided the datum and you have decided the attainment, and then the attainment levels will come, that students scoring more than university average percentage marks or set attainment level in the final, if there are 60% or above students, then your attainment is 1. 70% more students scoring more than the whatever datum you have decided, then your attainment is 2. And if above 80%, then your attainment is 3. Okay. So attainment is measured in terms of actual percentage of students getting set percentage of marks. Okay. If targets are achieved, then all the course outcomes are attained for that year. And then program is expected to set higher targets for the following years as a part of continuous improvement. That is what I was talking, that we need to have a continuous improvement. This also, as we are talking attainment level 1, 2, and 3, 60, 70, and 80, these are also the guidelines. Some institutions start this attainment level 1 as 40%, attainment level 2 as 60%, and 3 as 70% also in between that, 40, 55, 70, and so on. Again there, examiner, this evaluator will ask that why this low levels you have decided. Then again he will see that whether there is any improvement from the first year to second year to third year, or whether there is any change that you have changed your attainment level from 40 to level 1 to 50 next year. Okay. So with proper justification, you can decide this level, and but you should have a proper justification for that. So these are the guidelines for that, and all these attainments which you will get, target percentage of students getting more than the average class average marks set by the program in which associated COs in the assessment levels will be recorded, and the percentage of that will be recorded, and accordingly the evaluator will go through that what is the attainment of the COs. So it will be minutely done with the test 1 or test 2, how many marks test 1 was there, for if it is for 12, question number 1 was mapping to CO1, and it was for 12 marks, question number 2 was mapping to CO2, it was for 8 marks. So how many students got more than 50% marks? If your level is 50%, so the number of students getting more than 50% mark divided by total students, and that will give you the percentage for that particular CO, and so on. So that is only by mid-term exam, and also there will be end semester exam. So there also for that CO, and then you will have it weighted CO attainment for the particular course depending on how many marks mid-term exam was there, how many marks end-term exam was there, and so on. and accordingly you will come. This will be for the direct attainment, and also you can have the indirect attainment for that, through which for indirect attainment we generally use the course exit surveys. After each course, you can, to make it very simpler, you can just put the course outcomes statement in front of students, and they can just have their opinion in the scale of 1 to 5, that how much they feel as a perception that the outcome has been attained by them. That is indirect survey for the course outcomes, which and whose some percentage also you can take while making the final attainment of this course. Okay. So if targets are not achieved, the program should put in place an action plan to attain the target in subsequent years. Okay. Then, when there are affiliated institutions or university exam is there, and attainment through university exam cannot be, as the answer papers are not been accessible to us, to each institution for a particular course, and so you cannot map them to the COs. So according to the result or total marks out of 100 or out of 80, you have to see according to your target what is the attainment. And then internal assessment attainment you have for a particular CO also, CO wise. This attainment of university will be for a course. So if there are CO1 to CO6, for all the COs, the attainment will be same, because you have no mean to divide it into different COs. But in this internal assessment which we have done at the 20 marks internal level, you have CO wise. So that's why for each CO, 80% of the university examination and 20% depending on your how weightage you have in your curriculum. It can be in autonomous institutions, now it is 40-60 or 50-50. Also, rather way it is 60 internal evaluation, 40 university exams, and so on. It may go to that level, because there is a continuous evaluation system which is needed nowadays, and for that purpose, you may go to 50 to 60% continuous in-semester evaluation, and only 30 to 40% end-semester evaluation. In that case, this will be different. Like rather than 80% from university, it will be 50%, and so. So here 80% of 3, because being the attainment of substantial 3, and 20% of 2 and the internal assessment. So we have taken 80% of 3 as 2.4 and 20% of 2 as 0.4. So it is 2.8 is the attainment for a particular CO. So CO1, CO2 and CO3, because CO may vary in internal assessment. So accordingly, for all COs, the attainment will be different. Okay, this is for university exam only. Autonomous institutions can have this end semester also COs known to them, attainment, and they can have each CO wise, all these two components they can have weighted and calculate the attainment for that. Okay. So the evaluator will see the methodology to define the set levels and its compliance, data collection, verification, analysis, and decision making. Details of one course per year of study to be verified. So evaluator will see how targets are set, what way the data is collected, how it is calculated. Will verify for one of the courses of the one course per year of the study, and if he is satisfied, then he will go ahead. He may ask some faculty members to come and explain it, how he has done. Generally, it is random. Generally, the selection is based on those people who are around us, around the committee, and those who are eager to show us something. We avoid them. We call somebody else from remaining to explain this, because we know that these are the people who have done this SAR and all this attainment and all these things. So generally, we try to find out one professor, one associate professor, and one assistant professor who is not around us since long. Maybe we observe this for maybe half a day, and then randomly we select it. It's not that only from them. We can ask to those also who are presenting the data to us sometimes some questions, but generally, so it means the point is that everyone who is involved in the process should know what is this attainment, what is this mapping, matrices, how it is calculated, and so on. Sometimes it is told that I was only knowing for my up to my assessment. All other things are done by computer itself because the data we are feeding and it is calculating the attainment and it is mapping to the POs and PO attainment and so on. That is not the answer which is expected. It is necessary that the faculty should know the process how this attainment is done. So that is very clear here. And every stakeholders involved, means all the faculty members who in the department should know this. Being they should do it for their own courses, all this mapping and attainment of their particular course, so that they will know this. Then to go ahead, it's a description of as we were talking about COs now, it's now about POs. POs and PSOs, because POs and PSOs are in parallel, as I told you. 12 POs and then 4 PSOs which are there in the same matrices. Again, here also, what are the tools or processes you are using for measuring the attainment, and what is the quality and relevance of assessment tools and processes. It will be like COs, how we have mapped and what type of tools you have used, what type of assessment you have used, how you collected the data, what was your datum, what was your target, and so on. So this is again one and the same thing here for the POs, as COs are mapped to the POs, but data will come from the COs itself for direct assessment. Okay. So again, here course wise, you have matrices where the levels will come for the POs from this because you have mapping for different COs, and there is a correlation also 1, 2, 3, and accordingly you have the value of PO, and then you will at the end you will have total of the direct attainment, and you might have indirect attainment also in this case for POs. So POs, again, you can have the program exit survey. The person who is completing graduation can give the candidate can give his perception or views on the POs, that what GAs or what POs are being attained at what level the POs are being attained by the students after completion. So final year students can directly give their views on the POs and PSOs, and that can be indirect attainment. That will be program exit survey. And program exit survey, we can include POs and PSOs, or some questions related to POs and PSOs which we can map to the POs and PSOs at large, and then we can get idea about the what is the perception, and that will work as the indirect attainment for the POs and PSOs. So, and then at the end, when you are calculating the attainment, you can take the direct attainment at about 80% and indirect attainment at 20%, and then you can say that PO attainment is this much and so on. So that way it can be done. Surveys analysis customized to an average value as per levels of 1, 2, and 3, and then accordingly that we will have as a 20% of 80% of direct assessment, which we have done through the exams, internal and university exams, and then indirect assignment 20%. Accordingly, we can calculate the PO attainment, and similarly for PSO attainment, because POs and PSOs are in very much in parallel, and that's why that we need to calculate the same with the same sequence here. So this also had a 40 marks here. So verification of documents, results, and level of attainment of each POs and PSOs, overall level of attainment, and again the appropriateness of attainment levels, the documentary evidence, all the documents where you have all this mapping, attainment, the data from where you have got it, we will be in position to show all this for the POs and PSOs attainment. And some of the POs and PSOs for 4 courses will be verified by the evaluator, and if they are satisfied with the attainment level for that particular course. So this way, this is 40 marks here for this PO and PSO attainment, whereas there also, as far as the CO attainment is concerned, there was also, it was 40 marks for CO. So attainment benchmark set for the attainment and attainment levels itself has 40 marks for COs and 40 marks for PO and PSO, and their processes has 10 marks more. Okay, so how the list of assessment process and the quality relevance of the assessment. So 50 plus 50 means 100 marks are there for this attainment. That's why it should be known to everybody. Everybody should involve themselves in this process to know how the attainments are done. It's not that we can tell that it is automatically done computerized. And maybe it is done computerized, but you should know how it is done and how this particular, because the evaluator sometimes mark one particular matrix and ask one of the faculty to describe how these values have come. So he should be in position, he or she should be in position to tell how this has been done. Although it has been computerized, but what is the process, how this calculation has been done, that he or she should know. How he should also know the processes involved, that why this target level, why not according to the 80% or 70%, why you have taken a lower target level, what is the difference in the CAY -2 and CAY -1 and current and so on. So these are the things in this particular thing. So, and then we will provide the results of the POs and PSOs, etc. So as far as this tier 2 and tier 1 institution is concerned, these tier 2 institutions, about these three, this third point, COs and POs attainment, you could see that tier 2 institutions have 120 marks, whereas tier 1 institutions have 175 marks, 175 marks. What is the major difference here? Because in this, if you go with the establishment of correlation between COs, POs and PSOs, tier 1 institutions have 20 marks, whereas tier 2 has 25. Because here the tier 1 institutions can frame their own COs, own POs, PSOs, they frame their own curriculum, whereas tier 2 institutions, the curriculum is defined by the university. Sometimes the COs are defined by the university, so they have limitations to that. That's why in attainment of course outcomes, more marks are there in tier 1 because they have a lot of flexibility in framing the courses, in adding the courses, and in refining the courses from time to time. And that might be that's why the attainment are given more marks there, as attainment of CO 65 marks and attainment of POs and PSOs also 65 marks in tier 1, and assessment process 10 marks at both the places, whereas in tier 2 it is 40 marks as being they had limitations. But again, it is said by many evaluators that although the COs are defined by the university, you can always make improvement in the CO at the interest of the curriculum and the GAs and mappings and so on. And you can have over and above work done in the particular courses. It's not that you should always stick to the COs given. You have always have a access, or you can always go for improving it. Nobody stops you from doing that as far as the quality improvement of the process of attainment is concerned. So you can do that also. So with this criteria 3, I will move ahead with criteria 4 in brief. Just I have again here used the SAR document, which is many of you might have already seen that what they need, the student performance, where they need that what is the current academic year and what are the sanction intake of your program and total student admitted in first year, total student admitted in second year via lateral entry, and if there is any separate division and so on. So total number of students, etc. So these are some tables which you will see in the criteria 4. Then number of successfully graduated without backlogs and successfully graduated with backlogs and so on. For example, for data entry perspective, if we had a sanction intake of 2 divisions, 120, and the number of students admitted in first year after all migration to other programs and all happens, if they are 100, and number of students admitted in second year in the same batch via lateral entry was 20%, now it is 10%. So 20, it is yes, according to 20% here, that 24. So 100 plus 24 becomes total number of students admitted in the program as 124 in this. So similarly for CAY -1, current academic year -2, and so on. So these are according to the table which is given there. And then this is the how many students are successfully graduated without backlog, and then how many students have graduated with backlog additional. So these are the tables there, and then the actual criteria starts, because few of the data is being automatically taken by the SAR, online SAR for other criteria here. Now, in this student performance, there is a weightage for how much enrollment you have, because nowadays in many of the institutions the enrollment is also an issue, as I told you, because of the so many institutions and the students maybe thinking for, or their parents are also going through the placements of the institution, the quality education, the accreditation whether the institution is having, and so many other things, and then deciding whether to go for engineering, whether to go for any other courses, science stream, and other courses of pharmacy or architecture, or can go for arts related courses and so on. So that's why the enrollment is a issue which is coming down in last few years, which we see in engineering education. So here enrollment N1 by N. So N1 are the total enrolled students, and N is what is the sanctioned intake. Okay. So depending on that, the enrollment according to above 90%, you get full 20 marks. So here the data is like enrollment list of university, or your whatever authority you have for the admissions. That certified list will be asked by the assessor to see that how many students were enrolled, whether it is through the common admission process cap, or whether it is through management quota, or whether it is through the authentic list will be asked by the assessor here for the enrollment ratio. Then second point is success rate in the stipulated period of the program without backlog. So how many number of students who have graduated from the program without backlog? So number of students admitted in the first year of that batch and admitted in the second year via lateral entry or separate division will be one thing here, which we will consider. And how many have graduated divided by how many were admitted in the first year of that batch and second year lateral entry, etc. So that will give you the average SI, and then from the mean success index of the 3 batches, you will multiply it by 20, SI to 25 to get the particular mark. So this will be in 0.4 or 0.5, and then multiplied by 25. So this is for the latest year of graduation, minus 1, latest year of graduation minus 2, and from that how many students were admitted in first year plus second year, and how many students graduated, and accordingly the success rate, an average success rate, average of the. So this data will be verified by the assessor. He will ask for the university convocation list of earlier, and he will also ask the 4 years before what was the admitted student list, and accordingly the numbers will be verified. So whatever data you are, whenever you are filling this particular table, the data may be at rough format where you are making the calculations, etc. You keep that papers ready, so that immediately you can show that how you have gained this particular number or particular value for success index without backlog, and also success index rate with backlog. So adding to this, number of students who graduated from the program in the stipulated period of course duration in this, but including backlog, but they have completed in 4 years. So here this will be definitely the success index will be more from rather than 4.2.1, and again this will be multiplied with 15, and you will get the mark. So if 100% students clear without any backlog, then also total mark scores will be 40. So then there will be only 4.2.1, 4.2.2 marks, 4.2.2. These 15 marks will be added to 4.2.1 by the evaluator, and whole 40 marks will be given if this is the case. Then in 4.3, academic performance in third year. So here, mean of third year grade point average of all successful students on a point scale, or if it is CGPA, if or mean of percentage of marks of all successful students in third year divided by 10, okay, multiplied by number of successful students divided by number of students appeared in the examination. Okay. So here the successful students on a 10 point. Successful students mean those who are being successful, who are considered as successful students. Those who are moving from third year to final year are considered as successful students. Okay. So all that students CGPA average of that and the 10-point scale or their percentage, and it will be multiplied with the y by z is the number of successful students divided by number of students appeared in the examination, and that will give you the API, API 1, API 2, and API 3, and then average API, and academic performance, the marks will be 1.5 into average API. So that data, again, as I told you, whatever calculations you have made, whatever data you have used, should be handily available with you so that you can satisfy the evaluator that from this data we have calculated all this. Then academic performance in second year, again the same thing which was there in third year, CGPA, mean percentage of successful students, number of students, successful students, and number of students appeared. Again, academic performance API, average API for 3 CAY -1, CAY -2, and CAY, and the data will be verified by the evaluator. And again, the mark 15, 1.5 into average API will be the marks here. Then placement, higher studies, and entrepreneurship. This is the initially this was also being one of the pre-qualifier criteria to have 40% placement, but nowadays it is not there. But still, this has a lot of importance. This is the reflection of outcomes, that how students have gone with the outcomes and how they are satisfying the professional life after completion of the program. So this is very important, that what is the placement of the student. So in this, the total number of final year students, so what was the admitted list, what is the number, and what are the total number of students placed in companies or government sector, that is placement. What are the number of students admitted to higher studies with valid qualifying score? So valid qualifying score can be get, or any entrance if any state is taking any international level entrance, GRE, GMAT, etc. Or also those students, those who have gone for MS, etc. in various foreign universities, that will be also considered here the number. And then third is number of students turned entrepreneur in engineering and technology. So whether they have started their own business to that. So X plus Y plus Z. So placement, higher studies, and entrepreneur. And then that is divided by the N, average placement. The N is the number of students which were there in the particular batch. And for each of the year, given P2 plus P3 and divided by 3. So this is this way it is calculated, and the assessment marks are 40. And the data will be verified, because there is a lot of issues on the placement, that many times, many institutions, when it was in pre-qualifier, they used to have try to have some data which is which might be really not true, and that was the issue. And many times there were revisits for that for some of the institutions to verify the placement data. So but now being it is not there in the pre-qualifier, however in the marks the institution should try to give the data with the evidences, and even checking the evidences is really a challenge in this, because when you just show that this student is placed, and you are just showing the order that this is his appointment letter, but many times only appointment letters do not serve the purpose. So many evaluator sometimes ask you for whether he has joined there or not, whether joining letter is there, whether his iCard of that company is there or not, and something like that. Whether he has joined the institutions, whether his iCard of master's program, higher studies is there or not, and something like that. So it is better if we can collect that data also. That is more authentic. That is more authentic to present to the company. And many times the placement is always a question mark that the civil engineering student and getting placement in some IT industry, and the job nature will be different and so on. But still, whether to consider or not is the sometimes this is also the debate question, whether he or she will be considered or not, because it is not a core company. But being whether he is getting the advantage of the graduate attributes which he has acquired during the study. That is also the matter of consideration by the evaluators, and justification to be given by the institutions for this particular thing to the evaluator. So data to be verified for at least. But one more thing, that in placement sometimes the very low packages, like sometimes the packages is in tune of 1 lakh or so, is also shown as a placement. Annual package 1 lakh. And then again, it is a question mark whether it is to be considered or not. So there are many such issues in the placement area. And nowadays there is more explicit data used. It is added later on in the SAR also, that provide the placement data in this form, and the name of the employer, appointment letter, reference number with date, and also at few places it is asked the contact numbers of employers and so on, so that website and so on, to know whether. So because of this issue, to resolve these issues, the further data is asked in the SAR itself now, so that the things will be more clear from the student performance. Then about professional activities, chapter 4.6, I'm just near to end. I think the organizers must be waiting that whether my time is over, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
2-3 minutes more only, and then we can question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
yeah. So 4.6, when we move to the student performance, professional society chapters and organizing engineering events. So the department shall provide the relevant details about the availability and activities of professional societies like IETE or ASC or many other chapters, etc. And what are their activities in the department, how they are useful to the students, how students are involved into their activities, the number of quality of engineering events organized at the institute level, or state level or national level or international level. So that brochures of that, attendance of student, report of that, photographs of that will be self-explanatory to the evaluator. So this data is needed to get in this 5 marks. Then publication of technical magazine or newsletter, etc. Again, the department shall show whether they have some publications in the department technical magazine or department bulletin, etc. Whether there are really some technical deliberations are there into the print material, etc. And what is the participation of students from the program which we are evaluating? Because if we are evaluating the electronics engineering, how many students of electronic engineering have participated in this particular technical magazine or this publications, etc. So that documentary evidence of student participation has to be confirmed, and it will be also confirmed by the evaluator from while interacting with the students. So they will interact with the students and will ask them that how much you are involved in this newsletter or technical magazine, and what is your contribution and so on. For that, this framework. And then professional activities. Participation in inter-institute events by students of the program of study. In this, how many students have participated in the events within the state? 2 marks. Event outside the states? 3 marks. And if there are any prizes, awards received in such event, 5 marks. So very clearly, explicitly given that for which how many marks are given. For participation in state by the students of the program, 2 marks. Outside the state, 3 marks. If outside the state is 0, definitely you are going to get 0 marks there if you cannot show any student participated in the event outside the state. And if any prizes award received in such events, if you can show some of them, it will be evaluated out of 5. Otherwise, it will be 0 marks there. So this is quality of events and documentary evidence which you can show. So this way, these are the, if I compare with tier 2 and tier 1, again here, tier 2 institutions, this students' performance has 150 marks. Whereas in tier 1 institution, it is 100 marks, because it is known that tier 1 institutions might be autonomous or might be this NITs, etc. So they are anyway, their input is good. So that way the success rate will be good and so on. So they are evaluated out of 100. And tier 2 institutions, as they are working on them very hard and they are making them quality engineers. So the weightage also is given here is little more, if you can see, for all this success rate and it is the marks are out of 40, and academic performance in third year is also included there. In tier 1, academic performance in third year is not included. It is second year only, and then pass out, etc. So out of 150 for tier 2 and out of 100 for tier 1. So that is the comparison here for tier 2 and tier 1 institutions for category 4. I think I have tried to go through criteria 3 and criteria 4 explicitly, and also I have tried to see what evaluator perspective, what is expected to be done for this criteria 3 and criteria 4, and what way we should go ahead with filling the task. And with this quote that don't stop when you are tired, stop when you are done, and do it now, sometimes later becomes never. With this quote, I thanks to the organizer, and this much is from my side, and the forum is open for question answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request the participants, if you have got any questions to ask, either you can post it in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and you can ask the question. Okay.
This is Dr. Ali.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Should I put my video on as well?
As you wish. As you wish.
Well, sir, thank you very much for making my life easier for tomorrow's discussion. I have a talk to be made on OB on e-learning. So it was very nice, and particularly course outcome based, whatever you indicated. I have no questions. I just want to thank you very much.
I am your student only. I am alumni of your college, sir.
I know that. Thank you. So nice.
Okay.
So nice.
Hello, sir. Yeah. I'm from Kolhapur KIT College. Recently, we faced NBA, and we got the NBA in November. In November, visit was there, and we are very happy. Your session is very excellent, effective, fruitful, and cross-check what we did, what we'll have to plan for the next. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
And I visited your institute also. Thank good.
Yeah. Okay.
Mansi madam, chat box.
Yes. Sir, Mandar sir has asked you a question. How are PEOs formed and assessed?
How are PEOs formed? Yeah, PEOs are like reflection of what our students will be after 4 to 5 years, isn't it? So that is what our students will be doing in a professional life after 4 to 5 years. So keeping that in mind, keeping the program essence in mind, we have to form the PEOs. And how to assess PEO? If you talk about how to assess PEOs, PEOs will be assessed through indirect method only, in which the feedback from the employers, feedback from the alumni, we will have to collect, and from which we can assess whether the PEOs said by us are correct or not, or aligned with whatever we are planning or vision and mission, etc. or not.
So there are a few questions from our viewers who are watching our session online through YouTube.
Yes, sure, madam.
Vaishali Kulkarni madam has asked, what are the criteria to be considered for direct attainment?
direct attainment are all the direct assessment which we are doing. Maybe our test, in semester evaluation, maybe the term work which we are giving to the students, maybe group discussion which we are doing, which we are giving some topics for group discussion, and we are assessing the students. Whatever direct assessment we are doing, all that components will be considered for this.
Okay. There is one more question by Ms. Prerna Srivastav. She's asking, can we include off-campus placement data in the SAR report?
Yes, 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 sure. Only you should have the evidences for that.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to ask anything?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm Sudhir Sambre. I'm chairman IETE Aurangabad Center and representing industry. My question is, in the attainment process, you are considering the employment data. Now, batch passed out in 2019.
Yeah.
What is the time limit for which you will be considering his employment? Because students may be employed after months, immediately after finishing his course.
This is this is subjective because the placement which is through campus is generally available with the institution, and later on student is getting employment. But generally, the evaluator consider that after passing, suppose somebody is passed in May 2019. So maybe up to May 2020, within a year, if he is placed, the evaluator generally considers the data, maybe off campus. So that is the in general this thing. Maybe he is not on campus. Generally, initially it was that only on campus data was considered, but now off campus is also considered. But generally within a year, who is getting placement with this knowledge which he has gained here is considered.
And my second question is, in the attainment process, you talk about internal assessment and university assessment.
Yeah.
And even university assessment, the ratio can be decided by the institute or the.
Generally, if it is according to the curriculum.
My question is, in this process, the problem is the institute people itself, they are deciding everything. Attainment is decided by the problem line.
Correct.
Is there any provision of third-party attainment audit or any third party involved in this process, in this configuration? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So my question is whether how you can ensure the transparency, because it is only the institute level people are going to decide everything.
Yeah, there is little network issue on YSR side. He'll answer your question, sir.
Madam, this is Professor
Sir,
Ali.
I'll call you, sir. Sir, I'll call YSR because he has left the meeting by mistake.
Oh, yes.
I think network issue, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Anyhow, he has finished, but let me ask.
Sir, join. Sir, join. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please unmute yourself. Panda, sir, pin his video.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes.
I was asking about the attainment process and attainments which are levels, etc. So there, although it is the institutions which are deciding the level and the process is being governed by the institution, but it is the wisdom of the assessor to see that whether there is any improvement, although maybe the institution might have taken lower level for getting the attainment, but whether later on in the second year or in third year, whether the institution had made any changes into the level, whether the institutions has taken some corrective measures so that the attainments are getting to the closer to their requirement and so on. So that is the wisdom of the assessor to see while assessing the program. There are no such guidelines or no such interventions before going for assessment in this particular area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Can
There is one more question from our chat box through YouTube. Ms. Neha, she is asking, can we have different target levels for the POs, or is it mandatory to have same target levels for all the 12 POs?
As far as the target levels are although see now this is also like if you have different target levels for different POs, what is the justification for that? So you need to give justification that why for PO1 you want, whether all the GAs are not required to be attended by the students, whether all GAs are not important to the candidate to achieve, and so on. So if you had a justification, specific justification for that, you can go ahead with that.
Okay. Sir, Ali sir wants to ask you a question. Ali sir, I request you to proceed.
No. I was just to support Vayal sir. While Samre sir was asking, okay, is there any third-party evaluation for whatever you are showing as placement?
Yeah, placement. I could not. I thought it was about the levels.
It was for level. I mean, whatever attainment level. I was talking about attainment level.
Okay. The attainment level, there is no.
Because employment data anyway. This is the problem. Why I was asking this question? See, in industry, candidate comes with saying that he has got 80%, but when you judge him, he doesn't know even 20% of his course content.
Correct.
And it is the university and the our whole education system has certified that he is worth 80%.
Yes.
So the basic problem with anything, whether you in OBE system you are generating data, everything, but what is the transparency of that data? And if it is not transparent, then the end results, what is expected from this, may not be achieved.
True. I fully agree, sir, with you. My newly process, what I understand, the new process of NBA accreditation, because they have kept pre-qualifier, and after that they allow you to come into the main stream to get accredited. So 2 years period as well as pre-qualifier, they have mentioned for their own reason. It is the responsibility of the institute to check their parameters from third party like industry, the other stakeholders. Maybe suppose the student has gone for PG studies, then what attainment level he has gone to. Likewise, he has placed into the company, or he might have started his own business. So all these parameters must be taken as a feedback, and from that there is a feedback system at the program evaluation objective EEO level. The feedback from the stakeholders belonging to industry, belonging to the other colleges, or where he is employed. So if they are taken care while framing or reframing, redesign, sir, it is a continuous process. It is not that I have got NBA and after 3 years I will go back. No.
The one thing I will like to add, sir, if OBE you are only checking the show that you are going to the OBE for only when the committee comes, or whether you are practicing OBE, that is the issue. If you are practicing OBE, all your industry interaction and practicing ethics and so on, students should go through that. If they are practicing OBE. But if you are only showing that you are OBE, then it is a different issue. It depends on institute how to go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Wire, sir. This is Dr. Mande.
Yes, sir.
Hello, and thank you for very insightful lecture on this OBE.
Some disturbance. Hello.
And I cannot stop myself from asking something more from you. I know that it is very late, but then also I would like to know from you that when we set attainment level, so is it necessary to have same attainment level for all the courses across the program, or is there any when we set the attainment level, basically attainment 1, attainment 2, attainment 3, and we define attainment level 1 as 50% or 2 as a 60%. So this level should be same for all the courses across program, or can we have flexibility to set different attainment levels for different courses?
Sir, you have a flexibility to frame attainment level or your course when you are talking about course outcomes. But as far as that there course wise also you can have that for my course the students above 50% are attained. For some course students above 55% are attained. So it can be at one place where you have course, but when it comes to the PO, you can have same department level. Yeah, that flexibility you can have in PO. Yeah.
Okay. But at program level, it should be same.
At program level, it is always it is better to have, because they ask for the evidence that you have decided at program level what are your target levels.
Yes.
Okay.
So because each PO will not be corresponding to 1 or 2 courses. It will come from 10 different courses. So,
yes.
So that's why POs, targets of POs you can decide at the department level, and at PO level you have a flexibility. You can justify course wise why you have kept it less, 50 or 55 and so on.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do anyone else like to ask anything? Okay.
Where, sir? This is Nilesh Kasset with Zone Mentor, IETE. Sir, your lecture was quite informative, and most of the difficulties were solved. I really thank you for your lecture in the detailed study for criteria 3 and 4. Thanks a lot, sir, and thanks to Baban Rinde, sir, for suggesting your name.
Sure, thank you, sir. Thank you. I am also targeting to guide in Maharashtra 100 institutions for accreditation. It's my own wish. I have already guided 10, 15, and I am targeting to reach to 100 in Maharashtra, because I can guide Maharashtra institution, because being going assessor in other states, so there I cannot guide directly to them, being a mentor. But in Maharashtra is open for.
That's good. Very nice, sir. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Vaya sir. Abhay sir, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Rinde sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Okay. So thank you, sir, for your wonderful session. I express my sincere thanks on behalf of entire team IETE Mumbai Center for accepting our invitation and for giving beautiful insights to us. We all will definitely take all your inputs and will incorporate it in the process that we are already using. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. And I am sure the efforts of Dr. Baban Rinde and Mansi Madam will be fruitful, and this 2 days program will help to these participants a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
I request other participants to kindly join at 3 p.m. for the next session. The next session will start at 3 p.m. and it will end by 4:30 p.m. The link for the same and other notifications will be informed on the group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay.
मॅम ते शेंडे सरांचं अजून काही जॉईन आलेलं नाही. मी त्यांना सांगितलं होतं किशोर.
Sir, ready?
Just a minute, ma'am. Omkar sir, we can start. Start? We can start? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Mansi ma'am, we can go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third session of online IET West Zone seminar organized by IET Navi Mumbai Center, and it is supported by IET headquarters, New Delhi. In this session, we have with us Dr. Farooq Kazi, who is working as a Dean R&D and Consultancy at VJTI Mumbai. Let me take few minutes to introduce Sir in detail. Sir has received his PhD degree in Systems and Control Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay in 2009. He is currently a professor and Dean of Research and Development at VJTI Mumbai. He works in the domain of cyber physical systems and critical infrastructure security. His research interests include SCADA security, industrial control system, operational technology security, etc. He is working as a chair of WG3 of India Smart Grid Forum, a PPP initiative of Ministry of Power, Government of India. He is also the education chair for cybersecurity and IEC 62443 of ISA District 14. He also works as a consultant with Tata Consulting Engineers for smart grid projects. He was invited as a visiting research scholar at Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, EPFL, Switzerland, Tufts University, Boston, USA. He has delivered invited talks and presented his research work at MIT USA, CNRS, Paris, Budapest, Florence, and Japan. He has published more than 90 research papers in various international journals and conferences. He has received project funding from ISRO, DARC, DRDO, DST for his various research projects. He has also secured project funding and in-kind support from industries like Siemens, Emerson, L&T Electrical and Automation, L&T Infotech, and Cisco for test bed on security of cyber physical systems. We are extremely privileged to have you with us, sir. We thank you for accepting our invitation. I request you to please start your session. Over to you, Kazi, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for a very nice introduction of mine.
Welcome,
Just
sir.
give me one moment to put my slides on.
Yeah, sure.
Also, sir is BOS chairman.
Yes, sir is also a BOS chairman of Electronics and Telecommunication at University of Mumbai.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can somebody confirm if the slides are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Visible,
Yeah.
sir. Visible.
So good afternoon to all. And before I start my presentation, let me first thank IETE for opportunity for sharing my experiences of MBA process, particularly related to criteria 5.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but your voice is too low, sir. Can you please increase volume?
Yeah, sure. Is that clear now? Is that
yes, sir.
better?
Yes, sir. Little better.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank IETE for allowing me and giving me opportunity to share my experiences for MBA, particularly with criteria 5 and 6. Particularly, I would like to thank IETE Chairman and Principal Dr. Bakal sir, my long-time associate. I'm also thankful to Dr. Inder sir and Dr. Mande sir because I'm working with them in the capacity of Board of Studies EXTC and Mansi Subedar Madam. I'm also thankful to all the mentors of IETE for making this particular program a success. I'm listening to other couple of earlier talks as well. They were very nicely arranged. So with this, let me begin for my presentation, which is mainly covering criteria 5 and 6. So just before the lunch break, we had Professor Vayal talking about criteria number 3 and 4. So it is in continuation of what we have seen in the earlier two talks, because the very first talk was talking about the philosophy of OBE, outcome-based education, and then Professor Vayal has also gradually covered criteria number 1, 2 while talking about 3 and 4. So now I will be moving and taking this baton ahead with criteria number 5 and 6. So my presentation,
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. The screen is slightly cropped from the left-hand side. That's why the slides are not visible properly.
Okay, so let me try once again.
Yes, sir.
Sir can turn on his video also.
Yeah, sir, if you wish, you can turn on your video
Yeah,
also.
I will. Initially, I thought, because during Vayal sir's presentation, I saw that sometime the bandwidth was creating issues.
Yeah,
So I thought
actually,
that
yeah,
initial
it's
some
fine,
part
sir.
we will, yeah.
Yes,
Once
sir. Thank you,
people
sir.
get, audience get connected properly, then I will surely would like to turn on the video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that now visible full? Or
Yes, sir. Just scroll down. Yeah. It is visible now, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So yeah, thank you very much. So the outline of my talk, given the time limit, I plan in this way. Obviously, we will have the question answer session in case if something is required to be added more to the topics that I will be covering. So mainly I will begin with some a little bit of overview so as to patch up with the earlier two speakers and maintain the continuity. And then I would like to go to criteria number 5, which mainly deals with faculty information and contributions. So here I would like to basically talk about what NBA expect out of this criteria number 5 content that you will be putting in your SAR. Then we will also talk about the subparameters and how their weightage is associated. Particularly, I will be talking for tier 2 institute, because I understand that majority of the people listening to this talk will be from tier 2. However, we will also try to see how it will be correlated with the tier 1. And although I will be focusing mainly on UG, but we will also try to patch up with the PG as well. So I will be talking about the attributes and weightage, and some kind of analysis we will try to do parameter wise. So this I will be doing for criteria 5, and same thing I will be repeating for criteria 6 as well, which stands for facilities and technical support. So this is mainly for your laboratories where you will be having hardware, software, or other equipments, etc., and mainly your non-teaching and lab assistant as your manpower. So here also I will be mainly talking about what NBA expect out of those criteria number 6 attributes which are available, and then we will try to see criteria wise what is their weightage and what is the significance of each of that criteria. And towards end we will try to conclude about this criteria number 5 and 6. But before I move on, I would like to put a disclaimer here because I'm associated with this NBA process since around 1999 or so on both sides of the table, where as part of the institute where we were writing SAR and presenting to the visiting team. And for around 5 years or so, I'm also going as NBA evaluator, so sitting on the other side of the table. So the disclaimer that I would like to put is based upon my experience of this NBA process. Typically, NBA process is an evolving process. So they would like to take the cognizance of regulatory mandate, like when AICT changes the student-teacher ratio, then NBA also has to accordingly adjust their parameters and weightage in that manner. Similarly, they also take into account aspirations of the industry, and they also try to see, as per mandate of Washington Accord, that how internationally people are moving in terms of accreditation. So NBA considers the changes by the regulatory authority like AICT or UGC or MHRD. They also take into account the aspirations of industry. They take into account international best practices, and accordingly, they keep on changing their process, parameter, or criteria. So the disclaimer that I'm putting up here is the values that I will be showing or parameters that I will be discussing in the rest of my topic. These are as on 14th of June 2020 that I have prepared this presentation. So it may so happen that maybe in the next week or next month or after 6 months or so, some of those parameters will be changed by NBA, or they may be having some tweaking in terms of weightage. So my request for all those who will be following this presentation is to keep on looking the latest information at NBA site, which I have listed in the last line of my disclaimer. So the disclaimer mainly is that the latest information, you should try to get it from the NBA side. What I am presenting right now is based upon the information publicly available as on 14th of June 2020. Okay, so with this disclaimer, let me begin with my main topic and main talk. So as I told you, NBA is actually having different type of process evaluation criterias. Obviously, they are all having the same philosophy of outcome-based education, but NBA segregates different programs. Like for diploma evaluation, they will have some different type of characteristic or yardstick, we can say. For hotel management catering or for MBA, they will have some different. Similarly, within engineering, there are actually three different directions in which processes are defined. First one is Tier 1 Institute for UG. Second is Tier 2 Institute for UG. And third one is for PG program or master's program. So the main difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is Tier 1 are autonomous institutes who are having freedom to define their curriculum as per their requirement or as per the evolving requirement of the industry and society. Whereas Tier 2 institutes are typically affiliated to the university pattern. So these are the institutes who are not having ability to frame their own syllabus, but instead they follow the syllabus which is prescribed by their affiliating university. So these are the institutes which are Tier 2 institutes. So my presentation is mainly focused on Tier 2 institutes. However, as Professor Vayal has already clarified and has already given you the comparison of marking scheme for Tier 1 and Tier 2, as far as the criteria number 5 and 6 are concerned, there is not much difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2, except there is a small difference that in the Tier 2, they give more weightage for research and the consultancy and testing type of activities. But otherwise, for criteria number 5 and 6, there is not much difference in Tier 1 and Tier 2. It differs a lot in criteria number 2 and 3. Because this criteria number 2 and 3, which are mainly related to your understanding of curriculum, obviously it will have a lot of difference, because then if you are autonomous, you are having more responsibility to frame the syllabus which is in demand by the industry or which is satisfying requirement of the society. So as far as faculty is concerned, that is criteria number 5 and criteria number 6, we will not have much of the difference. However, the numbers that I will be talking are mainly for Tier 2 institutes. So please keep that in mind so that you will not have much of the conflict or much of the confusion. So philosophically, they will remain same. Parameters wise, 5 marks here or there, they might change in Tier 1 and Tier 2. In case of PG, there is nothing like Tier 1 and Tier 2. And the philosophy behind having this kind of approach for PG or master program is, since master programs are basically of 2 years, out of which 1 year is coursework and year 2 is mainly for the projects. So MTech project that people or students try to take up in the second year. So essentially, whether you are affiliated institute or you are autonomous institute, when we talk about PG or post graduation, only 50%, means out of your 2 year duration, only 1 year is related to the curriculum. Second year, you are otherwise also free to explore any research area for your masters. So that is the reason that they are not segregating tier 1, tier 2 in case of PG. However, for UG, tier 1, tier 2 segregation is there. So we will be mainly focusing our discussion towards tier 2. But again, bottom line is there is no much difference in the tier 2, at least for criteria number 5 and 6 are concerned. So with this, let me give you one slide of overview, and then we will straight away enter into the criteria number 5. So as far as evaluation or accreditation process of NBA is concerned for UG, it is mainly divided into two components. One is program level criteria, which will be having total weightage of 780 marks. And then there are three criteria, that is 8, 9, 10, which are institute level criteria. So these are accounting for around 220 marks. So generally, unless there is some exceptional situation, the team will be comprising of one chairperson and two evaluator per program. So these 780 marks are actually given by those two subject expert who are program evaluator, and these 220 marks which are at institute level criteria, these are generally given by the chairman or chairperson of the visiting NBA team. However, there is always the exchange of thoughts, exchange of ideas, exchange of opinion amongst the evaluator of the program and the chairperson, as well as amongst the evaluators of different program. Because generally in the hotel where this entire team is staying, or during the lunch break or some other breaks which comes during the days of evaluation, the entire team keeps on exchanging their findings or their opinion about the institutes and their program. So generally 780 marks are for the program specific, which these two evaluators will be deciding, and the 220 marks are for institute level criteria. Now, out of this different criterias that we are having, criteria number 1, 2, 3 up to 4 are already covered by Professor Vayal. So what I will be mainly talking about is now criteria number 5 and 6. These two criterias I will be discussing in the rest of the time that allocated to me. And one thing that I'm happy that the organizers allowed me to talk on this criteria number 5 and 6 is that if you see in this entire program or evaluation scheme, the criteria number 5 is having highest weightage of 200 marks actually. So around 20% of the weightage is going for this criteria number 5 itself, that is faculty information and contribution. So it will have impact in case of this criteria number, in case of final outcome of your NBA evaluation. Secondly, one more thing I would like to highlight so that you can, those who are keen on pursuing this NBA process or otherwise also, that this criteria number 5 is important because it is a mandatory criteria. If you want to get into 3-year or 6-year accreditation, then at least 40% you need to have in criteria number 5 for 3-year accreditation. It means irrespective of how much total marks that you are getting, if you fail to get 40% weightage in criteria number 5, you will not go through for 3-year accreditation. Similarly, if you want to have 6-year accreditation, then criteria number 4, 5, and 6. These three criteria you should have scored 60%. Now this is for the tier 2 institute. Similarly, for tier 1 institute, in another way these are reflected. These are usually for how many number of Ys, how many number of deficiencies or weaknesses you are having or concern you are having. Those matter a lot. So it means not just they are having highest weightage of 200 marks, but they are mandatory as well. That you need to have at least a certain minimum number of marks in this particular criteria so as to get through the rest of the NBA process. And it is very natural as well. It is very much like obvious as well, because when we talk about institute which is applying for NBA or a program which is applying for NBA, it is not just like how your building is or how air conditioned your classrooms or laboratories are, or whether you are having Italian marbles in your conference room or not. What matters a lot is actually your human resources. And in an institute, the faculty is the most important criteria or component, we will say. If the institute is doing well, obviously the credit goes for the contributions of the faculty in making the brand of that particular institute. So faculty and student, which are, and non-teaching staff as well, these are the human resources which matter a lot, along with the buildings and along with the amount of investment that institute has. So obviously this criteria number 5 is most important one that we will be covering, along with the criteria number 6. So with this basic essence of the process and how important it is to understand criteria number 5, let me begin straight away with the criteria number 5 itself. So I do not want to spend much time on the philosophical aspect of OBE and etc., because these are already covered by my earlier 2 speakers. And I also saw the schedule wherein tomorrow also you have some kind of discussion planned for this OBE. So I do not want to go into those kind of aspects. I will straight away go into the aspects related to the criteria number 5, so that we can spend as much as time for this particular important criteria. Now, before I talk about or start talking about the marks and the weightage or parameter, because when somebody forms a process, then obviously there is some kind of thought process in the mind. So we need to understand behind all those number crunching that we will try to do while writing our SAR for the criteria number 5, what is that NBA is expecting from your SAR portion related to the faculty information. So basically, the expectation of NBA is that your program should have sufficient number of faculty members. Because if you're having sufficient number of faculty members, it means you will have a better faculty to student interaction. If you're having 100, 120 intake, and if you're having only 2 or 3 faculty, then obviously 1:1 interaction, or for that matter classroom interaction, or for that matter laboratory interaction will not be a much efficient one. So what NBA expect is you should have a decent amount of faculty in your program proportional to the number of students, so that faculty student interaction will be adequate at different levels. What we mean by different levels is that at the level in the teaching learning process in the classroom, in the laboratory, while helping them out in the mini project, while helping them out in the major project, and vice versa for many other aspects of the student. Now, it is not just teaching learning process where faculty is required to be associated with. It is anyway the major part or responsibility of any faculty. But nowadays, because of the fierce competition and because of so many mandatory or regulatory requirements, faculty is also required to discharge other administrative duties as well. So teaching is anyway one aspect of that, but they may be involved in curriculum development. They may also be involved as head of department or some dean or some kind of section in charge. They may also be involved in the placement activities of the institute. Faculty may also be involved in some kind of interaction with the industry, doing some consultancy or testing work. So along with the teaching learning process, we should also have adequate number of faculties so that the rest of the administrative work, rest of the counseling, interaction work, outreach work is also effectively handled. That is what NBA expect when they try to gather the information from you for faculty information and contribution. They would also like to see, now the first one was related to the quantity point of view. The second aspect that NBA looks for is once you satisfy the quantitative type of requirement, what comes is a qualitative type of requirement. So NBA expect that whatever faculty you are showing in terms of numbers, they should also have adequate knowledge. It should not be just for the head count that these many number of faculties are there. But then ultimately, we would also like to see that whether these many number of faculties that we have in our program or institute are contributing in some or other way or not. Are they possessing adequate knowledge or expertise in their respective field of research or respective field of area where they undertake teaching learning? So if I'm teaching some subject, do I really possess adequate knowledge or not? Now, this adequate knowledge, whether I possess or not, will be reflected by how many number of research paper I have written in that area, how many number of research projects I have procured or brought for my institute or for my department, how much consultancy amount I have generated with using my expertise and the knowledge about my subject. So all these need also to be reflected. So certain parameters are quantitative in nature, where you need to provide the numbers, and certain parameters are qualitative in nature. So this is also what is expected by NBA when they try to fill SAR for this criteria number 5. Now, having understood what are the expectations of NBA, both in terms of qualitative and both in terms of quantitative, since it is an accreditation process, ultimately everything has to boil down on some numbers. We cannot just make vague sentence that this particular program is having qualified faculty. So ultimately, somewhere in the formula, I need to fit it so that I can do some kind of comparison and do some kind of benchmarking. So out of 200 marks which are associated for this criteria number 5, the distribution of the marks is amongst these 9 major attributes of faculty information. Obviously, there are a couple of minor attributes as well, which we will go on discussing as we proceed further. The first one is basically student faculty ratio, sometimes also called as the student teacher ratio, or STR or SFR. Then faculty cadre proportion. So basically the first one will tell me per student how many number of faculties are there. That kind of relationship I can establish. Second one gives me information that when I say I'm having 20 faculty in my department or in my program, so that also again differs, because I need to know how many professors are there amongst those 20, how many associate professors are there, how many assistant professors are there. So it is also important to note the cadre of the faculty. So that is being addressed in the criteria number 2, which is faculty cadre proportion, where we will try to see the proportion of professor, associate professor, and assistant professor. It is also required to be aware that how many faculty are possessing PhD qualification, because that is now mandatory. I remember when I joined teaching profession somewhere in 1994, that time even second class BE was allowed. That was some 4th pay scale or somewhere around that. Then slowly there came a mandate where you should have at the entry level first class at your BE or BTech. Then slowly the criteria was changed, and now at the entry level, masters is mandatory. So since masters is anyway mandatory, people would like to know how many PhDs are employed in your department or in your program. So that faculty qualification is for the criteria number 3. Now, what is also important is if you are having good environment in your institute, good environment in your program or in your department, then there will be stability amongst faculty. Good environment means a kind of harmony where everybody get to contribute in terms of mutual fulfillment. Everybody get to enjoy the way in which they are delivering their work or responsibility. So if people are happy, they will try to sustain or stay in the institute or department for long. However, if the environment is not that conducive and there are so many problems, either with respect to salary or with respect to work culture, then people would like to find out some better option, and they would be switching over the institute quite rapidly or quite often. So NBA also try to see how much is your faculty retention, that how many faculty are staying with you for a longer duration of time, for a prolonged duration of time, because that indirectly gives you the stability of your department. It also gives you some indication about the work culture in the department, and that is being captured by this faculty retention. Then, since it is a qualitative also aspect which needs to come in, NBA would like to know what kind of innovations we are doing in our teaching learning process. Because typically, as we all know and as we have also experienced, that hardly we change our content of the course for 5-10 years or even sometimes 15 to 20 years. So we keep on teaching the same thing, whether they are now currently relevant or not. Irrespective of that, we'll keep on insisting that students should learn that ideas, or students should learn those concepts. Nowadays, we know very well that technology has rapidly undergone a lot of changes, particularly since it is IETE organized workshop. We all know that this electronics, computer, and IT, these are the branches, or for that matter, telecom. These are the branches where the technology is changing very rapidly. So when I did my graduation, that time the advanced microprocessor subject that I learned was having 8086 as a microprocessor. Today, if you ask me, that it is nowhere in existence, nobody uses that. But we still know that in majority of the colleges, or in many of the colleges, even 8085 as a microprocessor is taught for full length semester course, or 8086 is taught to the extent where it is actually has vanished from the industrial situation. It is good that we can take some architectural aspect of this, some basics of that, but it is also very much important that we try to pass on the student as latest information as possible. So as a teacher, are we actually doing some kind of innovations in teaching and learning, keeping in pace with the need of industry or need of student aspirations, we can say? So that is being checked by the NBA in innovation by faculty and teaching and learning. It basically sees whether you have created any course material, whether that course material is visible on internet, whether somebody can do some criticism of that course material. That is being considered in case of this criteria number 5. Then what is also expected, that faculty should not become something called as kuए की मेंढक, कि मेरी दुनिया मेरा department, मेरी दुनिया मेरा institute, and I have not seen the word beyond 4 walls of my department, or 4 walls of my, or boundary walls of my institute. So what is also expected, that faculty should go outside, or maybe even inside, when somebody from outside comes in and delivers expert talk, that faculty should explore the avenues of his or her development. Development can also be in terms of technical skills, it can be pedagogical skills, or it can even be for related to the mental health or harmony as well. Nowadays, AICT is conducting a lot of workshops related to the programs where universal human values and happiness and other things are also discussed, because as a teacher, along with conveying the technical content to our student, it is also important for our student to inform them about the mental health, because 2 days back we have seen a celebrity who committed suicide. So it is also our responsibility to convey and pass on to our student not just technical knowledge, but certain skills which are required, which are also called as life skills, to sustain the pressure of the computation which is available in the world, which student will be facing after 4 years of their graduation. So what NBA expect is, you should attend such kind of faculty development programs, STTPs, like what IETE is doing, this 2 days program that they are doing for NBA. So such kind of programs, not necessarily technical, but all those things which will be helpful for your professional development. Are you doing those kind of program or not? Or are you just stuck with your usual teaching learning aspect or not? That is also NBA is trying to understand with this criteria number 6. Criteria number 7 is for research and development, where 30 marks are allocated. Now, as I told you, this particular point mainly relates to the research publication, the books that you have written, or book chapters that you have written, patents, or maybe for that matter, consultancy project or research projects that you have brought in. But if you see, the marks associated here are 30 for tier 2 institutes. If you see the criteria for tier 1, you'll find that much more weightage or significance is given for this research and development. And if you go for PG, again, furthermore weightage is given to this particular criteria. So tier 2, NBA also understands that since we are a university affiliated institute, you may not be having those many avenues to do the research, because you are number one at the UG level. Typically, when you teach to PG level, the research and development contribution and content will be more. But NBA accepts that for research and development, you may not have much of the avenues. So accordingly, 30 marks are given, where there are some weightage. We will talk about this in detail. Corresponding to research publication, some weightage is there. Corresponding to research projects, some weightage is there. So that is there for the point number 7. Point number 8 actually reflects how your institute, for that matter, or for department or program, actually does faculty performance appraisal, because it is very much important, because rest of the things that you see are related to the individual faculties which are combined together. But sometimes what happens is you need to separate and encourage the people who are doing exceptionally well. You need to incentivize them. So that can be done by appraisal. So usually people who are contributing a lot than their usual required work, they need to be appreciated. The appreciation might come in terms of benefits which are conveyed in terms of kind or in terms of money, or appreciation might even come in terms of just a pat on back, or it may be some certificate, but some kind of appreciation for those who are doing good, exceptionally well, need to be given. As well as we also need not necessarily punishment, but those who are falling short of expectations or the benchmark set by the rest of the people in the department, they need to be informed that you need to improve on these parameters. Criticism is not to be taken always in the negative mindset. It is always helpful for a person to improve upon that aspect, because sometimes we may not be in a position to understand that we are lacking in this criteria. When somebody with objective analysis puts before us that you need to do a better in this, you have potential, but considering the amount of work that you are doing in this aspect is not reflecting your potential, you need to do a better. So there need to be some kind of appraisal mechanism available at the department level and obviously at the institute level. And NBA would like to see, do you have such kind of appraisal mechanism or not? Because for continuous improvement, such kind of appraisals are helping a lot. The last attribute is mainly talking about visiting adjunct or emeritus faculty and their contribution. We will talk about this. This is a very interesting aspect actually, because this helps to bring some kind of stimulus from the outside people. Sometimes what happens is, as a department or as an institute, we go into a comfort zone. And when somebody from outside who is exposed to better practices than us comes to our environment and try to get mingle with us, we actually can learn many things. So NBA also would like to see, is there any vibrancy in your working environment where you can bring a fresh air from outside in terms of visiting adjunct or emeritus faculty, and that kind of policy is there or not? How many a number of hours are being engaged by such kind of visiting or adjunct or emeritus faculty? That also helps a lot in terms of bringing some new working culture or practice in our department. So that NBA would like to know by the criteria or attribute number 9 in case of this faculty information and contributions. So I hope, based upon the expectations of NBA and the overview of this criteria number 5, you must have got idea that whatever NBA is doing is actually to improve your system. So as Professor Bayal has talked about in the earlier presentation, that whether you go for NBA or not, whether you apply for NBA or not, and even after applying NBA, whether you can go through NBA process or not, whether you get accepted or rejected, irrespective of all those, if you follow this philosophy and if you follow this process, one thing based upon my experience, I can always tell you that your systems will definitely improve. And if you keep on doing every year, then definitely it will be improving every year, at least by plus delta. So that is a good incremental advancement that you can think in terms of quality. So irrespective of whether you want to approach for NBA, prepare for NBA, or you don't want to go for NBA, irrespective of that, I would recommend that you follow the philosophy of NBA. That will definitely going to give you good results in the longer run. So with this, let me begin detailed criteria wise when you are trying to fill into SAR. But as I told you, do not just think about filling SAR, because if you understand the philosophy, it will be really helping you a lot. Even if you are at the assistant professor level or whatever level you are, since you already chosen to remain in the academic field, it is very important to understand how the policymakers are thinking about you. So the first one, which is having 20 marks weightage out of 200, is called a student teacher ratio or student faculty ratio. And NBA has given formula that you will have 20 out of 20 marks if your STR, student teacher ratio or student faculty ratio, is equal to or less than 15. So it means you will be incentivized to have a good student teacher ratio. Accordingly, as the number goes on increasing, your marks will go on reducing. Because if your student to teacher ratio is higher, it means you are having lesser number of teachers. Particularly if your SFR goes above 25, then you will not get any marks in this particular criteria. So 0 marks. In fact, if your SFR is greater than 20, you will not satisfy pre-qualifier at all. Means in the very first stage itself, you will be debarred. So what it means, if you want to talk about the underlying idea, what NBA says is, you should have at least 25 as your student faculty ratio or student teacher ratio if you want to efficiently impart knowledge to the student and run your department or institute. If your STR is going above 25, means 26, 27, 30, whatever it may be, then it means you are not doing well in terms of teaching learning process. It means your faculty are too much loaded as compared to your number of students. So this is an important criteria which obviously decides whether you qualify for NBA or not, because if you are having SFR greater than 25, you are anyway not qualified. And if you're having better, means 15, 17, you will score as much as possible. Now, obviously, whether you get the 6 marks or 6 year or 3 year NBA, again, this SFR plays important role that we will discuss as we move ahead of this particular discussion. But one thing you can note down, that anything which is above 25, you are not at all qualifying. And anything less than or equal to 25, the marking scheme is given by NBA as it is presented on the screen. Now, there are certain doubts that faculty, particularly when they try to submit SAR or they are trying to fill in SAR, people are having in terms of calculation of this SFR. So let me devote some time on this SFR calculation. So as I told you, NBA keeps on changing their philosophy or process. Philosophy remains same, but the process, so as to keep pace with the regulator's mandate, which comes from either AICTE or UGC or Ministry of Human Resource Development in India, and even in to some extent certain state government higher and technical education departments. So sometime back they had some different student teacher ratio, then they brought it to 1:25. Around 1 year back, when we were going as NBA evaluator, there was a condition that we should have 75% as a regular and only 25% contractual will be counted in the teacher. However, in the last 6 months or so, they slightly modified this particular criteria. Again, I have put the asterisk mark here because whenever you try to fill your SAR, at that instant of time, whatever is the latest guideline of NBA, you need to follow that. So I went recently in December 2019 for one NBA evaluation. So the latest one from my point of view was December 2019. Obviously, it was just before the Corona started disrupting our life and we were confined to the homes. So that time, the NBA had instructed us that all faculty, whether regular or contractual, will be considered. So earlier criteria was a little bit different, but now as on today, the criteria says that all faculty, whether regular or contractual, you can count them except part-time, because part-time, if you remember, visiting, part-time, emeritus, adjunct, they are treated slightly differently. So those who are in institute from 9 to 5, for 2 consecutive semesters, 9 to 5 or whatever your working hours are. So for 2 consecutive semesters, irrespective of whether they are regular or contractual, will be now considered for calculating of STR. However, there is a clause also, and the clause is, since our academic year is counted generally from July to June. Generally, I'm saying because now the next academic year, because of Corona, that might get like impacted. But otherwise, in all normal circumstances, our academic year is from July to June. So what NBA says is, all faculty members, full-time faculty members, who have joined in that academic year till 30th of April, sorry, 31st of August, and till they serve till 30th April will be counted. It means your academic year is starting from July. So July, August, 2 months are given to you, because August is what when your generally terms begins. So if you are looking for 2 consecutive semester, the starting or joining date maximum which is allowed is given by NBA as 31st of August. And in that academic year, if you're counting that faculty, then he or she must be there on roll till 30th of April. So very clear mandate is given now by NBA. They are specified how much duration they should be present in that 2 consecutive semester. Then and then those faculties will be counted for calculation of your STR. Now, while doing so, NBA also says that your qualification and experience for that post should be same as provided by AICTE. So it means if AICTE has defined certain criteria for a person to be appointed as a professor, and you are appointed somebody who is not qualifying those requirements, then they will not be counted there. So the qualification and experience as prescribed by AICTE are required to be honored while making the appointment. And as I told you, they should have gone through a proper selection process. So these are certain riders which are put in by the NBA while counting a faculty into student faculty ratio, SFR. Now, formula is very straightforward. Once you understood this, the formula is by name itself is a student faculty ratio. So it is total number of students divided by total number of faculty. Now here I would like to spend some time because this will help you to understand how NBA looks at it from SFR point of view. Around 4 years back, when we used to go for NBA evaluation, that time this student faculty ratio was counted at program level. Now NBA says that SFR will be at department level. Let us understand the difference between these two. Normally 90% of time your department will be running only one UG program. But sometimes what happens is, like in my case, in my VJTI, the department wherein I work, that is electrical department, we run BTech electrical program, we run BTech electronics program, we run BTech electronics and telecommunication program, we run 4 MTech program within my single department. So I am running 3 UG program and 4 PG program in my case, in my department in VJTI. However, NBA is for program. So when NBA committee comes, it will come for UG program for electronics, let us say. Now what happens is, since I'm having a single department which caters to 3 UG and 4 PG program, it so happened that a faculty from my electronics may be teaching microprocessor to electrical branch, or faculty from electrical may be teaching some system or what we can say control theory subject to electronics and telecommunication branch. So earlier, 3 to 4 years back, what used to happen is we were required to be given fractional load, that how many people from electronics are teaching to electrical, so half subject, so that load will be counted half. And there used to be a lot of mess actually in this all calculation when the fractional load was considered. This used to be typically problem when the department was having more than one UG or PG program. So that used to be a very complicated calculation. And this was also troubling to the NBA evaluation team also to cross-check all those calculations. And there used to be a lot of arguments amongst the institute and the visiting NBA team with respect to this fractional load calculation. Then from the last year onwards, then the NBA simplified this. Now what they are saying is, although your NBA is for program, but in case if your department is having more than one program, then STR, so as to avoid all those clumsy calculation, will be done at department level. So what they do is, they will count students in all your UG and all your PG program. Obviously, while calculating UG program, it is taken from second year, third year, and fourth year. First year is UG students are not counted for this STR. Similarly, the faculty from your department who are allocated the load of first year are also not counted in number of teachers. So it means we exclude first year UG student and the faculty who are teaching to the first year from this calculation. So we will have second year, third year, fourth year for one UG program. Similarly for second UG. So we'll count all those. Then for PG or Masters, MTech or ME, we will count the number of students for first as well as for second year. And then this becomes my total number of students. If you see, the formula will be as given in the SAR. So we'll have for UG total number of students for current academic year, as well as for current academic year -1, current academic year -2. So for 3 year, we will calculate average SFR by this particular formula, which is a straightforward and pretty much simple now as compared to what used to be earlier for previous days. Similarly, around 4 years back, 3 years back, when we used to go for NBA accreditation as part of evaluator team, if a department is having a PG program, either ME or MTech, then we used to take out 3 faculty from total, and then we used to do the calculation. Now all those things are removed now. Now the formula is made very simple, that you count total number of student in your department, you count total number of faculty in your department, exclude first year student, first year faculty, and take the ratio. Do it for 3 years, and whatever average number comes, that average number will be available here as SFR. Now while doing this calculation, there is one thing which needs to be kept in mind, that when we count the SFR, this SFR will also be useful for the rest of other criteria as well. We will see wherever these references are required. Second one is about the faculty cadre proportion. So as I told you, the 5.1 will tell you whether you are having enough faculty or not. But then if you're having SFR of, let us say, 1:20, but then all your 20 are assistant professor, that will also not be good, because within 20, we also need to give the benchmarking, how many of them are professor, how many of them are associate professor, how many of them are assistant professor. So that is taken care by the second one. So faculty cadre proportion, again, it is very simplified formula. Those who are engineer, obviously, because at the entry level itself, all faculties by default are masters, and many of them are even PhD, and some of them may be postdoc, who are done at least for electronics and telecommunication background. I know that you must have done a lot of mathematics in terms of probability, Fourier transform, Laplace transforms. So this formula which are given by NBA should not bother you a lot, because these are simple number crunching, which your normal Excel sheet can also do. So what this formula says is that you will try to find out required professors and available professors, required associate professor and available associate professor, required assistant professor and available assistant professor in your program, and then you try to take average for 3, and that gives you the number of marks which you get once you multiply this to by 12.5 factor. So if you see, higher weightage is given for number of professor, then 0.6 weightage is given to number of associate professor, and 0.4 weightage is given to assistant professor. So 5.1 is telling how many faculties are there, and 5.2 is further segregating amongst them weightage wise for professor, associate, and assistant. So obviously, if you're having more number of professors, if you're having more number of associate professors, you will be scoring good in this particular criteria. At the very same time, this also becomes one of the mandatory requirement for your accreditation, because we will see at the end, as I told you, that there are certain pre-qualifier. So in the pre-qualifier, you need to have at least one professor or associate professor. Obviously, if you want to get for 6-year MBA, criteria may be a little bit strict one. We will talk about this as we proceed. So these are the values that you need to calculate by putting into this criteria. Now the question is, available professor, associate, assistant, you can always find out, because that is what you know based on your roll call, that how many professors are there, how many associate, how many assistants are there. So how to calculate the required one? So for that required also, the formula is given in the SAR, and the formula is given as find out for 20:1 student faculty ratio, how many total number of faculties are required. Now keep in mind, NBA says we will allow you up to 25 as your SFR. That's the worst case. But while calculating the rest of the parameter, NBA says 1:20, you calculate the required faculty. You may have actual as 1:25, that up to that we can tolerate, but best practice is to have 1:20. So as 1:20, you find out how many you will be requiring. And based upon that, 1/9 of that should be your professor, 2/9 of that should be your associate professor, and 6/9 of that should be your assistant professor. That is the required one. So in this formula, the earlier slide, if you can see, this AF1 is available, but RF1 is required. So required is calculated based upon this particular formula. Now further, if you see here very critically, that they further say that if you are not having a single professor and single associate professor. So second line, if you can read it here, if AF1 equal to AF2, then you will get 0 marks if there are no professor, there are no associate professor. Obviously, you will not qualify your pre-qualifier at all for that matter. And maximum marks will be restricted to 25. It means if I'm having all as professor, which sometimes happens in many of the government colleges, where people subsequently over a period of time, they will all become CAS professors, career advancement scheme. Many of the NITs and IITs anyway, they do not come under NBA purview, but many of the NITs and good institutes of the state governments like COEP Pune, or for that matter VJTI, or for Jadavpur University, maybe any other good universities, they will have more number of professors with their career advancement scheme. So in that case, in case if you are exceeding 25, then 25 is the maximum which is given in this particular criteria. So it's saturated at 25. Now this is just to give you one example. So let us say I'm having intake of 60. Now remember, here what is counted is intake, not your actual enrollment. Because normally what happens is, although your intake is 60, your admission might have gone much below down than 60. So if your sanction intake is 60, and currently if you're having only 20 students, then calculations are not based on 20. Calculations are based upon your sanctioned intake. So intake is 60. So for second year, third year, fourth year, so total for 3-year number of students are 180. First years are not counted here. I'm repeating it number of times, because for first year, criteria number 8 is already available in the NBA, that the because since first year is common, that is generally taken care by the chairperson of the visiting team. So we are considering only second year, third year, fourth year. So 180 students are your total number of students, irrespective of how many are on roll. It means if your intake, sanction intake is 60, and if your admissions are very poor, then you get badly impacted in all these criterias. Then the required number of faculty are calculated, because then you are having 20. So 1 to 6 is the distribution, because 1:20, if you count for 180 students, total number of faculty comes out to be 9, and 1/9, 2/9, that gives me accordingly the professor and associate professor requirement. So formula is pretty simple. At the level at which I think the participants are currently there, I don't think they will be facing any difficulty in understanding this formula. Now, in case of faculty qualification, also there is a straightforward formula. So in case of faculty qualification, here we are considering PhD and MTech, because now as per the entry level itself, the BTech or BE are not considered. Now remember, BTech and BE, some institutes take them as a lecturer, but here they are not counted in case of faculty calculation. There is no scope for those who are not having PG qualification in case of engineering faculty for all those NBA calculation. You may have them on roll, that is all right, that is you are right, whatever you want to do, that is your purview, but NBA will not count them if you're having lecturer. Further, NBA, if you've gone through the SAR, what NBA says is, if you are designated somebody as a lecturer, even though let us say that person is having PhD, NBA will not consider them at all. Means NBA will consider only above assistant professor onwards. They will not consider any faculty which is designated as lecturer. So keep that in mind. Now 5.4 again is a very straightforward formula based 25 marks weightage parameter, that is faculty retention. I told you why NBA wants to talk about this. Actually, it is an indirect indication that the work culture that you have in your department or institute is good. That is reflected when a person comes to you and stays with you for longer duration of time. Now, how long that person should remain, then again that depends. Like for example, if it is a government institute, if it is NIT, then people would prefer to stay there since it is a government job and you get enough opportunities for doing or pursuing whatever your passion is in terms of research, etc. People would stay there till their retirement. Whereas in some private colleges, it will be a bit tough. Similarly, it may so happen that the institute might have actually established some 5-6 years back or maybe 10 years back. Obviously, for NBA, at least 2 batches should have gone through. So what NBA says is, we would not expect too many things here or too much duration as well. Not like you should stay 10-15 years. We do not insist on that. We should expect at least that a faculty should stay with you for 3 years minimum. So what it says is that current academic year -2 or CAY -2 will be considered as a reference point. And then I will see CAY -2, whatever faculty were present, although count might remain same. Keep this in mind that CAY M2 I may have 20. Current academic year also I'm having 20. Sometime it may happen that I may have 22. But I would like to know those 20 who were present there are still with me or not. If 90% of them are still with me, I'll give 25 out of 25. If 75% of them are still with me, then you'll get 20 marks. Likewise. And if half of them have left, then it badly reflects on you. It means you are not treating faculty well, or they are not happy, either ways, whichever way, or they are not finding it much enthusiastic to stay with you for 3 years or so. If some faculty is not staying in the institute, half of them are leaving your institute or department within 3 years, it some way reflects badly. So that is counted in case of 25. So if you see, all these criteria are very nicely designed by NBA. These are not just random numbers. There is some thought process. They want to see whether you are having enough number or not. They want to see if you are having enough number, how many of them are professor or associate professor. They also want to know how many of them are PhDs. They also want to know how many of them are willing to stay with you for longer duration of time. So all these parameters are being captured in this individual thing. So these are all typically very formula based, or we can say very much quantitative in nature. Now there are certain qualitative aspects also which are involved, like 5.5, that's innovation by faculty in teaching and learning. Anyway, as I told you, since everything has to be ultimately converted into numbers, here also there will be a quantitative nature, but then it will have some kind of interpretation. So this particular criteria, which is having 20 marks, are further divided into minor aspects. So what it expects is, okay, you may have retention very nice. Retention does not mean that you are having vibrant culture. Retention sometimes also means that you are having everybody getting into comfort zone. Retention also means that everybody is happy doing nothing. That may also be there, right? So how can we further elaborate that the people are staying, and they are not just staying, but they are performing as well? Somewhere that should also get reflected. Otherwise, people may be coming at 9 a.m. staying together in the department. Very happy culture is there in the department. Everybody shares their tiffin in the lunch break, and they're all happy. They're all praising each other. Nobody bothers about taking lectures, etc. Nobody bothers about writing any kind of research paper. So that kind of mahol may also be conducive for people to stay, right? But NBA feels that that should not happen. People should stay, but they should stay in a vibrant environment. So how to check that the environment is vibrant or not? So NBA would like to see, are you doing any kind of innovation in your teaching or learning? Are you creating any kind of course material, either PPT or videos, or any kind of audio, video? Are you doing some kind of uh, uh, innovative thing? Because I know that there are many institutes who make their faculty to record certain talks, because there is some kind of concept which is going on currently as a flip classroom, where faculty will record their lecture. It will be passed on in advance to the students, and it will be asked for the student to watch these videos, and in the classroom they will actually discuss the topics rather than just conveying things. So, or solving the tutorial problems in the classroom. So NBA would like to know, are you doing such kind of efforts for this 20 marks? So are you doing such kind of work? If that work is available on institute website, then you'll get 4 marks. Further, whether that work which is available in the institute website is available for review and critique, can I put certain comment below that video, like normally we do in the YouTube, saying that this should have been added, this module should have been added, or this was a mistake and a wrong interpretation. So whether there is a scope for peer review and critique, whether somebody can reproduce that content or not, and whether it is, all this process is having certain clear goals or not, because ultimately what we are doing is outcome based education. So are there any goal? Is this reaching to some kind of tangible outcome? Those are all being considered for this 20 marks weightage. Another one, to check the vibrancy, because I told you that retention or all those things are good so long as you are not doing anything, but then we want to make them do something. So what the other thing that they can do is, they can also try to develop themselves in terms of, as I told you in the beginning itself, it can be for your professional competency, it can be for your pedagogy, it can be for understanding this NBA process, etc. So whether faculties are involved in FDPs, STTPs, etc., that is counted for this 15 marks. Again, formula is well defined, that if you are doing some workshops or attending these FDPs, which are from 2 to 5 days, you will get 3 points. So all those who are doing this IETE course for today. If you get the certificate, you can always reproduce that. If you do any FDP or STTP or any training program which is more than 5 days, you will be eligible to get 5 marks. And then all these pointers will be then added, and then it will be divided with total number of faculty, and whatever number comes, the formula is very straightforward. I'm not going into the formula because these are the high school level formulas. The interpretation is what matters here. So this will be counted for all 3 assessment years, CAY M1, CAY M2, and CAY M3, and maximum 15 marks will be allocated. If you are by this formula, sometime what may happen is you might be getting more than 15, but then this is saturated for 15, because it may so happen that people may be attending many number of courses, FDPs or STTPs. So in that case, the highest or maximum number that you can get is 15. 5.7 is on the research and development. And as I told you, for this research and development, this number that I have shown on the screen, 30 marks, is for tier 2 UG program. This will differ for tier 1 UG, and obviously it will differ for PG program. However, the aspects will remain same. The weightage will vary, and I already clarified. See, NBA is very considerate. They are very realistic people. Whoever are policy makers sitting at the top, whoever are defining this process, they have given deep down thought process how the evaluation process to happen. For tier 2 UG, they understand that you may be involved more towards teaching and learning. However, some of you will be involved in R&D as well. So since we need to differentiate amongst these institutes, some institute might get 3 years, some institute might get 6 years. So somewhere that kind of differentiation should come. And that differentiation is brought using this component of research and development of 30 marks. So here there are 4 components which are contributing to 30. 10 marks will be for academic research, 5 marks will be for sponsored research, 10 marks will be for development activities. I will tell you what are those development as well. And 5 more marks will be for consultancy. Typically it is from the industry. So out of those 30, as we said, that 10 marks are there for academic research. Further, NBA has said that out of 10, 6 marks will go for your publications, quality of publication, SCI journals, books, book chapters, etc. And 4 more marks will go for PhD guided, PhD awarded during the assessment period. So assessment period is typically 3 years, CAY, M1, CAY, M2. So in the last 3 years, if there are any PhD guided, any PhD awarded, then you will be eligible to get 4 marks. Now, one thing I would like to highlight here, based on my experience of being part of evaluation committee for NBA, typically when we visit, and particularly it happens when we go for tier 2 UG program mainly, that is publications are mainly from substandard journals, and quite often they are from the paid journals. And you will find not 2, 3, 4, but 100, 200 sometimes from the paid journal itself. Now it reflects actually badly and creates a very wrong impression about you and your ethics in the teaching, learning, and research aspect of our profession. It is not, I don't want to criticize, or there is nothing wrong in having paid journals or publication in paid journal. Everybody will have different type of thought process, and I don't want to get into arguments as well. But then 200 journals in paid journals doesn't reflect anything actually, because then you can have actually 1000 as well, because you give any material and next day after paying 1300 or 1400 rupees you get acceptance. So what value addition it brings into? Try to understand why NBA is asking this information. The whole purpose of asking this information is not to fill the number, but to see whether your faculties are devoted towards quality teaching learning, quality research or not. So it is still okay that you are having 3 or 4 or 5 paid journal, because sometimes what happens is it is always better than having nothing. Because if you ask me IEEE transaction publication, I will rate high. But then I also need to understand that the review process itself take 1 year or more than 1 year sometimes if the journal is of very repute. But then there are a couple of other journals which are doing it in a better way in a shorter span. So there can be Springer journal, there can be Elsevier journal which may be relevant to you. There may be IEEE journal. So there are quite a few other journals which are also available. In fact, there are a lot of journals which are available of our MHRD promotion itself. So if you can actually look for the journals, if you are feeling not competent enough to submit to IEEE transaction, then you can search for other SCI journals which are good to do, but do not go for this paid journals, which then becomes embarrassment when typically this committee evaluator, they ask you some kind of uncomfortable question. Because typically these evaluators who come to you, they are senior people, they are from the institutes of repute, and they would have spent their life in doing this research or imparting knowledge to the students. And then they ask you some awkward questions in your paper which is submitted and accepted in the paid journals. Because sometimes what happens is when you are having a good journal, I'm not saying very reputed, but good journal, they actually point out your mistakes, they give you some corrections. So it is always better. But if it is a paid journal, although you get a result, and then the evaluator team points out that this is the blunder which is there in your journal paper that you have shown there, it becomes very awkward. So I will request, or I will recommend that try to do as much as possible to good reputed journals, SCI journals. Some middle class journals are still accepted, but do not go for the paid journals which give you a result overnight. If you are unable to submit to journals, at least submit to some good conferences. And nowadays you find that there are many IEEE conferences, even IETE must be having many conferences. At least something which is credible conference, that also is well accepted. But do not put some 300, 400 paid journal publication just to show that you are having a huge impact on research. That adversely impacts your impression on the visiting committee. Now, as far as the research and development is concerned, again, a very straightforward formula is given by NBA that if you are generating R&D projects worth 20 lakhs or more than that, you will get 5. So out of 30 R&D marks, 5 are for the sponsored research. So 5 out of 5 you will get cumulatively for 3 years if you are having 20 lakh. Now, sometimes what happens is you might have got some university minor projects of, let's say, 30,000 or so. You try to see after accumulation of all those if they go for 4 lakh or not. Because what NBA says is that it is less than 4 lakh, then you'll get 0 marks, right? But sometimes what happens is you have attempted, you have made some kind of action or initiation in the direction of going for sponsor research, but you could manage to get just 20,000 or 30,000 from minor research grant. So what I will recommend you is, although they will give you 0 marks, politely, do not try to insist, but politely show them the university's acceptance letter for your minor research project of 20,000. If you do not have anything, show something which is there, which you can generate as part of your research profile, and say that, sir, we have recently started our initiative in terms of research project. We applied, because sometimes what happens is you might have applied and it got rejected, right? So it will not quantify in terms of mark, but it does create a positive impression in the visiting NBA team. But again, do not try to insist, do not try to irritate the visiting team. Sometime when you are having tea break, sometime when you are having lunch break, you can say that we have initiated research and development activities in our department. Recently, we submitted one proposal to DST, but after 1 or 2 reviews, we could not get through. But we are trying to refine it, and maybe next year we will submit. That creates a little bit of positive impact, because ultimately everybody is human being, so they will have some kind of positive thoughts about you, that you are started working in that direction. Mark wise, anyway, they will give you 0 marks, because these are all formula based. They may not be in a position to alter this, but this impression does reflect somewhere in some other criterias where there is a lot of uh, subjectivity which is involved. So do not hesitate to show, even if you got 30,000 university minor research grant, or even if your proposal had got rejected, it may not account for the marks, but it does account for some kind of better impression in the visiting team. But again, I'm repeatedly saying this because I experienced being a kind of visiting team for many, almost around 40 NBA visits I did so far. Sometimes people try to insist a lot, and that should not happen. That you should not irritate the visiting team in that manner. There are some 10 marks which are associated for research and development component, for product development, what kind of innovation you have done in the research laboratory, whether you have created any working model, chart, or monograms. So if you see, as I was insisting a lot, that NBA is considerate. NBA feels that ठीक है भाई, तुमने 1 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट नहीं लाया, कम से कम तुमने कुछ वर्किंग मॉडल तो बना दिया है. So your intention should be there, and intention should have reflected in some kind of tangible outcome. If you see, the weightage here is 10 marks. The weightage earlier that we talked about, for having research funded project greater than 20 lakhs, you get just 5 marks. But if you create some working model, chart, monogram, you still do much better as compared to the earlier one. So it means NBA is not discouraging you. If you are not getting research funding, is good. Okay, no problem. You work it. But then nobody's stopping you to explore some other areas. The last aspect in the R&D is consultancy from industry. That's 5 marks that allocated. Again, the formula is given by NBA, very straightforward in the SAR, that if you are having consultancy from industry cumulatively over a period of 3 years, more than 10 lakhs, then you'll get 5 marks. And then accordingly, stepwise, they are given slabs. And if it is less than 2 lakhs, it again gives you 0. Now, my experience is, sometime in an attempt to get 5 marks, what people do is they generate some fraud papers, or they generate some kind of documentary evidences which they unable to justify when the visiting team asks certain questions. Sometimes what happens is the management which runs this institute, on their society's letterhead, gives some kind of consultancy. And most often I have seen, as my experience of visiting team, it may be related to some solar panel for the institute itself. So typically what NBA expect is you should have generated this from external agencies or external industries. Now, sometimes what happens is owner of the institute, when it is a private college, owner of the institute usually may be having other sister organizations or industries as well. And then these are documents which are shown. Now, there may be some substance in that. So in that case, you should have enough documentary evidences to justify this to the visiting team. It should not look that you have generated the documents just for gaining this 5 lakh rupee, 5 marks in this particular criteria. So that 10 lakh that you have shown, or 5 lakh that you have shown, you should have some justification as well. So what typically committee does is, moment you say that some XYZ industry has given consultancy of 5 lakh rupees, let us say, or 10 lakh rupees, then the visiting team will try to see that the person who was in charge of this consultancy whether he has received percentage of consultancy or not, because typically there are certain consultancy norms that you need to define, that when a 100 rupees consultancy project comes, the 30% will go to the institute, 70% will go to the principal investigator or the person or professor or faculty in charge. So they would like to see whether that amount is passed on further to that professor in charge or not. Now, if it is not there, then it creates some question mark, and then it will become a troubling part for you. So if you genuinely have, then you should show that. It is all welcome. If if you are not having, then my sincere request will be, not just for this criteria, for any other criteria, do not try to fudge the numbers. Do not try to make false documentary evidences. If I get time towards the end, I will also talk about a couple of incidences interesting. I think almost I am now crossing my time limit. So a couple of incidences which were very interesting, I would like to share based upon the availability of the time. We started 10 minutes late, so I think we will get a little bit of 2-3 minutes at least to share those experiences. So my sincere advice and recommendation will be that be honest and don't try to fudge the numbers, because the committee which is visiting you are people like you only. They are not any alien people. They are people like you. They are just today they are across the table. uh, they will be usually doing the same thing what you are doing, because these are all teaching community itself. So they also know where people try to fudge the numbers, where people try to fabricate the evidences. So keep in mind that aspect as well. Now, the 5.8 is mainly faculty appraisal. Now, this is entirely what we can say, the subjective part. 30 marks are there. And I told you, somebody who is doing good needs to be incentivized. Somebody is not doing as good as expected. I'm not saying bad, I'm saying just not doing as per the benchmark or not doing as per the average value, those who are below average performance. You also need to not necessarily penalize them, but try to give them critical input so that they can improve. Because ultimate objective of NBA is that your system should improve. And this improvement should keep on happening each and every year. So do you have such kind of system, particularly for the faculty, to do performance appraisal and their development? Then you will get 30 marks here. So system definition, processes defined will have 10 marks, and how effectively you are implementing will be having 20 marks. Now these are mainly, as I told you, as compared to the earlier criterias where everything was well defined. Here it is left to the judgment of the visiting team, and you need to justify about your systems. So these are kind of subjective 30 marks that you are having. The last criteria in the 5 is about visiting adjunct and emeritus faculty, where 10 marks are there. And the distribution is also given by NBA here. Not much of the subjectivity is kept. 1 mark is if you have provision. So obviously, if you are preparing for NBA, if you can create one document about the provision, this 1 mark you will straight away get it. And for remaining 9 marks out of 10, the formula is given by NBA that if you are having 50 hours of interaction by visiting adjunct and emeritus per year, you'll get 3 marks. And for 3 assessment year, this will become 9. So I think this 10 marks are very much achievable for anybody. You will have to create the provision and you can involve people from industry. Now, as far as the difference between visiting adjunct and emeritus is concerned, difference is a little bit blurred. Many people interpret in altogether different manner. That is why NBA is not to differentiate. NBA says whether you call visiting, adjunct, emeritus, if you are involving these people, then we will give you 10 marks related to this. Typically, emeritus is somebody who has superannuated or retired with kind of service in the institute, and post-retirement, typically these people are called as emeritus. Whereas visiting an adjunct, there are blurred differences. Adjunct, somebody is working somewhere time regular, and then that person is associated with you. And the visiting is typically expert in the area, some area, and he or she will come to you maybe for engagement of one module or one subject, full subject. But whether they are visiting adjunct emeritus, they are different than our normal people, which we calculate in STR or SFR, student faculty ratio. These are not counted because they are not supposed to be sitting with you for 9 to 5 for whole semester. And further, even if they sit, there is no harm. You can appoint emeritus professor post retirement. However, they will not be having much of the role to play in administration, etc. So they will be mainly involved in research. They may be mainly involved in kind of teaching learning process. So I don't want to get into the terminology because there are a lot of different interpretation of this terminology. Nowadays, there is one buzzword coming in our academia called as professor of practice also now. So visiting, there is one more term called as a tenure faculty. So a lot of variety is available. So what NBA says is all those people who have demonstrated expertise in area and you want to engage them not on a full-time basis but as a visiting adjunct emeritus, then you will be rewarded with this 10 marks. And whole purpose, as I told you, that somebody from outside, let's say if somebody who is retired from IIT is joining my institute as an emeritus or adjunct faculty, he will bring some kind of new culture. He will bring some kind of new vibrancy. He or she will bring some kind of new attitude towards teaching, learning, and research. So that helps in creating vibrancy. That is why NBA encourages you to have involvement of this visiting adjunct and emeritus faculty. So this is all about criteria number 5. Now from criteria number 6, I will slightly touch upon because there is not much in criteria number 6 so that we can finish it within the time. So let me tell you what NBA expects here, right? So that the numbers are not important, right? The numbers also keep on changing with NBA every time they refine something. But the philosophy or expectations of NBA from this criteria, you need to understand so that you can plan something. So what NBA expects is that you are having good faculty, that is fine, but we are professional courses. However, good faculty, but in case of professional courses, if my students are not getting enough exposure on the laboratory or hands-on type of experience, then they will not be learning much. It is unlike arts and commerce that you can just talk about the history and philosophy. Here in engineering, we also need people to work on hand. So we need to have kind of facilities available here. NBA will try to address machineries which are required in Friday morning. Friday, Saturday, they will be interacting with you, and Sunday, usually they exit meeting. So Friday and Saturday that they spend with you, they visit your labs. Based upon that, this criteria number 6 marking is done. So out of 80 marks, the 20 marks will go for whether your labs are well equipped or not. This is again subjective. They will visit the lab, they will see what is there in the lab, they will try to see whether you are having the latest equipments in your lab are available or not. They'll also interact with your supporting staff, your lab assistant, and they will try to see are they adequate in number as well as they are adequate in terms of qualification, whether they are ITI, diploma. Sometime when I actually visited to certain institutes, I even found that certain lab assistants are actually having postgraduate degree as well. So for whatever reason they were there, but I could see actually a lot of faculty who were there, or a lot of support staff who were there with PG qualification. They would also like to see what are the facilities and their relevance to your POs and PSOs. It should not happen that you have purchased something worth 10 crore rupees or so, but nowhere in your syllabus there is any kind of relevance to that particular equipment or that investment that you had done. So that should not happen. Whatever facilities you are having, you should be in a position to justify their utilization, and you should also be in a position to show its relevance to your POs and PSOs. Sometimes what happens is somebody says that I have purchased MATLAB of 2 crore rupees, you need to show the utilization as well using the 2 crore rupees software or hardware, whether your students have come up with any kind of research publication or whether you have actually generated any kind of consultancy or testing revenues. So utilization of that facility and relevance of that facility is also looked after. One more important aspect that NBA would like to see is that when you are having investment of lakhs or crores of rupees in terms of your lab, how is its upkeep? How is its ambience? Because sometimes what happens is we go to the lab and we see that it is a dust, full of dust, and it's not having a good ambience. Then it will be creating some bad impression that your management or your principal or HOD or whoever top management has invested the money, but then people are not making use of it and not having a proper upkeep of that. So that is also required to be justified. Project lab is given 5 marks. So it is expected generally that you are having a separate project lab wherein dedicated equipments are available for people to do their final year projects or mini project. But sometimes what happens is students will be using the facilities available in the other labs as well. So although it is recommended to have a project lab, if you do not have, obviously you should try to have, but if you are not having, you should at least try to convince the visiting team that how your project are being done by the facilities available in the other labs as well. Then it is also important typically when you are having electrical machines lab to have a proper safety measures in terms of electrical etc. So safety measures in the laboratory are important. To the criteria number 6. So finally, to have 2 slides, the organizer coordinator little time for concluding remarks. Also,
Yes, sir.
whatever I wanted to convey, I have already done that, but still I would like to give certain concluding remarks.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
I was mainly focusing on criteria number 5 and 6, and I was having impression with run out of time. That is why I skipped all OBs, etc., and was mainly on criteria 5 and 6. The reason for that was obviously the time limit, but there was one more reason, that this criteria number 5 and 6 is really crucial for your NBA. And as I told you, irrespective of whether you are going for NBA or not, for a good culture, these criteria are really important. So why it is important is, from NBA point of view, is that certain pre-qualifier are actually linked with this criteria number 5. And obviously some desirable pre-qualifier criteria are linked with the 6th number as well. So one of the pre-qualifiers says that we should have 1:25 SFR, student faculty ratio. So obviously if you are having this ratio not satisfying, then you will not become eligible for NBA at all. So it means that you should have at least 1:25 to become eligible to apply for NBA. However, if you are aspiring to be a good institute, which is reflected by 6-year NBA accreditation, 1:25 is not enough. You should have 1:15. So it means NBA says 1:25, we will agree, we will accept. But if you feel that you are really good and if you aspire to be 6-year accredited, then you should do better, not like average people who are doing 1:25. So you should have 1:15 as your SFR. Secondly, as far as the cadre ratio is concerned, we talked about 1:6 as a cadre ratio which needs to be satisfied, and pre-qualifier mandates that you should have at least one professor or associate professor. So it means you cannot have everybody assistant professor. You cannot then qualify for NBA at all. So you should have at least one person at the level or cadre of professor or associate professor. Then you become eligible. That's a pre-qualifier. Now, once you become eligible, subject to all other criteria you satisfy, you might get 3-year accreditation as well. But if you are aspiring to be 6-year accredited program, then you should have at least 2 professor, the single digit number as well. So in this competitive environment, accreditation of program will be much more important. That is, the most important one. So NBA obviously does accreditation of program, but NAC does accreditation of the institute. So whether you do NBA or NAC, that is why I use the word accreditation. So that is mandatory now, because now parents are also becoming aware and empowered, that they know that if I'm having option of going to some institute A and institute B, they would also now are aware about NBA and NAC, and they would like to see whether your institute or program is accredited or not. So it is, although it is not mandatory currently, but it is kind of now peer pressure is building up such that you will have to today or tomorrow go for this accreditation. And many of the funding agencies, etc., are indirectly insisting that 60% of your program should be NBA accredited, etc. So in one or other way, you will be forced to go for this accreditation. If you decide to go for accreditation, then obviously the criteria number 5 that I talked about will be a most crucial one. Many of the pre-qualifiers are also based upon the SFR, and the criteria number 6, which we talked about, will also be the important one. So before I close, I would like to just give you one small example of the incidents which happened, so that I wanted to basically caution you somewhere in between. I already told you that when you are filling the SFR, or when you are actually going to the accreditation process, do not try to fudge the data. Do not try to put the false claims about your achievement. One incident I just want to, that's a real incident which happened with me as an evaluator. So I just want to put before you, and then I will close my session. So I had gone to one institute. I do not want to reveal the name because that doesn't serve much of the purpose, because what is important is the essence of that. So I had gone for NBA accreditation as part of that visiting team as one of the evaluator. So in the morning when we reach there, Friday morning, typically the principal and the head of the institute delivers one presentation to the entire visiting team. And then there will be a tea or introduction part which happens normally in the meeting room or board room, where all HODs are introduced to all the visiting committee members. So during that, I was introduced. I had gone there for accreditation of electrical program. So I was introduced that so and so is head of electrical engineering department of this institute, and I looked at it, and then bad luck for that institute or bad luck for that person, whatever. 3 months back, I had visited one more institute in the same vicinity, and somehow that head of department with whom I was introduced, he was having a slightly different physical appearance, because sometimes what happens is when you look at a person which is having slightly above normal type of physical appearance, then you actually remember that person. So it was a bad on part of that person that he was having kind of physical appearance that once you look at it, you will remember it at least for 1-2 years for sure. So 3 months back, I had actually visited in the same vicinity and had been to the institute where the same person was introduced to me as head of department. So after that introduction is over, and when we were taking the tea, after the director and principal's presentation, I told that person, I think I have seen you somewhere. And then he was a bit uncomfortable. And after that director or principal's introduction, everything, presentation was over. Then we were supposed to go to the department for HOD's presentation. And then suddenly there was a kind of sannata when we went to the department. And there was no HOD to do the presentation, because that HOD realized that I have remembered him, and unfortunate for them that the 3 months back, the institute where I had visited and seen that person was the institute of the same management. The same management was having around 6 institutes in the nearby vicinity, and they had actually borrowed that faculty there. So why I narrated this incident was, this happens quite often in the criteria number 5 and 6 that I talked about, which is relevant to faculty and infrastructure. So sometimes if the management is having multiple institute, they for the period of visit of NBA, they actually take the faculty from other their institutes and take the equipments also from the other institute, and then they try to present a good show, but sometimes that may backfire. So finally, I want to conclude with that sentence that be honest. We are ultimately educators and we expect good values from our students. So why not to inculcate those values right at the beginning, being teacher itself. So with that, I conclude with saying that this criteria 5-6, you can actually work much better. Finally, I would like to thank the IET team for actually giving me opportunity to reach to your homes, because with this online platform, I could reach to your home. Had it been offline, you would have attended this in some kind of meeting room, conference room. But IET has provided me ways by which I can reach to your home and I am interacting with you. So I thank entire IET team, and I know that it takes a lot of efforts, a lot of kind of activities background. So I'm thankful for all those who are coordinating this background activities. And again, thankful to IET chairperson and my good friend Rinde sir, Mande sir, and all those who are associated with me for long. So thank you very much. I will be available for any questions further if anybody is having.
Sir, please turn on your camera, sir, at the last.
Not seen much. That's very nice.
Sir, your talk is very nice, sir, and you want to see you all.
Actually, I started initially, and then I saw in my introduction slide, somebody has picked up my photograph from Facebook. I saw that. That photograph.
Not yet. That whatever story he has narrated, not for that purpose, but he wants
everyone is.
I look now because after.
Sir, everyone is
in the gift.
Sir, you are having.
Everyone is eager to see you, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So
you are having.
What I normally used to look like is a bit different because I experimented with Atman. The here on top that you see my own creation, so it might to get back to the normalcy. In fact, when Rinde sir had for the earlier webinar, that time I was having, because that time it was a much in a worse situation, but slowly it is improving now. So maybe next time when I'm invited to the webinar, I will have
post lockdown. Really, Dr. Babu, see where.
Young look now.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was very good. Could have been physical, so like with pen and would have jot down everything. But since you have both, you are in private, so you have experience of private and government. So you have actually helped, delegates to how to calculate and how to do and how to present. And it was very good example of minor project. Like many times, university minor project has been neglected. But as mentioned, not directly in the presentation, but at the tea time or at the lunch or dinner, we can at least show, yes, this we are doing and our staff is doing good. And that helps. Sometimes when they visit, like they find these are the project like they are doing. So it gives positive, where there may be 0 marks only, but as you mentioned, somewhere down the line, झोले में कुछ तो भी मिल जाएगा.
Yeah. Yes, sir, absolutely true. So typically, what I have observed is, see, we are at the end of the day human being, and like if I go as NBA evaluator to some other institute, I know what are the realities, how people work in private college or government college, and everybody is well aware about this. So what is required to be done is we should create positive impression. However, whether it gets reflected on marks or not is a different story. लेकिन I usually say कि when you go for MBA, आप वो किराना दुकान वाला जो शॉप ओनर होता है ना, वैसा एटीट्यूड मत रखिए. नॉर्मली किराना शॉप we go and say आधा किलो चीनी दे दो, आधा किलो दाल दे दो, उतना ही दे देगा. So we need to showcase our intentions. Actually, the intention might not have culminated into some tangible outcome, but you get enough opportunity. You are having tea break, you are having some break, and see, when you are those who are undergone this MBA process, they have known that when they are with you for 2 days, you have enough opportunity to create positive impression. So that is what is important actually.
Very right, very right. This is all people's mindset. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah.
And ultimately at the end of the day, if you see, अगर सब कुछ उनको number feed, अगर objectivity में ही करना था, so why should they send the team to visit your institute? They would have asked you to fill in Google form, and all these numbers you can already upload it. When somebody comes to your institute, it is not just numbers that they want to understand. They also want to understand your culture. And it does, believe me, I have gone to around 40 visits, as I told you. Somewhere it may not reflect, but criteria number 1, 2, 3, where there is a lot of subjectivity which is involved, if I can create a positive impression, it reflects there. 4-5 mark udhar बढ़ जाते हैं, where you are having a lot of subjectivity.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dr. Kaji sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Sir, session was excellent because I think that this has happened because of your practical experience. Many times we feel that when we listen to expert, he's giving theoretical side of that this one, but you have shared your practical experience as an evaluator, and that's why it become very fruitful. And I would like to ask one question. So can I ask?
Yep. Yes, sir. Of course.
So that question is that, as it is mentioned that 1:15, 1:25 is acceptable to NBA, and if you want to do better, or if you want to prove yourself as a better institute, 1:15 is also possible. But what I feel means, as per my knowledge as on today, I feel that Shikshan Samiti only allows up to 1:25, and even they don't approve the piece of contractual faculty members also, contractual, which is acceptable for MBA. Then how to tackle or how to deal this issue?
Yes, sir. This is a good question actually, and I personally had a lot of discussion with the policymakers. Particularly, I had got one opportunity when I was there with the AICT chairman 3 full day with a delegate which we visited to Singapore for India-Singapore hackathon. We were in the same hotel, same premises for 3 days, and since hackathon was going on for longer duration in the late night as well. So we had a lot of discussion because this decision had came during that period itself. So the philosophy when AICT came with 1:25 was that many private institutes were otherwise also having 1:25 at that time. Secondly, there is one philosophical aspect which is missed when we look at 1:25 and criticize this decision. What they had said is, you can involve this emeritus, adjunct, and visiting and other professors or people from industry for your content delivery. So they wanted to incorporate that. That is why they made 1:25. Now their intentions were good. Their intentions were not bad as such. But then what happens is, once somebody says 1:25, then there will be many private college owners particularly. They started reducing the faculty from the institute by taking cover of this 1:25 rule.
Unfortunately.
Subsequently, even government institutes, like even for my case in VJTI, once the 1:25 ratio was announced by AICT, then our the rosters and other things were also changed. So, although sometimes your decisions are aimed at proper intention, it's the fallout are actually going in the negative direction. What you are saying is very correct, very true, that 1:25 decision has now made this regulators like System Skills Committee to only insist on 1:25 from salary point of view. But what NBA then says is, okay, 1:25 is something which ordinarily you are supposed to be doing. So you will get 6 years if you are doing something which is extraordinary, right? So that is why they are trying to encourage the people, by which, although 1:25 is what is minimum mandatory requirement, but you should do a step ahead. So I understand what you are saying, that now our hands are being tied because of this 1:25, because my private college management will not allow me to recruit more faculty, because it will be burden on the exchequer in terms of salary, and my system is not allowing me to put this. So what they are
Yes,
saying,
yes.
you then be confined with 3-year accreditation. Only when you are willing to go a step ahead, then you will be getting this 6-year accreditation. So I agree with your feeling.
Sir,
Yeah.
one question is there. Sir, one question is there. Sir, about the retention ratio. Previously in NBA, that having that documents, they are saying that more retention in the faculty in the department that should be required. Now the professor, the associate professor, they want only 2 years at least. Then how that you are talking about the retention of the faculty? That definitely there are more retention in the faculty in the department. That will be the helpful to the department also, college also, and for the improvement of the students also, and overall performance. So how that will be actually we have to talk about this?
Yes, sir. So if you see the SAR and NBA guideline, in case of faculty retention, NBA is not segregating or differentiating between professor, associate professor, and assistant professor. So in case of retention criteria, they only talk about the number of faculty. And the reason behind this is, it may so happen that during 3-year assessment process, your assistant professor might have got promoted to associate, or it may so happen that your associate professor might have got promoted to the professor. So that
Yeah.
is the reason, if you actually see the calculation of retention, they do not talk about the cadre, they only talk about the faculty, number of faculty. So what they say is that CAY -2, whoever faculties were on roll
Yeah.
at that time, irrespective of whether assistant, associate, and full professor, are they still with me today or not? If 90% of them are with me even today, then I will be getting full marks in that criteria. And if 50% of them have left my institute or department, then obviously this means bad on my aspect, and I'll get 0 marks on this. So retention criteria is with respect to number of faculty, but not with respect to cadre ratio.
Okay. Faculty.
Because you
Hello.
might have promoted somebody to some higher cadre during the assessment year.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
My question is, if any institute is presenting wrong and manipulated data during,
Yes.
And the committee member found that this is manipulation and some wrong presentation. So,
yes,
is there any provision of punishment, or only you will not give the marks for that?
Oh, that's a good question, sir. That's a really good question. Actually, I would like, the time is limited. Otherwise, I would have narrated many incidences. Couple of them are funny incidences. But yeah, so to stick, because there are many incidences where relevant to questions that you asked. One I already explained to you, where HOD was duplicated and falsely shown presented. So there are many such incidences. Now the question comes is, since the visiting team, if they identify that the forging of document has happened, or if they come to know that the numbers are fudged, etc., so then what happens? The very nice question that you asked. Now, because such 4-5 incidences has happened during my visit for NBA evaluator team, NBA clearly tells us that you are going there as evaluator. You are not going there as a police or investigation team. You are not there as a CBI investigation team. So that is a very clear guideline we are given when we are actually enrolled as evaluator, some orientation program is usually conducted by NBA, where certain do's and certain don'ts are informed to us. So typically 2 instructions are always given by NBA, and our chairmans also in the pre-visit meeting. When we meet during the visit, there is a pre-visit meeting which happens in the hotel. 2 things are always talked about. One is that you are evaluator and not a police officer. You are not there to investigate. And secondly, you are just evaluator. You are not supposed to be sharing your judgment or opinion, except something that we share in the exit meeting. So under these 2 do's and don'ts, if we come to know that some malpractice or some fudging or of numbers or false documentation has happened, so what we do is, as an evaluator, we report it to our chairperson of that team. The chairperson typically conveys this to NBA office, that there are much grave incidences actually which has happened sometime back when I had gone to one institute where there were 2 institutes and in the same campus, and it was hidden from our committee, and many of those equipments and labs were shown for that area. So it was detected. So in that situation, one more thing is relevant to your question. Sometimes what happens is the disgruntled employee usually writes email to NBA saying that this particular institute has given false data. It means the false data or forgery might be brought by NBA visiting team, or sometimes we get anonymous emails as well to the NBA saying that this institute has given false data. Either it will be disgruntled employee of the same college, or sometimes the adjacent institute with whom they are having some kind of rivalry. So this also we have experienced couple of times. So in that situation, our team, NBA team, will not do any action there. In fact, even if we get to know, most often we will not inform to the college. We will not even tell the principal ki we are identified that this is wrong. We communicate this to the chairman. Chairman then communicates to the NBA team, and it is not even informed to the institute कि हमने आपका forgery ढूंढ निकाला है. कभी कभार उसको तो हम लोग खुश ही रहने देते हैं 3 दिन जितना visit होगा हो. Let him be in that happiness. But we would have communicated, and we write the statement in our evaluator's report that these numbers which were given were observed to be fudged or false, and the documentary evidences were not matching with this. And accordingly, when the NBA committee, because once we give the report, there are 2 further committees which do the scrutiny, and they try to reject their application. But however, there are no police case or there are no kind of criminal charges which are levied on this. So nothing like that happens. We just go as evaluator, not as an investigator team. So quite most
so
of we had.
So meaning is the institute will not get accreditation.
Yes, at the end
That's
of
all.
the result, yeah, we do not have any authority to do any penalized action. Institute will not get accreditation, or if NBA feels that there is a lot of mismanagement in this institute, typically in terms of financial, etc., then they might take some action communicating to AICT or any other regulatory body. But NBA means our team, when we visit, we do not take any penal action. It is not within the mandate of our visiting team.
So in that case, Dr. Farooq sir, what is your experience? As you said that you have come across during visits 4 to 5 institutes where such incidences has happened. So what was the result, the end result? I mean, after 1 month, after 2 months, after they had the committee visits or something, have they been called for some explanation by the NBA? Such institute?
See, usually, as I told you, we have come across many incidences of different nature because this forgery varies. One incidence was with the training and placement data where actually with the L&T placement, they have forged letterhead itself. So for documentary evidences, they had shown that these many people have got acceptance from L&T for placement. But we realized that the round seal which was there in all placement was almost like same, and we could find that. Then we called principal and TPO, and he agreed also. So then the nature of this malpractice varies, and accordingly the response of the team also varies. So there what we told them, that if you are agreeing, then you remove this placement which are forged one, and whatever is actual you write it down. Sometimes faculties are shown, as I told you, which are not from the same institute, then we ask them to remove them. So sometimes we communicate them and ask them to give a fresh data without this removing forged one. Sometimes if the it is very grave and we feel that it may lead to argument and counter argument, we simply write in our report saying that these documents were forged, or these documents were not having any kind of evidences produced by the institute. Sometimes even what happens typically is many institutes actually try to hide the document. We keep on asking them many documents like appointment letter of a particular faculty, and intentionally they try to delay it. So in that situation, we ask them 2-3 times, but still if it is not there, we simply ignore that, and in our report we write down that these documents were not presented to the visiting team.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone having question? Yes. Yes, I think all questions are completed, and sir has given the answer.
Sir, please go through the questions of chat box.
Chat box. Sir, can you read, sir? Because Mansi madam is not there. Mansi madam is not there, sir.
Okay, okay. One of the question was
one
from,
was already answered. The last one I already answered.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Questions,
Okay, thank you.
No. The question was from TRD madam, Jadavpur University.
Can you read out if you have identified that?
It is a contractual faculty members having PhD eligible for STR count.
Okay, so for which count?
Student teacher ratio, STR.
Okay,
STR,
okay.
STR.
Yeah. That's a good question, which has what we can say, time bound answer, because if this question was asked to me 8 months back, then I would have said not counted, or counted till that contractual is fitting within 25% band. So 8 months back, NBA criteria was that when STR is calculated, student teacher ratio is calculated, then 75% should be regular teacher and 25% should be contractual teacher. It means if my department is having all as contractual, then all will not be considered as part of my STR. However, in last 4 months or so, as I told you, my last visit was in the month of December 2019. So since 2019 October onwards, NBA said that for calculation of STR, we will not differentiate between the regular and contractual. So if the contractual is having PhD or whatever, we will count them in STR. We will not have anything to do with this, provided that the contractual is not appointed at the level of lecturer. So anybody who is appointed at the lecturer or below assistant professor will not be counted in STR. Rest everyone will be counted in STR, provided that they are for 2 consecutive semesters in that academic year, and they are appointed with due process and with AICTE qualification. So whether regular or contractual, as of now, as on today, AICTE is not differentiating. But as I told you, it is an evolving process. After 6 months, AICTE might come up with a slightly modified one. So as on today, there is no differentiation between contractual and the regular.
Okay, sir. Another question is there about the research paper publication. It should be linked with impact score of journal. It was a question from Mr. Kamaldev of Mahu.
Yeah, so it is, see, as I told you at the earlier discussion itself, so it is a very debatable question when we talk about the journals, paid and journal and high impact journals, etc. So what let me give you, as a person, when we go there, we would like to see that the faculties are contributing towards the research. That is what is the basic requirement is when we are talking about. Am I audible? I just saw the screen. Getting
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible. Sir.
Audible.
Our intention mainly is to see that the faculty is involved in the research activity. That is the bottom line of this calculation. Now, impact factor, if you show, or even if you can show the citation as well, this creates a positive mindset in terms of a visiting team. Like if I say in my department, if the team is visiting, if I say that I am having 11 IEEE transaction paper, so person who is looking at my research credential as part of NBA team will have some different type of outlook. Whereas if I say that I'm having 60 journal papers and then I realize, or that NBA team realizes that that is from paid journal, that will create something different. And at the end of the day, you should understand that there are only 6 marks if you are from the tier 2 institute for this entire process. So we should try to create as positive impression as possible, because out of 6 marks, if you show 1000 papers of substandard journal, you are anyway not going to get 6 out of 6. You are anyway going to get 3 or 4. So at the cost of 3 or 4 marks, why to create the negative impression of your research profile? So
Right.
you show couple of good papers even from IEEE conference, that is still okay. You will still get out of 6 2-3 marks.
Yes, sir. Even, sir, our IET also publishes 3 reputed journals as IET Technical Review, IET Journal of Research, and IET Journal of Education. They are also having the reputed journal. And obviously, the viewers which are actually viewing through this YouTube, I appeal to them through our lecture. Okay, please go through the IET publication journal also. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. That is also good approach, because you can try to go for IET, then IET is also having a journal. Elsewhere, as I told you, Springer is there. So you can try to aim a respectable journal that is also giving you self-happiness as well.
Very right. Very right. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Farooq Kaji, sir, for your valuable talk and excellent insight on the criteria 5 and 6 on outcome-based education. Sir, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Last but not the least, on behalf of IIT Navi Mumbai Center and IIT Headquarters, New Delhi, thanks a lot. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, Calcutta, tomorrow's timing, 10 sir.
10:30, no?
10:30. Tomorrow's 10:30 with the same Google link.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I suppose the students' project, this one is going on very well.
Yes,
I could
it will be.
get connected
Yes.
with 3-4 students batches. So it's going on well.
Yes, that's good. Because one of the faculty is already associated from the new center.
Yeah.
Sundar is there and one other person. Okay then. Thank you. We will meet tomorrow. 10:30. Yeah?
Thank you, sir.